Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku joined S.H.I.E.L.D. instead of UA? Hi, this is Movie, and for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The first time Midoriya Izuku realized the world did. Not care about what you wanted, was the day he learned it cared very deeply about what you were born with. That wasn't a dramatic thought, not at first. It was just a quiet fact that settled in his bones at age 4. When the doctor smiled too politely and told his mom, "I'm sorry, he doesn't have a quirk." Quirkless. In a country where heroes were celebrities and villains were whether dangerous, common. Talked about with tired resignation, being quirkless wasn't illegal. It was just invisible. And Izuku hated being invisible more than anything. So he learned to become visible in the only way he could. He watched. He listened. He memorized. He filled notebook after notebook with the kind of details other kids didn't notice. Stance shifts, rescue timing, collateral risk, how a hero's smile changed depending on whether cameras were present. He mapped patterns like a person starving maps restaurants. And every page ended the same way. If I were there, I could help. It wasn't arrogance. It was desperation. Because when you're small, and weak, and the world tells you, no, the only thing you can do is build a new world in your head where, yes, is still possible. Izuku called his world, hero analysis. Most people called it, weird. Katsuki Bakugo called it, pathetic. On the morning it all changed, Bakugo made sure Izuku remembered his place. 1. A city of heroes, a city of shadows. Aldera Middle School's hallways smelled like floor polish, cheap deodorant, and the kind of confidence only teenagers could produce without earning it. Izuku walked with his shoulders slightly hunched, backpack straps tight, trying to take up as little space as possible. It didn't work. Oi, Deku. That voice had gravity. It pulled attention. It bent the air around it. Izuku froze before he even turned. Bakugo stood with 2 of his friends like he owned the hallway. He didn't act like a future hero, he acted like a natural disaster that hadn't decided where to land yet. Bakugo's palm sparked. Not a full blast. Just enough to make the point. Izuku swallowed. "Be Bakugo. Still scribbling in your little creep books." Bakugo leaned in, eyes sharp. "You know what's funny? You keep writing like you understand heroes." Izuku's fingers twitched toward his bag on instinct, like he could protect the notebooks by sheer will. Bakugo's smile widened. "But you're quirkless. So what are you analyzing?" "Fantasy." A few kids snickered. Others looked away fast, pretending they didn't hear. That was the real punch, the hallway full of people who could have said stop, and didn't. Izuku forced air into his lungs. "I'm just trying to learn." Bakugo's expression flickered, something like irritation, like Izuku had spoken out of turn in a room he wasn't allowed in. Then Bakugo laughed, loud and cruel. "Learn this." He tapped Izuku's forehead. "Light and humiliating. You're not getting into UA." Izuku's heart lurched. He hated that those words had power. Bakugo's friend nudged him. "Kachan, you'll crush the entrance exam. Your explosions are perfect." Bakugo didn't even look at him. He looked at Izuku. "Yeah," Bakugo said softly, like a promise. "And you'll be watching from the crowd like always." He turned to leave, sparks fading. Then, over his shoulder, he added, "Don't follow me, Deku. Heroes don't need baggage." Izuku stood there, burning inside in the quiet way that didn't make flames. Just tears you swallowed before they could become visible. He waited until Bakugo was gone before he moved again. He told himself, "It's fine. I don't need them to believe." He told himself, "All Might believes. Heroes believe in people." Because All Might was the one constant. The symbol. The smile that made fear feel like it had an expiration date. And today, Izuku had something in his pocket that felt like a ticket to his dream, his UA application form, folded carefully so it wouldn't crease. He kept touching it through the fabric like it might vanish if he didn't. When the final bell rang and students spilled into the afternoon, Izuku stepped into the street and looked up. A giant screen on a building corner played a highlight reel. Iron Man flying through smoke over New York. Captain America lifting his shield like it was the definition of no. Thor bringing lightning down like a myth that decided to be real. And then, the clip shifted to Japan. All Might standing on a collapsed bridge, holding it up with one arm while civilians ran to safety. His grin was brighter than the sun, impossible and reassuring. The crowd around the screen cheered like it was a sports match. Izuku felt the cheer in his chest. Two worlds of heroes, two styles. One thing in common: when they showed up, people lived. Izuku tightened his grip on his backpack straps. Please, he thought. Just let me be someone who helps. The universe, apparently, had heard him. Just not in the way he expected. The sludge in the air. It happened fast, the way bad things always did. Izuku cut through a side street to save time. It was a route he'd taken 100 times, quiet, narrow, lined with vending machines and old posters peeling from the walls. He was halfway down when the air changed. Cold, wet, wrong. Izuku's foot stuck slightly to the pavement, like the ground had turned into glue. He looked down. A dark, glossy fluid oozed near his shoe. Not water, not oil, something that moved with intention. His eyes widened. The puddle rose. No, it didn't rise. It stood up. A mass of sludge shaped itself into something humanoid, jagged edges bubbling, a mouth forming where there shouldn't be a mouth. Izuku's throat locked. The villain's voice sounded like someone speaking through thick syrup. Well, the little kid wandered in alone. Izuku stumbled backward. His back hit the alley wall. His body screamed run, but his legs didn't understand. The sludge shot forward like a wave and wrapped around Izuku's torso. Instantly, he couldn't breathe. The villain forced itself toward his face, trying to seal over his mouth and nose. Trying to fill his lungs. Izuku clawed at it, fingers slipping, panic exploding behind his ribs. In that suffocating moment, his mind did the thing it always did: it searched for patterns. Villain type: liquid. Likely needs moisture. Vulnerable to heat. Electricity. Freezing. If I can get air. But there was no air to get. The sludge tightened. Spots danced in his vision. Izuku's last clear thought was stupid and simple. I never even got to try. Then the wall of sludge behind him detonated with wind. A force like a tornado punched through the alley. The sludge. Villain shrieked as it was ripped off Izuku's body like cloth torn away from a hook. Izuku collapsed forward, coughing violently, lungs burning. A shadow fell over him. And then, a voice filled the alley like a theme song. Are you all right, young man? Izuku looked up through watery eyes. All Might stood there. Not on a screen. Not in a highlight reel. In the cramped, dirty alley, making it look like a stage. Tall, broad, smiling like the world's problems were a joke he already knew the punchline to. All Might held a bottle in one hand, some kind of containment device, already sealed, with sludge swirling inside it like an angry storm. Izuku couldn't speak. He just stared, shaking. All Might crouched, somehow, even that looked heroic. That was dangerous. Villains target isolated civilians, and you. Izuku found his voice in a rush of emotion. All Might. I'm sorry, I didn't. All Might's smile softened. No, you did no unlucky. Unlucky. Izuku's hands clenched. Thank you. I'm your biggest fan. I have notebooks, I analyze your. All Might chuckled warmly, and for a second, Izuku felt like his heart might actually burst from happiness. Then All Might's expression shifted. His eyes flicked to the bottle in his hand. To the alley mouth. To something Izuku didn't see. A tension crept into the hero's posture, subtle but real, like a soldier hearing a distant alarm. All Might stood abruptly. I apologize, he said, still smiling, but the smile looked stretched. I must deliver this villain to the police immediately. Izuku blinked. Wait. All mi. GHT placed a huge hand gently on Izuku's shoulder. Please go home. And be careful. Izuku swallowed. See, can I ask you something? Just one. A sound cut him off. A sharp buzz, like a device vibrating. All Might's eyes narrowed. He stepped back, already turning. Another time, perhaps. And then he was gone, launching skyward, fast enough to crack the air, leaving behind a burst of wind that made trash flutter like confetti. Izuku stood in the alley with his question still stuck in his throat, his dream hovering in front of him like a door that had opened. And then slammed shut before he could step through. He stared at the empty sky. His lungs still hurt, his hands still shook. But the pain wasn't the worst part. The worst part was this. All Might had seen him. saved him, and still, left Lee. He was just another civilian in the way. Izuku told himself it was fine. Heroes had priorities, emergencies, a villain to deliver. Still, his fingers touched the folded UA application in his pocket. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a ticket. It felt like a joke. 3. The second incident, the one that got recorded. That evening, the world tried to pretend everything was normal. Izuku trudged toward the train station. Head down, replaying the moment over and over. He saved me, and left. He didn't even ask my name. I didn't even get to ask the question. Izuku knew the question was dangerous. He knew what everyone would say. But it was his whole life, condensed into one sentence. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? He gripped his backpack straps harder, like he could hold himself together that way. Then he heard shouting. A crowd had formed near an underpass. People were pointing. Phones were up. Izuku's heart tightened. He pushed forward through bodies until he saw the center. And his blood went cold. The sludge villain. The same one. Out of the bottle. Out of containment. It had expanded, huge now, rolling and swelling like a living oil spill given anger and teeth. And in the middle of it, Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo was trapped, sludge wrapping around his arms, his torso, climbing toward his face. Bakugo's palms sparked wildly, explosions muffled by the wet mass. Bakugo's eyes were wide, not with rage, with fear. Heroes were there, pros, uniforms, police lines. They circled like cautious wolves. One hero muttered, "If we ignite it, the kid might." Another said, "It's too risky. We need a specialist." A third glanced at the cameras. "Back up. Keep the crowd away." Izuku stared, confused. Why aren't they moving? Bakugo's muffled scream answered him. The sludge tightened. Bakugo's sparks weakened. His body was running out of air. And the heroes, Japan's proud, licensed heroes, were hesitating. Izuku's brain snapped into analysis mode. Sludge villain uses fluid body as armor. Physical attacks disperse it but don't neutralize it. Needs host to stabilize. It's using Bakugo's body like a core. If the core can be displaced. Then another thought smashed through, loud and raw. Bakugo is going to die. Izuku didn't think. He moved. He shoved past the police tape before anyone could stop him. Someone shouted, "Kid, stop." Izuku ran straight toward the monster. He heard his own heartbeat like war drums. He heard Bakugo choking. He heard the crowd gasping. And he did the only thing he had. He grabbed his backpack with both hands and swung it like a weapon, smashing it into the sludge's face. The notebooks inside thudded. Pens scattered. Paper flew. The sludge villain recoiled more in surprise than pain. Izuku screamed, part fear, part defiance. "Let him go." The sludge surged toward him. Izuku's feet slid on the pavement, but he held on. His arms shook. He didn't have strength. He didn't have a quirk. But he had something else. He had a stubborn, idiotic refusal to watch someone die just because it was too risky. The sludge turned, trying to swallow Izuku again. And in that instant, a gust of wind exploded through the scene. A familiar, overwhelming presence dropped into the street like a meteor. All Might. His smile was still there. But his eyes were furious. Step back. All Might inhaled, and Izuku realized something terrifying. All Might didn't look like a man about to save the day. He looked like a man about to spend his last breath doing it. All Might blasted forward, arm cocked, and punched. The force of the Udar, S.H.I.E.L.D, sent the sludge's body scattering like water hit by a cannon. Bakugo dropped free, coughing and gasping, rolling away on instinct. Izuku stumbled backward, almost falling. All Might didn't pause. He didn't pose. He moved with speed that wasn't flashy, it was desperate. He scooped up debris, street dust, a handful of grit, and threw it into the dispersed sludge. The dust clung, making it heavier, harder to reform. All Might used that second to grab Bakugo and hurl him towards safety, then spun and slammed the villain's core, whatever that was, down into the pavement with a final, crushing blow. The sludge screamed, trapped, destabilized. Police containment teams rushed in with special foam cannons. They sprayed. They sealed. The villain's form fought, then shrank, then finally. Still, silence hit the street like a blanket. The crowd erupted. Cameras flashed. People cheered. Someone shouted All Might's name like a prayer. Izuku stood there shaking, heart trying to escape his chest. Bakugo sat on the pavement, breathing hard. Eyes furious and humiliated. All Might stood tall. For half a second, Izuku thought. Now he'll talk to me. Now he'll see what I did. All Might turned. His gaze landed on Izuku. And for a heartbeat, something unspoken passed between them, recognition, surprise, and a question All Might didn't have time to ask. Because the same sharp buzzing sound from earlier hit again, close, urgent. All Might's hand went to his side like he felt pain. His smile flickered. Then he looked away. He addressed the crowd with the practiced brightness of a cymbal. Everyone, remain calm. The situation is under control. He gave the cameras a grin. He pointed. He posed. Then his shoulders dipped slightly, just for a moment, like the weight of the performance was heavier than steel. And then, before Izuku could move, before he could speak, All Might sprang away, vanishing into the skyline again. The crowd cheered louder. Bakugo glared at Izuku like he wanted to explode him into dust. Izuku didn't care. He stared up at the empty sky again, feeling the same hollow sensation. Only bigger now. Because this time, Izuku had jumped into danger. And still, the world swallowed the moment like it was nothing. No one asked why he ran forward. No one asked how a quirkless kid had the guts to move when pros didn't. To them, he was just another background civilian. A blurry face in the footage. A mistake that didn't die. Izuku bent down and picked up one of his scattered notebooks. The cover was scuffed. The pages were bent. A corner had ripped. He held it like it was a piece of himself. Then he turned and walked away before anyone could see the tears he refused to let fall in public. He didn't notice the small black dot hovering far above the streetlight line. He didn't notice the way it tracked his movements with mechanical patience. He didn't notice the S.H.I.E.L.D tagging his face with a glowing rectangle. He didn't notice the encrypted data packet leaving Japan in under a second. He didn't notice any of it. Because he was too busy thinking. I tried. I really tried. And it still doesn't matter. For the man with the umbrella. It started raining. Not dramatic rain. Just at cold Tokyo drizzle that makes streetlights look smeared and turns your clothes heavy. Izuku ended up in a narrow alley again. Different location, same feeling. He leaned against the wall, breathing hard. Clutching his notebook to his chest like armor. He felt stupid. He felt brave. He felt embarrassed about feeling brave. He pressed his forehead to the cool brick and whispered, "What am I doing?" A voice answered from the alley mouth. "You're doing something most adults can't." Izuku jerked upright. A man stood there, holding a black umbrella like he'd been waiting for the rain to cue his entrance. He was tall. Dark coat. Bald head. One eye focused like it could pin you to the wall. The other covered by an eye patch that somehow didn't look ridiculous on him, it looked like it belonged. Two figures stood slightly behind him. Half hidden by shadow. A clean-cut man in a suit, calm, observant, and a woman with red hair pulled back, posture relaxed but dangerous like a cat pretending to sleep. Izuku's heart jumped. He didn't recognize them from Japanese hero news. But he recognized them from somewhere else. From screens. From international broadcasts. From that other world of heroes. His voice came out small. "Why you're..." The man with the eye patch stepped forward. "Nicholas Fury," he said. "Most people call me Fury." Izuku's brain stalled. Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. That wasn't just a big deal. That was global. Izuku took a shaky step back. "Why are you? I mean, this is Japan." Fury tilted his head slightly. "Japan has problems. We have interests." The suited man behind him offered a polite nod. "Agent Phil Coulson." The red-haired woman didn't introduce herself. She just watched Izuku like she was reading a file written on his face. Izuku swallowed. I didn't do anything illegal." Fury's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something like amusement. "You ran into a villain attack zone." Izuku flinched. Bakugo was. And pro-heroes were hesitating, Fury finished, like he'd been there. Izuku froze. "How do you?" Fury reached into his coat and pulled out a tablet. He tapped once. The screen lit up with video. Izuku's own face stared back at him, grainy, zoomed in, raining, running. His voice echoed from the clip, "Let him go." The footage wasn't from a phone in the crowd. It was from above. High above. Satellite level above. Izuku's stomach dropped. Fury showed another angle. Izuku's sprint. The bag swing, the split second where he put himself between the villain and Bakugo without hesitation. Izuku's mouth went dry. That's me. Yes, Fury said simply. And that's the problem. Izuku's chest tightened. Problem. I was just trying to. Fury raised a finger, cutting him off without raising his voice. Do you know what your odds were, Midoriya Izuku? Izuku blinked. How do you know my name? Coulson spoke calmly. We do background checks on anomalies. Izuku's hands clenched. I'm not an anomaly. I'm just quirkless, Fury said, like it was a neutral fact. And yet you displayed a high threat response instinct, low self-preservation bias, and decision-making under pressure. Izuku stared at him. That was not how heroes talked. Heroes talked about bravery, smiles, saving people. This was statistics. Fury leaned slightly closer. Most people freeze. Pros freeze when consequences are complicated. You moved anyway. Izuku's voice cracked. Because someone was going to die. Quote. The red-haired woman's eyes sharpened, interest flickering. Fury nodded once, like he'd just confirmed something. Exactly. Izuku's head spun. So why are you here? To tell me I was stupid. Fury's expression didn't change, but the air shifted. No, he said. I'm here because the world is bigger than hero schools and licensing laws. He tapped the tablet again. The screen changed to a map, Tokyo highlighted, then widening out, Japan, Asia, the globe. Red dots blinked across it like infections. Izuku's throat tightened. Villains. Threats, Fury corrected. Some wear masks. Some wear suits. Some sit in boardrooms. Some hide inside agencies built to stop them. Izuku didn't understand, but his skin prickled. Fury lowered the tablet. You want to save people, Midoriya. Izuku's answer came out without thought. Yes. Fury held his gaze. Do you want applause? Izuku hesitated. He wanted to say no. But he remembered the ache of being ignored. I want to matter, Izuku admitted. Voice small. Fury nodded like he respected honesty more than pride. Good. Because what I'm offering isn't applause. He stepped closer, umbrella shadowing Izuku's face. Its purpose. Izuku's heart pounded so hard it hurt. I can't be a hero. I don't have a quirk. Fury's one visible eye narrowed. Who said anything about being a hero? Izuku stared at him. Fury continued, voice steady. Heroes stand in the light. They smile for cameras. They follow laws written by people who've never been in a firefight. Coulson shifted slightly, like he knew this speech. Like he'd heard it before. Fury's gaze didn't waver. We work in the shadows. We stop the things the public can't know exist. We make sure disasters end before they become headlines. Izuku's breath caught. Fury reached into his coat again and pulled out a simple object, a black card with a silver emblem. An eagle. A shield. Shield. Fury held it out. Izuku didn't take it. He just stared like it might burn him. I'm not special, Izuku whispered. The red-haired woman spoke for the first time, voice smooth. Special isn't always loud. Izuku glanced at her. She didn't answer. But her eyes said enough. Fury kept the card extended. I'm recruiting you for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Science and Operations. Izuku's fingers trembled. Me, he croaked. Why? Fury's voice was quiet, sharp. Because the world is full of people with power who don't know what to do with it, and people without power who do. Izuku felt something open inside him, dangerous, hopeful. But, my mom, my dream. Fury's mouth tightened slightly. Your dream almost got you killed twice in one day. Izuku flinched. He hated that Fury was right. Coulson stepped forward gently. We're not asking you to decide right now. We're giving you a door. He offered a second item. A small phone, matte black, unmarked. It's secure, Coulson said. One number. One call. Izuku stared at it. Fury low. Whirred the umbrella slightly so rain touched Izuku's hair, cold and real. You call that phone, Fury said, and you stop being invisible. Izuku's throat tightened. And if I don't? Fury slid the phone into Izuku's hand anyway. His grip was firm, like a contract. Then you go back to your life, Fury said. And next time you jump into a fight, you won't be lucky enough for a symbol to show up. Izuku's fingers closed around the phone like it was heavy. Fury turned as if the conversation was already finished. Then he paused and looked back. One more thing, Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Fury's eye was steady, uncompromising. Don't mistake the shadows for evil. Sometimes the darkest place is where the shield stands. And then Fury and his agents walked away, disappearing into the rain like they were never there. Izuku stood alone in the alley again. Only this time, his hands held something that felt like a future. He looked down at the phone. He looked down at his battered notebook, N-form still tucked in his pocket. His dream on one side. A door into the unknown on the other. And for the first time, Izuku realized something terrifying. This choice wasn't about becoming a hero. It was about deciding what kind of world he wanted to fight for. 5. The call that changed everything. When Izuku got home, his mom noticed the bruises immediately. Inko's voice was soft right up until it wasn't. Izuku, she cried, rushing forward. What happened? Are you hurt? Why are your clothes wet? Izuku tried to smile. It came out crooked. I'm okay, Mom. Just villain stuff. Inko Midoriya's F.A.C.E. went pale like she'd heard those words too many times from news broadcasts and never imagined she'd hear them from her son. She guided him to the kitchen chair, hands trembling as she checked him or injuries like she could undo danger by touching it. Izuku didn't tell her everything. He didn't tell her about the suffocation. He didn't tell her about Bakugo. He definitely didn't tell her about Nick Fury. Because how do you say, Mom? A global spy agency offered to recruit me because I ran into a villain attack like an idiot. So he said, All Might saved me. Inko exhaled shakily, relief mixing with fear. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Then her eyes filled, and her voice cracked. Izuku, please don't do reckless things. I know you want to help people, but... I know, Izuku whispered. He meant it. He did. But later that night, in his room, he sat at his desk with the lamp on and the rain tapping the window like impatient fingers. He laid 3 things out in front of him. 1. His battered hero analysis notebook. 2. 3. His UA application form. 4. 5. The black secure phone. 6. He stared until his eyes hurt. Then he did what he always did when he couldn't breathe inside his own thoughts. He opened the notebook and wrote. Hero Analysis Notebook Number 13, Personal Entry. Today. I got attacked by a sludge-type villain. All Might saved me. Bakugo got attacked by the same villain. Heroes hesitated. I moved. All Might saved him. And then. New variable, Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. Observation. S.H.I.E.L.D. has access to satellite footage. They tracked my behavior and identified it as threat response instinct. They offered recruitment, not a quirk. Question. What do I actually want? Answer. I want to save people. Second question. Is saving people the same as being a hero? Izuku's pen hovered. He thought about All Might's smile, the way the crowd cheered, the way cameras flashed. He thought about the heroes standing back because it was complicated. He thought about Bakugo's fear. He thought about the phone in his hand. He thought about being invisible. He thought about Fury's words. Sometimes the darkest place is where the shield stands. Izuku's chest tightened. He picked up the UA application form. This was what he'd dreamed of since he was little. This was the path everyone understood. The hero path. Bright. Public. Celebrated. He imagined walking into UA. Wearing the uniform, learning to fight beside future pros. He imagined the entrance exam and the giant robots and the chance. Then he imagined himself without a quirk, standing at the starting line. Surrounded by kids who could shatter concrete with their hands. He imagined the laughter. He imagined the disappointment. He imagined being told, again, in 1,000 different ways. No. Izuku's fingers tightened around the paper until it crumpled slightly. He set it down. He picked up the phone. His thumb hovered over the only saved contact. One number. One call. His heart pounded like it wanted to answer for him. I'm sorry, he whispered into the empty room. He wasn't sure who he was apologizing to. All Might. His younger self. His mom. The dream he'd carried like a fragile flame. Maybe all of them. Then Izuku pressed call. It rang once. Twice. A voice answered immediately, calm and familiar. Agent Coulson. Izuku swallowed hard. It's Midoriya Izuku. A pause, brief. Like someone smiling without showing it. Good evening, Midoriya, Coulson said. Are you safe? Yes, Izuku whispered. I want to know what happens next. Coulson's voice softened. Next, you meet Director Fury somewhere public. You do not tell anyone what we discussed in the alley. And you bring only what you need. Izuku's throat tightened. What I need. Coulson hesitated, then said gently. Your willingness. Izuku's eyes burned. I have that, he whispered. Coulson's tone turned professional again. Then welcome to the first step. Stay by your phone. We'll send coordinates. The call ended. Izuku sat frozen for a moment, phone still pressed to his ear like the sound might come back. Then his hands started shaking, and he laughed quietly, not because it was funny, but because it was unreal. He wasn't invisible anymore, and that thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Outside, the rain kept falling. Inside, Izuku looked at his notebook, then at the crumpled UA form. And finally out the window where the city lights glowed through the drizzle. Somewhere out there, heroes smiled for cameras. Somewhere out there, villains plotted in alleys. And somewhere, above it all, far above, something watched. Not with admiration, with interest, with intent. Izuku didn't know it yet. But the moment he made that call, he stopped being a kid chasing a dream. And came a piece on a board he didn't know existed. 6. The pickup. The next morning, Izuku left his apartment with his backpack on and his nerves buzzing like static. He told his mom he was going to the library. It wasn't a lie. Not exactly. Libraries were full of knowledge, and Izuku was about to enter the biggest one in the world. The message came through his phone as soon as he stepped onto the sidewalk. Coordinates received. Time, 10:30. Instructions, come alone. Izuku's stomach flipped. He followed the route like it was a mission already. A quiet plaza, a fountain, a place where ordinary people walked by, unaware of how close they were to extraordinary things. At exactly 10:30, a black car rolled up to the curb like it belonged there. The window lowered. Nick Fury looked out, expression unreadable behind the shade of the car's interior. You're punctual, Fury said. Izuku's voice nearly failed. Why yes, sir. Fury's mouth twitched. Don't, sir, me. It makes me feel old. Izuku blinked, startled. Coulson sat in the passenger seat, calm as ever. He offered Izuku a reassuring nod. Fury gestured toward the back door. Get in. Izuku hesitated just long enough to feel the weight of the moment. UA was a dream. This was real. He opened the door and slid inside. The car smelled like leather and something sharp, like clean metal. Fury didn't waste time. Once you cross this line, Midoriya, you don't get to talk about it. You don't get to brag. You don't get to ask for recognition. Izuku swallowed. I understand. Fury studied him. Do you? Izuku clenched his hands in his lap. Yes. Fury nodded once. Good. Coulson handed Izuku a thin folder. Izuku opened it. Inside was paperwork, confidentiality agreements, consent forms, travel documents. And a single line printed in bold at the top. S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Science and Operations, probationary candidate. Izuku's breath caught. Fury's voice cut through it like a blade. You have raw instincts. That's not enough. Izuku looked up. You'll be trained. Fury said. You'll learn discipline, control, strategy. You'll learn how to survive without relying on miracles. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes. Fury leaned back slightly, evaluating him. And one more thing. Izuku's heart hammered. Fury said, if you're hoping this ends with a costume and a catchy name, you're in the wrong car. Izuku's throat tightened, then, surprisingly, he felt relief. He'd already realized. Costumes weren't what saved people. People did. I'm not here for a costume, Izuku said softly. I'm here to help. Fury's gaze sharpened for a moment, like. He respected that answer more than he wanted to admit. Then welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D, kid, Fury said. The car pulled away from the curb. Izuku watched Tokyo slide by through tinted glass. Somewhere in his backpack, the crumpled UA application form sat untouched. He didn't throw it away. Not yet. Because letting go of a dream hurts, even when you're reaching for something bigger. Izuku pressed his palm to the notebook in his bag. He whispered, so quietly no one could hear. I'm going to become someone who saves people. The car moved into traffic. And just like that, the story of Deku, future UA student, began to fade. A new story took its place. The story of Midoriya Izuku. S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit. The first thing Izuku learned about S.H.I.E.L.D. was that it didn't feel like joining a team. It felt like being swallowed by a machine. Not a cruel machine, exactly. Not always. But a machine that ran on rules, layers, and quiet decisions made behind glass. The car ride out of Tokyo wasn't dramatic. No explosions. No villains. No heroic music. Just highways, checkpoints, and a different kind of fear settling into Izuku's stomach. The fear of stepping into something too big to understand. Nick Fury sat in the front seat like he'd forgotten Izuku was even there. Phil Coulson occasionally glanced back, offering small, grounding nods like you're doing fine, breathe. Izuku kept his hands on his lap. His notebook was in his bag. His UA application form was still there too, folded and wrinkled, like a secret he hadn't confessed even to himself. He wanted to believe he'd chosen this. But there was a part of him, small, stubborn, aching, that still whispered, what if I'm making a mistake? The car turned into a private facility that didn't have a sign. It didn't need one. Gates O. Penned like they recognized Fury's presence. Cameras tracked the vehicle. Security personnel didn't salute. Salutes were for the public. They just moved aside. Efficient. Quiet. Professional. Izuku's pulse spiked anyway. Because the moment the car stopped, the moment the doors opened, the world got colder. Not temperature. Atmosphere. Everything here felt designed to keep emotions out. Fury stepped out and looked up at the building ahead. It wasn't Japan's hero agencies with their branding and mascots and public lobbies. This was metal and glass and clean angles, surrounded by fences and silence. A place built not to impress, but to endure. Coulson opened Izuku's door. Welcome, he said gently, to your new normal. Izuku stepped onto the pavement. And just like that, he was no longer a kid with a dream. He was a recruit. One orientation. When your life becomes classified. They processed him in under 20 minutes. Name confirmation. Biometric scan. Medical screening. Psych evaluation. A quick check of his bag. His notebooks got a pause of interest, then were returned without comment. A woman in a crisp uniform handed him a simple set of clothes. Gray athletic wear, black boots, a jacket with no logos. S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't do branding. They did function. When Izuku stepped into the locker room and changed, the fabric felt heavier than his school uniform. Like it carried weight. He stared at himself in the mirror. Same messy green hair. Same freckled face. Same nervous eyes that had spent years looking up at heroes from far away. But now, there was a black lanyard around his neck with a temporary ID. Midoriya. Izuku, probationary candidate. No, Deku. No insult. No nickname. Just a name, printed like a file label. Izuku swallowed. This is real. The door opened behind him. Phil Coulson stepped in with a folder. You ready? Izuku's voice cracked. I don't know. Coulson nodded like that was the right answer. Good. Overconfidence gets people killed. Come on. Hila. Izuku down sterile hallways that smelled like antiseptic and metal. There were people everywhere, but none of them looked like civilians. They moved with purpose, agents, analysts, medics, techs. Some had scars. Some had cold eyes. Some looked like they hadn't slept in days. No one looked like a hero. And yet, Izuku felt safer than he had in school. Because here, no one laughed at him. No one cared about his quirk. They cared about what he could do. Coulson stopped at a briefing room. Inside, a large screen displayed a rotating emblem, S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood in front of it, arms crossed. Beside him, Izuku's breath caught. The red-haired woman from yesterday. She leaned against the wall like she had all the time in the world, but her eyes tracked Izuku like a scope. Coulson stepped aside. Director. Fury didn't greet Izuku. He assessed him. Then he spoke. You're here because you ran into a villain attack zone without a quirk. Izuku flinched, but nodded. Fury continued. This isn't a hero school. We don't train you to fight for applause. We train you to win so people can live. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes, sir. Fury gave him a look. I told you not to, sir, me. Izuku swallowed. Yes, director. Fury nodded once, satisfied. The red-haired woman pushed off the wall and stepped forward. This is Natasha Romanoff, Fury said. Agent Romanoff. Izuku's heart nearly stopped. Black Widow. He'd watched her in footage. The way she moved. The way she fought. She was legendary. Natasha offered a small smile, warm on the surface, unreadable underneath. So you're the kid, she said. Izuku bowed too quickly. Why yes. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm honored. Natasha's smile widened slightly. Cute. Don't do that again. Izuku froze. What? Bowing like that, she said casually. It tells me you're easy to pressure. Bad habit. Izuku's face went red. Sorry. Natasha's eyes sharpened. Don't apologize. Learn. Fury clicked a remote. The screen behind him showed Izuku's satellite footage again. The sludge incident, the sprint, the backpack swing. Fury pointed at the moment Izuku ran forward. This right here, Fury said, is what makes you interesting. Izuku stared. Fury turned to face him fully. But instincts aren't enough. So here's the deal. He held up one finger. You're on probation. Second finger. You will train until you can survive. Third finger. You will not tell anyone outside this building where you are. Fourth. You will follow orders. Fifth. And if you quit, you walk away with a cover story and a warning. If you talk, we erase your life from the public record. Izuku's stomach dropped. Erase. Coulson spoke calmly, like he was discussing weather. It means you don't exist on paper anymore. Izuku's hands trembled. Fury watched him closely. Still want purpose, kid. Izuku swallowed hard. This was terrifying. But so was living as a nobody. So was watching people die because the world didn't have enough hands willing to move first. Yes, Izuku said, voice shaking. I want it. Natasha's gaze softened, almost imperceptibly. Fury nodded. Good. He clicked the remote again. A new screen displayed. S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Science and Operations Track. Below it were modules. Close quarters combat. Firearms safety restricted, simulation only. Stealth and infiltration. Cyber intelligence. Linguistics. Threat analysis. Field protocol. First aid and triage. Psychological resistance training. Izuku's eyes widened. This was everything. It wasn't a single dream. It was a whole new life. Coulson handed Izuku a schedule. Izuku's hands shook as he looked at it. 5 o'clock, wake. 5:30, physical conditioning. 7 o'clock, breakfast. 7:30, classroom. 12 o'clock, lunch. 12:30, combat training. 1500, simulation. 1900, study. 2200, lights out. Izuku's throat went dry. When do I, he started. Natasha cut in. Sleep. Sometimes. Coulson added, you'll adapt. Izuku looked up at Fury. What about my school? Fury's eye narrowed. Cover story. Exchange program. Your mother will receive paperwork. She will think you're studying abroad in a private institution. Izuku's chest tightened. She'll worry. Fury's voice stayed flat. She'll worry less than she would at your funeral. Izuku went quiet. Because Fury was right. Again. Fury stepped closer, lowering his voice. One more thing, Midoriya. Quirkless status isn't a handicap here. Izuku blinked. It's an advantage, Fury said. Because you won't rely on power. You'll rely on skill. Natasha's eyes gleamed. And because if you ever do get power. Izuku's skin prickled. Fury finished, you'll know how not to waste it. Izuku didn't understand what that meant yet. But his chest felt tight like the future was pressing closer. Fury stepped back. Romanov. Coulson. He's yours. Coulson nodded. Understood. Natasha smiled again. Small, dangerous. Welcome to the grind, kid, she said. Try not to die. Izuku squeaked. That's not reassuring. Natasha shrugged. You'll get used to it. The body, becoming useful without being strong. The first week nearly broke him. Izuku had always thought he was fit, because he ran a lot and carried heavy books. S.H.I.E.L.D. disagreed. They didn't train for looking good on camera. They trained for surviving worst-case scenarios. His mornings began before sunrise with a blaring alarm and a voice over the intercom. Candidates, up. Izuku would roll out of bed, heart racing, already exhausted, and stumble into the gym with a dozen other recruits, older than him, stronger, confident. And then he'd get destroyed. Push-ups until his arms shook. Sprints until his lungs burned. Weighted carries until his legs felt like jelly. Obstacle courses designed by someone who hated joy. The first time he failed, he expected yelling. Instead, the instructor just marked something on a tablet and said, again. Izuku tried again. He failed again. Again. By day 3, Izuku's body was so sore. He couldn't lift his arms without wincing. He stumbled into the cafeteria and collapsed into a chair. A recruit across from him, tall, blonde, American, raised an eyebrow. "Japan kid," he said. "You look like death." Izuku managed, "Thanks." The guy smirked. "No offense. I mean it as an observation." Izuku poked at his food. The recruit leaned forward. "Why are you here? You don't look like you belong." Izuku's fingers tightened around his fork. Because he'd asked himself that every day so far. Before Izuku could answer, Natasha Romanoff sat down beside him uninvited, stealing an apple from his tray like it was her right. She took a bite, looked at the recruit, and said, "He belongs." The recruit blinked. "Agent Romanoff." Natasha didn't even look at him. "Go eat somewhere else." The recruit didn't argue. He stood up and left. Izuku stared. "Why did you do that?" Natasha chewed calmly. "Because if you let them decide you don't belong, you'll start believing it." Izuku's throat tightened. "I'm failing everything." Natasha glanced at him. "You're not failing. You're learning where your limits are." Izuku frowned. "That feels like failing." Natasha smirked. "That's because you haven't met real failure yet." Izuku swallowed. Natasha leaned closer. "Listen," she said quietly. "The people here, they're trained. They've been training for years. You're a kid who ran at a sludge monster with a backpack." Izuku flinched. Natasha's tone softened slightly. "That's not strength. That's instinct. And instinct can be sharpened." Izuku whispered, "I don't want to be useless." Natasha's eyes locked onto his. "Then stop thinking like a hero fanboy," she said. "Start thinking like an agent." Izuku blinked. "What's the difference?" Natasha took another bite of apple. "Heroes ask, how do I win? Agents ask, how do I make sure everyone goes home?" Izuku stared. Natasha pointed at him with the apple. "You already think that way. That's why Fury picked you." Izuku's eyes burned. Natasha stood up. "Finish eating. Then meet me in training room C." Izuku blinked. "Why?" Natasha's smile turned sharp. "Because today," she said, "we teach you how to fight when you're smaller than everyone else." 3. The mind, hero analysis, becomes a weapon. Training room C was a padded floor with mirrored walls and weapons lockers, empty for now. Natasha tossed Izuku a pair of gloves. He put them on with trembling hands. Natasha circled him slowly, like a predator evaluating prey. "You ever been in a real fight?" she asked. Izuku swallowed. "I've been bullied." Natasha nodded. "That's not a fight. That's target practice." Izuku flinched. Natasha stopped in front of him. "Okay. New lesson. When you're weaker, you don't trade punches. You create angles." Izuku blinked. "Angles." Natasha moved fast, too fast. She stepped into Izuku's space, grabbed his wrist, twisted, and suddenly Izuku was on the floor, face pressed to the mat, arm pinned behind his back. He yelped. "Ow ow ow." Natasha's voice was calm above him. "I didn't punch you. I didn't kick you. I used position." She released him and stepped back. Izuku rolled over, clutching his arm, stunned. Natasha offered a hand to help him up. Like she hadn't just rearranged his entire understanding of reality. Izuku took it. Natasha said, "Again. Again." Izuku squeaked. Natasha smiled. "Welcome to the grind." For hours, she threw him. Not cruelly, efficiently. Every mistake got corrected immediately. Every bad habit got punished by physics. Izuku learned how to fall without breaking ribs, how to shift weight to keep balance, how to use leverage instead of strength, how to escape holds, how to use an opponent's momentum. His body hurt, but his mind lit up. Because this was just like analyzing heroes. Only now, it wasn't theory. It was survival math. At one point, Izuku managed to dodge a grab and slip behind Natasha, hooking his foot the way she'd shown him. He tried to sweep her leg. Natasha shifted, and instead of falling, she pivoted and flipped Izuku again. Izuku landed hard, groaning. That almost worked. Natasha crouched beside him. "Almost doesn't matter." Izuku frowned. "Then how do I make it matter?" Natasha's eyes sharpened. "Predict," she said. Izuku blinked. Natasha pointed at his head. "Your notebooks. Your obsession with patterns. Use it." Izuku's breath caught. Natasha stood. "Try again. But don't react to me. Anticipate me." Izuku got up slowly, wiping sweat from his face. He studied her stance, her center of gravity, the way her shoulders turned a millisecond before she moved. Izuku's mind began mapping it like a diagram. When Natasha lunged again, Izuku moved before her hand reached him. He sidestepped, grabbed her wrist, and pulled, not to overpower, but to redirect. Natasha's momentum carried her forward. Izuku shifted his hips, trying to use leverage. Natasha stopped herself mid-motion, smiling like she'd seen a student finally answer a question right. Then she twisted and pinned Izuku again anyway. But this time, her voice sounded pleased. "Better," she said. Izuku, face in the mat, breathed out shakily. Natasha released him and stood. "You're not strong," she said bluntly. "So you'll become smart enough that strength doesn't matter." Izuku sat up, panting. "I want that." Natasha nodded. "Good. Because next week, we add stealth." Izuku blinked. "Stealth." Natasha's smile turned wicked. "Because if you can't punch a villain, they never see the punch coming." For Coulson's lesson, paperwork can kill you. Combat training wasn't the only grind. After lunch, Izuku went to classrooms. Not the kind with chalkboards and sleepy teachers. These rooms had digital screens, secure terminals, and instructors who spoke like every word mattered. Coulson taught him protocol, how to talk to superiors, how to recognize chains of command, how to file reports that didn't get people killed. Izuku didn't understand that last one until Coulson showed him examples. A case file appeared on the screen. Mission: hostage rescue. Agent report: vague. Result: wrong building raided. Hostages died. Izuku's stomach dropped. Coulson's voice was gentle but firm. Heroes can improvise on instinct. Agencies cannot. Izuku swallowed. "So, paperwork matters." Coulson nodded. "Paperwork is how you make sure your intent becomes results." Izuku stared at the file. Then he pulled out his notebook. Coulson paused, amused. "Still writing?" Izuku nodded. "I'm rebranding." Coulson raised an eyebrow. Izuku flipped the notebook to a clean page and wrote at the top. "Threat Assessment Dossier, Sample." Coulson smiled. "Just a little. I think you'll fit in." Izuku's ears turned red. "Thank you." Coulson leaned back. "Don't thank me. Show me." And so Izuku did. He started turning every lesson into a system. Stealth techniques became checklists. Protocols became flowcharts. Combat moves became diagrams with notes like, Romanov feints left when opponent's guard is high. Quote, escape window, 0.7 seconds after wrist rotation. By the end of the week, instructors began noticing. Not because Izuku was the strongest, but because he was the one who improved fastest. Coulson Revi, EWED one of Izuku's written threat profiles and blinked. "This is detailed," he said. Izuku panicked. "Is it wrong?" Coulson shook his head. "No, it's frighteningly thorough." Izuku blinked. Coulson tapped the paper. "Most recruits summarize. You analyze. That's rare." Izuku swallowed. "I've been doing it for years." Coulson's gaze softened. "Yeah, I can tell." Then Coulson's expression turned serious. "But I need you to understand something, Midoriya." Izuku looked up. Coulson said, "This place doesn't reward hope the way Hero Society does." Izuku's chest tightened. Coulson continued, "Here, you will see the worst parts of people. You will see betrayal. You will see good intentions get used by bad actors." Izuku thought about the heroes hesitating at the sludge incident. He nodded slowly. Coulson's voice stayed gentle. "And in that world," he said, "your biggest strength, your desire to save everyone, can become a weakness." Izuku's throat went dry. "Because I'll take risks." Coulson nodded. "Because you'll trust. Because you'll hesitate to make hard calls." Izuku stared down. Coulson added quietly, "So we're going to teach you to be good without being naive." Izuku whispered, "I want that." Coulson smiled. "Then keep writing. 5-night training, the shadow test." On the 10th day, Izuku thought he was getting used to the schedule. He was wrong. At 2:17 a.m., the alarm blared. "Candidate Midoriya, report to simulation lab." Izuku jolted awake, heart pounding. He stumbled into his boots and ran down the hall half asleep, following the signs until he reached a door labeled Simulation Lab, Level 3. Inside, the room was dark. Only one light was on. Natasha stood there, arms crossed. Coulson was beside her, holding a tablet. Izuku blinked, confused. What's happening? Natasha said, a test. Izuku's stomach dropped. Now. Coulson nodded calmly. Stress environment. Izuku swallowed. What kind of test? Natasha tossed him a small earpiece. Izuku caught it clumsily. Natasha said, put it in. He did. Coulson tapped the tablet. The walls of the simulation lab flickered to life, holographic projections forming a city street. It looked real. Too real. Then Izuku heard screams. Civilians running. A villain's laughter. Izuku's pulse spiked. Natasha's voice came through the earpiece, now sounding distant like she was in another room. Scenario. Hostage situation. Multiple exits. Unknown threat. Coulson's voice joined in. Objective. Resolve with minimal casualties. Izuku's mind went blank. Then, automatically, it filled with patterns. He crouched behind a holographic car, peeking toward the building where the screams came from. A villain stood at the entrance, armed, scanning. Izuku swallowed. He didn't have a quirk. He didn't have weapons. He had training, and fear. Natasha's voice. Clock starts now. Izuku forced himself to breathe. Stealth. Don't be seen. Intel. Observe before action. He moved carefully, staying low, using shadows. He watched the villain's patrol pattern. He counted seconds. He waited for the moment the villain's head turned. Then he sprinted across open space, sliding behind another object before the villain looked back. His heart hammered. The scenario adjusted, like it responded to him. Two more villains appeared. Izuku froze. They're adapting, this isn't scripted. Coulson's voice, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Izuku gritted his teeth. He had to get inside. He scanned the building. A side window was cracked. He moved toward it, careful, silent. He climbed in. Inside, the hologram building was dim and tense. Hostages huddled in a corner. A child crying. A villain holding a weapon, shouting demands. Izuku's breath caught. This felt too real. His brain screamed, this is what happens in real life. People die like this. Izuku's hands trembled. He could rush. He could try to fight. But he was smaller, weaker. So he did what Natasha taught him. He created an angle. He grabbed a loose metal pipe from the floor and threw it, not at the villain's head, but at a stack of boxes behind him. The crash startled the villain. He turned, and Izuku moved. He tackled the villain's legs, using leverage and momentum. They fell. The villain struggled. Izuku twisted the wrist the way Natasha taught him. Pain compliance. The villain dropped the weapon. Izuku kicked it away. Hostages screamed. Izuku shouted, voice shaking, run. The hostages scrambled for the door. The scenario shifted again. A second villain appeared in the hallway, blocking the exit. Izuku froze. He didn't have time. He didn't have strength. So he did something dangerous. He used the earpiece. Coulson, Izuku breathed, I need a distraction. Natasha's voice cut in. You are the distraction. Izuku's stomach dropped. The villain lunged at him. Izuku sidestepped, grabbed the villain's sleeve, pulled him forward, and used his own weight to slam the villain into the wall. Izuku's shoulder screamed, but the villain stumbled. Izuku grabbed the villain's weapon and pointed it, hands shaking. He didn't fire. He couldn't even imagine it. His finger hovered. The villain laughed. You won't do it, kid. Izuku's whole body trembled, and in that moment, he understood Coulson's warning. His desire to save everyone could become weakness. Because hesitating could get people killed. Izuku swallowed hard. He made a choice. He didn't shoot. He slammed the weapon into the villain's hand instead. Pain, disarm, control. The villain screamed, dropping it. Izuku kicked it away. Then he rushed past, dragging the first villain's body as a shield. He shoved the hostages out. The scenario ended abruptly. Lights flickered on. Izuku stood there breathing hard, sweat dripping, hands shaking. Natasha walked in, calm as ever. Coulson followed, looking impressed. Natasha tilted her head. You didn't shoot. Izuku swallowed. I couldn't. Natasha's eyes narrowed. And yet you still won. Izuku blinked. Coulson nodded. You found an alternative. Izuku's voice cracked. But in real life, what if there isn't an alternative? Natasha's expression softened slightly. That's why we train, she said quietly. So when the bad choice is the only choice, you can live with it. Izuku's chest tightened. He whispered, I don't want to become cold. Coulson smiled gently. Good. Don't. Natasha shrugged. Just don't become dead either. Izuku let out a shaky laugh despite himself. Natasha stepped closer, her gaze intense. "You're improving," she said. "Faster than I expected." Izuku's eyes widened. "Really?" Natasha smirked. "Don't let it go to your head. Tomorrow we start infiltration drills." Quote. Izuku groaned. "Tomorrow." Natasha smiled. "Always tomorrow." 6. The file that shouldn't exist. Later that week, Izuku was in the library wing of the facility. It wasn't a library like at school. It was a secure archive of digital terminals with restricted access. Izuku was supposed to be studying languages. He was. Mostly. But his curiosity was dangerous. He saw a terminal left logged in by someone careless, an analyst who walked away for coffee and trusted the wrong room. A file list was open. Most of it was boring: logistics, reports, schedules. Then Izuku saw a folder labeled Anomalies, Classified. Izuku froze. He shouldn't. He knew he shouldn't. But he also knew S.H.I.E.L.D had recruited him because he was an anomaly. His fingers trembled as he clicked. The folder opened. Inside were names. Some familiar. Some not. Maximoff, Wanda, Barton, Clint, Banner, Bruce, Rogers, Steven, Stark, Anthony. Izuku's heart pounded. And then, a name that made his blood run cold. Yagi. Toshinori. All Might. Izuku's breath caught. He clicked before he could stop himself. The file opened, and Izuku saw something he wasn't supposed to see. Medical details. Mission history. Notes about declining capacity. Timestamps. A red warning marker, critical, time-limited operational window. Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might is hurt. Not a bruise. Not a scratch. Something worse. Something hidden behind the smile. Izuku's hands shook. He scrolled further, and saw a second file linked underneath. One for all, unknown energy phenomenon, unconfirmed. Izuku's heart stopped. He stared at the screen like it might explode. Because that phrase, one for all, was something he'd never heard before. But the way it sat there, classified, tied to All Might. It felt like a secret behind the symbol. A secret big enough to change everything. Izuku whispered, "What is this?" Behind him, a voice spoke softly. "You're not cleared for that, kid." Izuku whirled around, panicking. Natasha Romanoff stood in the doorway. Her expression wasn't angry. It was calm, which somehow felt worse. Izuku's throat went dry. I didn't mean, I just." Natasha walked toward him, eyes sharp. She looked at the screen. Then she looked back at Izuku. "I told you," she said quietly. "Curiosity is dangerous." Izuku's hands trembled. All Might, is he dying? Natasha didn't answer immediately. That silence was an answer. Izuku's chest tightened. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Natasha's voice was firm. "Because secrets keep people alive." Izuku's eyes burned. "But he's All Might." Natasha leaned closer, her tone low. "He's a man," she said. "And men bleed." Izuku swallowed, shaking. Natasha's gaze softened just slightly. "You want to help him?" she asked. Izuku nodded violently. "Yes." Quote. Natasha straightened. "Then earn clearance," she said. "Because the next chapter of your life, it's going to involve that secret." Izuku's heart hammered. Natasha tapped the screen, closing the file. Then she deleted the access log like it was nothing. Izuku stared. You can just." Natasha smirked. "I'm Natasha Romanoff." Izuku swallowed. Natasha pointed at him. "If anyone asks, you were studying languages." Izuku nodded rapidly. Natasha turned to leave. Then she paused. Without looking back, she said quietly, "Welcome to the real world, Midoriya." And she walked out. Izuku stared at the blank terminal. His mind was racing. All Might had a secret. S.H.I.E.L.D knew it. And somehow, Izuku was now close enough to it that he could feel its gravity. He pressed his hands to his face. His dream had been simple: become a hero. Now, the world was telling him that even heroes were built on classified truths. Izuku breathed in, shaking. He whispered into the empty room. Like the walls could hear him. "I'm going to get strong. Not strong like Bakugo. Not strong like All Might. Strong in a different way. Strong enough to survive the shadows. Strong enough to protect people even when the truth hurt. Strong enough to earn the right to know what, one for all, meant." Outside the archive room, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to move like a machine. And deep inside that machine, a quirkless kid was being sharpened into something dangerous. Izuku Midoriya stopped dreaming about capes sometime around day 12. Not because he stopped wanting them, because part of him always would, but because S.H.I.E.L.D had a way of grinding fantasies down into facts. Facts like, you wake up when the alarm tells you, not when your body wants. You eat what fuels you, not what you crave. You don't win because you're inspired. You win because you prepared for every ugly possibility. And the biggest fact of all, everything here had a price. The bruises, the exhaustion, the sleepless nights, the constant feeling that someone was always watching. Izuku could live with those. What he couldn't live with was the file he'd seen. Yagi, Toshinori, declining capacity. Time-limited operational window. And beneath it, like a shadow tied to a symbol. One for all, unknown energy phenomenon, unconfirmed. He'd tried to pretend he hadn't read it. He'd tried to go back to studying languages, like Natasha told him. But you couldn't unsee a crack in the world. Not when the crack had All Might's name on it. So Izuku trained harder. He ran longer. He pushed until his lungs screamed. Because if All Might was running out of time, then the world was running out of time too. One safe house week. Rest is another kind of training. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't believe in letting candidates settle. The moment you started feeling comfortable, they changed the environment. Routine creates predictability, Coulson told him as they packed for a transfer. Predictability gets you kidnapped. Izuku blinked. Kidnapped. Coulson smiled politely. It's an example. Natasha, who was zipping a small duffel with the casual speed of someone who could pack an entire life in 90 seconds, added. It's not just an example. Izuku squeaked. They moved him to a safe house outside the main facility, still heavily secured, still under surveillance, but with the atmosphere of a normal apartment building. The kind of place where ordinary people walked dogs and complained about rent. Only this building had reinforced doors, a silent elevator that didn't record on public systems, and 3 different emergency exits that didn't appear on the blueprint. Izuku stepped inside and immediately felt the difference. Here, the air didn't smell like antiseptic. It smelled like coffee. Warm lighting, a couch, a small kitchen, a window where you could see city lights. For the first time in 2 weeks, Izuku felt like he could breathe without a schedule choking him. He set his bag down and turned to Coulson. So this is rest. Coulson adjusted his tie, like he did even in safe houses because he was secretly powered by professionalism. Rest, observation, continued study, and Natasha cut in, dropping her duffel on the table. Ambush drills. Izuku stared. Ambush drills during rest week. Natasha shrugged. You want a sticker that says, good job, too. Izuku Defelelson patted Izuku's shoulder gently. Think of it like adaptive recovery. Natasha smirked. Think of it like you'll be tired when someone tries to kill you, so learn tired. Izuku made a small distressed noise. Natasha ignored it and walked to the window, scanning the street below like she was reading a book. Izuku didn't miss that. Natasha didn't relax, not even for a second. He looked at the safe house again. And suddenly it didn't feel cozy. It felt like a stage designed to look like comfort, while the real show happened in the shadows. Izuku swallowed. He pulled out his notebook and wrote at the top of a page. Safe house notes. Comfort can be camouflage. If it feels normal, assume it's bait. Natasha Romanoff does not blink like a regular person. Natasha glanced over without turning her head fully. If you're writing about my blinking, you're losing the plot. Izuku jumped. Sorry. I wasn't. Natasha turned, eyebrow raised. Don't apologize. Ask better questions. Izuku hesitated. Then his voice came out quiet. As All Might really hurt. The temperature in the room shifted. Coulson's expression tightened slightly, like he'd walked into a conversation he didn't want. Natasha's face didn't change at all. But her eyes sharpened. That's a classified file, she said. Izuku's hands clenched on his notebook. I know. I shouldn't have seen it. But I did, and now it feels like my brain won't stop. Welcome to intelligence work, Natasha said flatly. Izuku looked down. He saved me. He saved Bakugo. He's All Might. Coulson spoke gently. All Might is also Toshinori Yagi. And yes, he's injured. Izuku's throat tightened. Is he dying? Coulson's pause was too long. Natasha answered instead, voice calm, brutal in its honesty. He's running out. Izuku's chest felt like it collapsed inward. How long? Natasha's gaze flicked toward the window. Long enough for the world to pretend it's fine. Izuku swallowed hard. Why doesn't anyone know? Coulson sighed. Because the symbol matters. Izuku's hands shook. But it's lying. Natasha's eyes snapped to his. It's managing panic. Izuku flinched. Natasha walked closer, her voice lowering. You think Hero Society is built on truth? It's built on people believing tomorrow will be safe. Izuku stared at her. Natasha continued. All Might's smile is infrastructure. If it breaks, everything shakes. Izuku whispered. Then what happens when it breaks anyway? Silence. Coulson looked away. Natasha didn't. She held Izuku's gaze like she was testing whether he'd flinch from the answer. Then Natasha said. Then the world needs something else to hold it up. Izuku swallowed. A new symbol. Natasha's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Or a shield, she said. Izuku's heart thudded. He thought of Fury's words from the alley. Sometimes the darkest place is where the shield stands. Izuku looked down at his notebook. He wrote one more line. If the symbol falls, I don't want people to fall with it. That night, Izuku didn't sleep easily. Not because of nightmares. Because of math. Because his brain kept doing calculations it didn't want to do. All Might running out. A world that depended on him. And Izuku, being a kid in a safe house with bruised ribs and a secret he wasn't supposed to carry. He stared at the ceiling and whispered into the dark. What do I do? The universe answered. Just not kindly. Toot the knock that shouldn't happen. It was past midnight when the safe house's silent alarm activated. Izuku didn't hear a siren. He heard a soft click in his earpiece, standard issue, always on. Then Coulson's voice came through. Quiet and sharp. Midoriya, stay in your room, do not move. Izuku sat upright instantly, heart slamming. Natasha's voice followed, lower, like a blade. Someone's at the perimeter. Izuku whispered. Villain. Coulson. Unknown. Natasha. Which is worse? Izuku's mouth went dry. He swung his feet out of bed and, despite Coulson's instruction, moved to the door anyway, silently, carefully. He pressed his ear to it. Nothing. Then, footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Controlled. Not panicked. Not sneaky, either. Like whoever was walking knew they didn't need to hide. Izuku's stomach flipped. The footsteps stopped outside the safe house living room. A pause. Then, a knock. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just 3 taps. Like someone politely asking to be let into a place they absolutely shouldn't know existed. Natasha's voice in his earpiece. Stay put. Izuku's hands shook. Coulson. Romanov, visual. Natasha. I have visual. A beat. Natasha's voice changed. Just slightly. Not fear. Not surprise. Something rarer. Respect. It's him, she said. Coulson went silent. Izuku's breath caught. Him. Natasha answered like it was obvious. All Might. Izuku froze so hard his body forgot how to move. All Might. Was it a S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house? How? Why? What did he? Coulson's voice returned, calm but tense. Director Fury needs to know. Natasha. He already knows. He's on his way. Izuku's chest tightened. He didn't think. He opened his bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. Natasha's glare snapped to him immediately. Midoriya. Izuku whispered, he came for me. Natasha stared at him for a long second. Then she sighed, like a woman who'd accepted that teenagers were disasters no matter what country they came from. Fine, she muttered. But if you do something stupid, I'm throwing you through a wall. Friendly. Izuku squeaked. Friendly. Natasha pointed toward the living room. Stay behind me. Izuku nodded so fast it hurt. They approached the door. Natasha checked the peephole. Then, to Izuku's shock, she unlocked it. The door opened, and the hallway outside suddenly felt too small for the man standing there. All Might filled the space like sunlight forced into concrete. Tall, broad, smiling. But this wasn't a camera smile. This smile looked strained, like it took effort. His eyes landed on Izuku immediately. And for a moment, the world went quiet. Ah, All Might said. Voice warm, careful. Young Midoriya. Izuku's throat closed. He bowed automatically. Then remembered Natasha's warning and stopped halfway like a glitching robot. All Might's smile twitched upward. Still earnest, I see. Izuku's eyes burned. You found me. All Might stepped forward slightly. Natasha shifted, blocking him instantly like a reflex. All Might paused, polite. I understand caution. However, I am not here to cause trouble. Natasha's voice was calm. You're standing in front of a classified safehouse door. All Might's smile didn't falter. I am aware. Izuku whispered. How did you? All Might looked at him, and something softer replaced the heroic brightness. Because I have been looking for you, he said. Izuku's chest tightened hard enough to hurt. All Might continued, voice lowering. After yesterday, after I left you twice, I told myself it was necessary. That there were priorities. His eyes flicked down, just a fraction. And then I realized, that was an excuse. Izuku's hands trembled. All Might's smile faded into something honest. You ran forward when trained heroes hesitated, All Might said. You did it without power. Izuku swallowed. All Might stepped closer again, slow, careful. And then you disappeared. Izuku's throat tightened. I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. All Might's eyes widened slightly. Not shock at the idea. Shock at the confirmation. So it's true, he murmured. Natasha narrowed her eyes. You already knew. All Might exhaled slowly. I suspected. There were signs. He looked at Izuku again. And I feared what it meant. Izuku whispered. What does it mean? He sharpened, like a man making a decision he'd been postponing too long. It means, All Might said quietly, that fate is moving faster than I can. Izuku didn't understand, until All Might's body swayed. Just slightly. Natasha's posture shifted instantly. Izuku stepped forward on instinct. All Might. All Might raised a hand like he could wave the weakness away. I'm fine, he said. But his voice sounded thinner than before. Like he was forcing strength into it. And then the air changed again, like the room itself straightened. A new presence arrived. The elevator behind them opened without a sound. Nick Fury stepped out, coat dark, eye patch gleaming under the hallway light. Coulson followed. Fury looked at All Might. All Might looked at Fury. And for a moment, two worlds stared each other down in a narrow corridor. Hero Society. Spy Society. Symbol. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury broke the silence first. Well, Fury said, voice dry. If it isn't Japan's favorite walking billboard. Izuku's jaw dropped. All Might blinked. Then, surprisingly, he chuckled softly. And you must be Director Fury, he said. I had hoped we wouldn't meet under these circumstances. Fury stepped closer, unbothered. You're in my house. All Might's smile became polite. Then allow me to apologize for the intrusion. Fury's visible eye slid to Izuku. Kid, you tell him where you are. Izuku panicked. And no. I didn't. All Might raised a hand. He didn't. Fury's eyebrow lifted. Then you did a good job finding a ghost. All Might's eyes tightened. Desperation, he said softly. Fury stared for a beat, then nodded once, acknowledgement, not sympathy. Fine, Fury said. Let's talk inside before your presence makes every camera in a 5-block radius start crying. Natasha stepped aside, barely. All Might entered the safe house. And Izuku followed, hard hammering so hard it felt like it might break his ribs again. Because he knew, deep down, that this wasn't a casual visit. All Might hadn't come to say hello. He'd come because he was out of time. Threat the skeleton under the smile. They sat in the safehouse living room like it was a negotiation table. Coulson stood near the kitchen island, tablet in hand. Natasha leaned against the wall, casual, but positioned so she could reach Izuku in half a second. Fury remained standing, because Fury didn't sit, unless he wanted to. All Might sat on the couch. And even sitting, he looked too big for the room. Izuku sat across from him, hands clenched, trying not to vibrate through the floor. All Might looked at Izuku for a long moment. Then he spoke. Midoriya, he said gently, I owe you an apology. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might continued. Not for saving you, because that is my duty, but for leaving you without answers. Twice. Quote. Izuku swallowed hard. You were busy. You had. All Might raised a hand. No. Do not excuse me. His voice was kind but firm. I should have spoken to you, All Might said. Because when you asked to speak, it was not selfish. Izuku's eyes burned. All Might's smile softened. It was brave. Izuku whispered, I just wanted to know if I could be a hero. Silence. All Might's eyes flickered, pain. Memory, something heavy. He exhaled. That question, All Might said, is why I am here. Izuku's heart skipped. Fury's voice cut in. Before you start handing out inspirational speeches, state your purpose. All Might looked at Fury calmly. Very well. He turned back to Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, All Might said, voice lowering, I have a power. Izuku's breath caught. All Might continued. A power that was not born with me, but given to me. Izuku's mind flashed back to the file. One for all. All Might's gaze sharpened. That power can be passed on. Izuku's hands trembled. Passed on. Natasha's eyes narrowed. Coulson's expression went still, attentive. Fury's face didn't change, but the air felt tighter around him. All Might leaned forward slightly. I intended, he said quietly, to offer it to you. Izuku stopped breathing. For a second, his world emptied. No sound. No light. Just those words echoing like a bell. Offer it to you. Izuku's voice cracked. Me. All Might nodded once. Because you moved, All Might said. You moved when you had every reason not to. Izuku's vision blurred. All Might's smile trembled. Because you remind me, he said softly, of the boy I used to be. Fury cleared his throat, unimpressed. Touching. Now explain why you hid this from everyone and why you're saying it in front of my agents. All Might's eyes sharpened slightly. Because secrecy protects it. Fury's eye narrowed. And yet you came to a safe house. All Might's smile faded. Because, he said quietly, I have no time left to be careful. Izuku's stomach dropped. All Might's hand moved to his side. And for a split second, Izuku saw it. Not a heroic gesture. Not a pose. A reflex. Like someone pressing a wound that wouldn't stop hurting. All Might exhaled. And the smile returned, but weaker now. Midoriya, he said, there is something you should see. Izuku swallowed. What? All Might's gaze flicked to Fury. Fury's tone was flat. Quote, if you're about to reveal classified medical information in my safe house, at least do it quickly. All Might chuckled once, short, dry, and then. He stood. Izuku watched, confused, as All Might's shoulders shifted. His posture changed. His chest seemed to deflate. At first Izuku thought it was a trick of the light. Then he heard a wet cough. All Might's hand covered his mouth. And when he pulled it away, Izuku saw a smear of red. Izuku's blood ran cold. All Might smiled weakly. It's all right. Then, in a single breath, his body changed. It wasn't a transformation with flashy light. It was like a disguise dropping. His heroic form shrank, muscle fading, shoulders narrowing. The giant symbol became a thin man, gaunt, pale, eyes tired but still kind. Toshinori Yagi stood in front of them. And Izuku's heart shattered. Because this wasn't All Might with an injury. This was a man who looked like he'd been living on borrowed time. Izuku's voice trembled. Why you're. Toshinori smiled gently. Yes, this is my true form. Izuku's hands shook violently. He remembered the file. Declining capacity. Time-limited operational window. It was real. It was worse than he imagined. Fury didn't look surprised. Natasha didn't move. Coulson's expression softened, sympathy, controlled. Izuku stood up so fast his chair scraped. Why didn't you tell anyone? Why are you still fighting? Toshinori's eyes softened. Because the world needed All Might, he said quietly. Izuku's eyes burned. But you need help. Toshinori chuckled weakly. Perhaps. Then he looked at Izuku, directly, seriously. That is why I came. He said. Izuku swallowed hard. To give me the power. Toshinori nodded. Yes. Fury finally spoke, voice clipped. And you think you can do that without oversight? Toshinori's eyes narrowed slightly. Oversight. Fury stepped forward. You're transferring a high-energy phenomenon to a teenager who is currently under my protection and training. Toshinori's voice tightened. He is not your weapon. Quote. Fury's tone sharpened. And he's not your successor to claim without understanding the consequences. Izuku flinched. This wasn't just emotional. This was politics. Natasha watched like she'd seen arguments like this end in blood. Coulson spoke calmly. Director, Toshinori. Toshinori looked at Izuku again, voice softer. Midoriya, this is your choice. Izuku's throat tightened. My choice. Toshinori nodded. If you do not want this, I will not force it. Izuku's mind Public hero life. And now, a quirk. A real quirk. The thing he'd been told he could never have. His dream. Handed to him like a miracle. And yet, he looked at Toshinori's thin body. At the blood. At the tired eyes. This wasn't just a gift. It was a burden. A torch that burned the hand holding it. Izuku whispered, "If I take it, what happens to you?" Toshinori smiled faintly. "I will become, only a man." Izuku's chest hurt. He looked at Fury. At Natasha. At Coulson. At the safe house. This shadow world that asked him to trade innocence for results. Then he looked back at Toshinori Yagi. And he realized something terrifying. He didn't want the power for glory. He wanted it back. He was scared of what would happen without it. He wanted it because people would die. He swallowed hard. "I'll take it," Izuku said. Toshinori's eyes widened slightly, relief, pride, sadness, all at once. Fury exhaled slowly. "Of course you will." Izuku flinched. Fury's eye narrowed. "But you take it under S.H.I.E.L.D. containment." Toshinori's voice hardened. "Containment." Fury stepped closer, voice steel. "You want to pass on a weapon-grade phenomenon. Fine. But it doesn't become a public spectacle. It becomes classified." Izuku's heart pounded. Toshinori's jaw tightened. "Midoriya deserves a hero's path." Fury's tone sharpened. "Midoriya deserves to live long enough to choose a path at all." Silence. Izuku's hands shook. And then, quietly, Izuku spoke. "I want both." Everyone looked at him. Izuku swallowed. "I want to save people like a hero. But I also don't want to be blind. I don't want to be naive." He looked at Toshinori. "I still admire you." Then he looked at Fury. "And I understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. exists." His voice trembled, but he forced it steady. "So, I'll learn it your way," Izuku said to Fury. "But I won't let it erase who I am." Fury stared at him. For a long moment, Fury didn't speak. Then, finally, he nodded once. "Fine," Fury said. "We do it our way." Toshinori looked at Izuku, voice soft again. Then, he said, "Let us begin." 4. Eat this. The least heroic transfer ever. They moved to the safehouse rooftop. Tokyo's night lights glittered like 1,000 tiny cameras. The air was cold and clean up there, the kind of cold that makes your lungs feel awake. Toshinori stood near the edge, wind tugging at his hair. He looked smaller in this form, but somehow, more real. Izuku stood in front of him, hands shaking. Natasha leaned against a rooftop access door, arms crossed. Pretending she wasn't emotionally invested. Coulson stood by a medical kit, already prepared. Fury stood with his hands in his coat pockets like he was supervising a business transaction. Toshinori smiled faintly. "Midoriya, the power is called One for All." Izuku swallowed. "One for All." Toshinori nodded. "It is, a stockpiling power. It grows as it is passed from one user to the next." Izuku's eyes widened. "So it gets stronger every time." "Yes," Toshinori said gently. "Which is why you must understand the risk." Izuku's throat tightened. "My body." Toshinori nodded. "If your body cannot handle it, it will break." Izuku flinched. Natasha muttered, cheerful. Toshinori chuckled softly. "I am being honest." Izuku swallowed hard. "How do we transfer it?" Toshinori paused. His expression became strangely awkward. Like even he knew what was coming. "By ingesting my DNA," Toshinori said. Izuku blinked. "Your DNA?" "Yes," Toshinori said, then reached up. And plucked a single hair from his head. Izuku stared at the hair in Toshinori's fingers like it was a bomb. Fury's voice was dry. "Don't overthink it, kid." Izuku squeaked, "How am I not supposed to overthink eating hair?" Natasha nodded seriously. "He's right. It's gross." Coulson tried to help. "It's symbolic." Izuku looked at Coulson like he'd betrayed him. "Symbolic doesn't make it less hair." Toshinori smiled gently. "I apologize." Izuku swallowed hard, eyes watering from stress. "This is the least heroic thing that has ever happened to me." Natasha smirked. "You tackled sludge with a backpack. That's still number one." Izuku groaned. Toshinori held the hair out. "Midoriya, are you ready?" Izuku stared at it, took a deep breath, and nodded. "I'm ready," Izuku whispered. He took the hair with trembling fingers. He looked at it one last time like it might start moving. Then he, very quickly, stuck it in his mouth and swallowed before his brain could object. Izuku gagged slightly. Ah. Natasha clapped once, deadpan. Congratulations. You ate a man's hair. Izuku made a distressed sound. Why did you say it like that? Coulson covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. Fury rolled his eye. Focus. Toshinori watched Izuku carefully. At first, nothing happened. Izuku wiped his mouth, breathing hard. I don't feel. Then his chest ignited. Not pain at first. Heat. Like a furnace turning on inside him. Izuku's eyes widened. Toshinori. Toshinori's expression sharpened. It has begun. Izuku's body trembled. He grabbed the rooftop railing to stay upright. His veins felt like they were filling with lightning. A roaring sound filled his ears. His heart pounded like it was trying to punch out of his ribs. Izuku gasped, It's too much. Coulson stepped forward, alarmed. Midoriya. Fury barked. Medical, now. Natasha was already moving. Izuku's vision blurred. For a split second, he saw something impossible. A line of shadows behind Toshinori. Not people. Not exactly. Silhouettes. Shapes watching him. One of them leaned forward, and Izuku felt a presence like an old storm. A voice, distant, layered with time. So, it's you. Izuku's breath caught. Then the world snapped back. Energy surged through him like a tidal wave. Izuku screamed, half shock, half fear, and his body arched like a wire hit with too much current. The rooftop lights flickered. The safe house security system howled to life below. In the hallway, alarms began screaming. Not a siren. A system-wide alert. Anomalous energy spike detected. Level 7 protocol engaged. Fury's eye widened slightly. Of course, he muttered. Of course it trips level 7. Izuku's knees gave out. Natasha caught him before his head hit concrete. Izuku's body was shaking violently. His skin looked brighter. Like something was trying to shine out through it. Toshinori stepped forward, horror and guilt mixing in his eyes. Midoriya. Izuku whispered, voice ragged, it hurts. Coulson was already kneeling, checking pulse. Trying to keep Izuku's airway clear. His heart rate is spiking, Coulson said urgently. Director. Fury snapped, get him downstairs. Full lockdown. Natasha lifted Izuku like he weighed nothing. She didn't run, she moved with controlled speed, because panic made mistakes. Izuku's consciousness slipped like wet hands losing grip. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was Toshinori Yagi. Standing on the rooftop, thin and shaking. Looking like a man who had just handed someone else his entire life. And whispering, barely audible over the alarms. Please, be strong. 5. The scan. This isn't a quirk. Izuku woke up to white light and a steady beep. For a second, he thought he was in a hospital. Then he smelled antiseptic and metal again and remembered. S.H.I.E.L.D. He tried to sit up. His body said no. He looked down. Wires. Monitors. An IV. And his arms, covered in sensor patches like he was a science project. Panic rose. Izuku rasped, where? Coulson's voice came from the side. Easy. Don't move. Izuku turned his head. Coulson sat in a chair, tablet in hand, looking exhausted but relieved. See Coulson, Izuku croaked. Did I die? Coulson smiled faintly. Not yellow. It came out like a wheeze. Then his memory hit him like a truck. All Might. Toshinori. Hair. Fire in his chest. Izuku's eyes widened. One for all, did it work? Coulson's expression turned serious. Yes. Izuku swallowed. Then why am I? The door opened. Nick Fury walked in. Behind him, Natasha Romanoff. And behind her, a group of medical staff in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, carrying data tablets and looking like they'd just watched physics break. Fury looked at Izuku like he was a problem he couldn't solve with sarcasm. Kid, Fury said, you lit up our systems like a nuclear launch. Izuku's throat tightened. Sorry. Fury's eye narrowed. Stop apologizing. Izuku flinched. One of the doctors stepped forward, clearing their throat nervously. Director, we completed the scans. Fury gestured. Talk. The doctor looked at Izuku, then back to Fury. It's not a standard quirk signature. Izuku blinked. What? Natasha's eyes sharpened. Coulson leaned forward. The doctor continued, voice careful. Quirks typically present with a biological factor, genetic markers, neurological pathways, cellular mutation patterns. Fury's tone was flat. And this? The doctor swallowed. This looks like an external energy reservoir integrated into the subject's physiology. Izuku's stomach dropped. External, Coulson murmured, like an implanted power source. Natasha said quietly, or a weapon. Izuku's chest tightened. Fury stared at the doctor. Give me the risk. The doctor hesitated. If he attempts full output without proper conditioning, his skeletal and muscular system could suffer catastrophic failure. Izuku's throat went dry. He'd known it would break him. Hearing it from a S.H.I.E.L.D. doctor made it sound less like training risk, and more like death probability. Fury looked at Izuku. You hear that, kid? Izuku nodded shakily. Fury's voice hardened. Then here's what's happening. He turned to Coulson. Containment and mastery program. Effective immediately. Coulson nodded. Yes, director. Izuku blinked. Containment. Fury stepped closer to Izuku's bed. You're not going to UA, Fury said. Izuku's heart lurched. What? But. Fury cut him off. You just received a phenomenon that could shatter buildings. You don't go to a public school full of cameras and politics. Izuku's voice cracked. But my dream. Fury's eye narrowed. Your dream is irrelevant if you're dead. Izuku swallowed hard, tears burning. Natasha's gaze softened slightly, but she didn't intervene. Coulson spoke gently. Midoriya, this doesn't mean you'll never be a hero. It means we control the variables. Izuku's hands trembled. So I'm contained. Fury's tone was sharp. You're protected. Izuku whispered, like an asset. Fury didn't deny it. That silence hurt. Toshinori's words echoed in Izuku's head. He is not your weapon. Izuku looked at Fury, voice shaking but stubborn. I'm not a weapon, Izuku said. Fury stared at him. Then, slowly, Fury leaned in. Close enough that Izuku could feel the weight of his presence. You're right, Fury said quietly. You're not a weapon. Izuku's eyes burned. Fury continued, voice low. You're a kid with a big heart and the worst luck I've ever seen. Natasha smirked faintly. Fury's eye stayed on Izuku. Which is why if I don't lock this down, someone else will. And they won't care what you are. Izuku swallowed hard. Fury straightened. From now on, Fury said, One for All is classified as a Class A level secret under S.H.I.E.L.D. jurisdiction. Izuku's chest tightened. Coulson added calmly, only person L with level 7 clearance or higher will have access to details. Natasha's voice was blunt. Which means you don't run your mouth. Izuku nodded shakily. I won't. Fury pointed a finger at Izuku. You train. You master it. You survive. Izuku whispered, and Toshinori. Fury's expression tightened. He leaves alive. That's the deal. Izuku's throat tightened. I want to see him. Fury's eye narrowed. When you're stable. Izuku clenched his fists beneath the blanket. I need him, Izuku said, voice raw. He's my mentor. He trusted me with this. Fury stared at him for a long moment. Then Fury turned slightly. Romanov. Natasha straightened. Yeah. Fury nodded toward Izuku. If he tries anything stupid while recovering, sedate him. Izuku squeaked. What? Natasha said, dead serious, I already have the syringe vibe. Coulson coughed, trying not to laugh. Fury looked back at Izuku, tone softer than before. Kid, Fury said, you just inherited a storm. Izuku's eyes burned. Fury's voice was quiet. We're going to teach you how to hold it without drowning. Izuku swallowed hard. And somewhere deep inside his chest, he felt it. Not pain this time. Presence. A power that wasn't his, but now lived in him like a second heartbeat. Izuku whispered, okay. Fury nodded once. Good, Fury said. Because tomorrow we start from zero. Izuku blinked. Tomorrow. Natasha smiled faintly. Always tomorrow. Fury turned to leave. At the door, he paused without looking back. Oh, Fury added, casually cruel, and Midoriya. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Fury's voice was dry. Next time someone offers you power, try not to set off my building. Then he walked out. Natasha followed, shaking her head like she couldn't believe her life. Coulson stayed. He looked at Izuku gently. You did the brave thing, Coulson said. Izuku whispered, it doesn't feel brave. Coulson nodded. It rarely does. Izuku stared at the ceiling, eyes burning. He thought about UA. He thought about his mom, believing he was studying abroad. He thought about Toshinori, All Might, bleeding in a hallway and still smiling. He thought about the silhouettes he'd seen in that half second of darkness. And he realized, His life had split again. Not into quirkless and quirked, but into something sharper. Public hope and private truth. Izuku closed his eyes, and in the quiet, he made a promise to himself. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to treat him like a secret, then he would become the kind of secret that saved people anyway. Even if nobody ever cheered. The first time Izuku felt one for all without pain, He was standing barefoot on a reinforced training floor, wearing a compression suit covered in little sensor dots that made him look like he'd lost a fight to a pack of stickers. Natasha Romanoff stood across from him, arms crossed. Coulson stood to the side with a tablet. And Nick Fury watched from behind a one-way glass wall like a man observing a weather system that might decide to become a hurricane. Izuku inhaled slowly. He focused on his breathing. On the heat in his chest. On the idea that power wasn't a punch. It was a current. 3%, Coulson said calmly. That's the target. No more. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying. Quote. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Try quieter. Izuku squeaked. Sorry. Natasha's look sharpened. Izuku snapped his mouth shut like it was a reflex he needed to unlearn. He squeezed his fists. Then he let the power move. It didn't explode this time. It didn't rip through him like a tidal wave. It slid through his muscles like electricity through a wire, stronger than anything his body had ever held. But controlled. Izuku's eyes widened. For the first time, it didn't hurt. It felt like possibility. His body hummed. His senses sharpened. He took one step forward, and the floor didn't crack. His knee didn't pop. His arm didn't scream. He was just stronger. Natasha nodded once, satisfied. Good. Now move like you're not auditioning for a hero commercial. Izuku blinked. I'm not. Natasha lunged. Izuku, sidestepping, pivoting, trying to apply leverage like she taught him. But now, with one for all threaded through his legs, he moved faster. His footwork wasn't graceful yet, but it was sharper. Clean. A half step ahead. Natasha's hand reached for his wrist. Izuku slipped under it, spun behind her, and stopped himself before he collided with her back. He froze, breathing hard. Natasha paused, then smirked like she'd just seen a kid solve a puzzle. Cute, she said. You didn't crash. Izuku's face flushed. I was trying not to. Natasha flicked his forehead lightly. Don't talk. Reset. Izuku exhaled, resetting his stance. Behind the glass, Fury finally spoke. Good, Fury said, voice muffled through the intercom. Now do it again until it looks boring. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Boring. Coulson smiled gently. Boring means controlled. Natasha's voice was dry. Boring means you don't die. Izuku swallowed and nodded. He did it again, and again, and again, until the power stopped feeling like a miracle, and started feeling like responsibility. That was the day Fury decided Izuku was ready for a field mission. Not because Izuku could punch through walls. Because the world was about to punch through S.H.I.E.L.D. And someone needed to see it coming. 1. Transfer to the Triskelion. Izuku expected the safe house to be temporary. He didn't. Expect the next step to involve an international flight on a plane that didn't exist in public records. Coulson explained it like he was reading a grocery list. The Triskelion is S.H.I.E.L.D's main hub in Washington, D.C. Izuku's eyes widened. The Triskelion, like in the footage. Natasha tossed him a passport. New name. New birthday. Don't lose it. Izuku panicked. I have a new birthday. Natasha shrugged. Congratulations. You're younger now. Coulson added. Cover identity. Exchange student. Private security internship. Izuku stared. That sounds suspicious. Fury walked past them with a coffee like it was a weapon. Everything we do is suspicious. That's the job. Izuku swallowed and clutched the passport like it might bite him. The flight was silent, efficient, and weirdly calm, until the Triskelion appeared. It didn't look like a building. It looked like a statement. A massive triangular structure rising from the city like someone had decided geometry should be intimidating. Izuku pressed his face near the car window as they approached. This is real, he whispered. Natasha didn't look impressed. It's concrete. Try not to get emotionally attached. Coulson smiled. Ignore her. Everyone gets that feeling the first time. Izuku's heart hammered. Because this wasn't hero society. This wasn't UA with banners and smiling teachers and a campus built to inspire. This was power in its purest form. Quiet. Massive. Watching. Inside, the Triskelion was a hive. Agents moved in clean lines. Security doors scanned, clicked, locked, opened. Screens displayed global maps, threat feeds, personnel movement. Izuku walked behind Coulson, trying not to stare too hard and look like a tourist. He failed immediately. He saw a man in a lab coat wheeling a container labeled Biohazard and almost tripped over his own feet. Natasha caught the back of his collar casually. Eyes forward. Izuku squeaked, "Sorry." Natasha muttered, "If you say sorry one more time I'm going to start charging you." Coulson leaned closer and whispered, "She's joking." Natasha whispered back, "I'm not." Izuku made a small distressed noise and focused on walking. They took him to a secured wing labeled Containment and Mastery, Level 7 Access Only. Fury stood at the entrance, arms crossed. He pointed at Izuku like he was assigning a task, not a life. From this moment, Fury said, "You do not exist outside this floor." Izuku swallowed. "So I'm trapped." Fury's eye narrowed. "You're protected." Izuku nodded, but the word tasted bitter. He thought of his mother, believing he was studying abroad. He thought of UA. His crumpled application still tucked in his belongings back in Japan. He thought of Toshinori, thin and bleeding, trusting him with the storm. Izuku's fingers clenched. He could handle being hidden. What he couldn't handle was being hidden while the world burned. Fury turned to Coulson. "Brief him." Coulson nodded. "Yes, Director." Natasha pushed off the wall and looked at Izuku. "Welcome to the center of the spiderweb," she said. "Try not to panic when you realize you're a fly." Izuku stared. "That's not comforting." Natasha smirked. "Good. Comfort is how you die." The first crack. The mission didn't start with explosions. It started with a file. Coulson brought Izuku into an intelligence room lined with monitors. On the center screen was a personnel list. Names. Photos. Assignments. Coulson tapped the tablet and said, "We're running an internal integrity sweep." Izuku blinked. "Because of me?" Coulson hesitated. "Not exactly." Natasha leaned against a desk. "Because something stinks." Izuku's stomach tightened. Coulson pulled up a new screen. Project Insight, Pre-Launch Security Review. Izuku frowned. "What's Project Insight?" Coulson's expression turned careful, professional. "Global Threat Prevention System. Helicarriers, satellite targeting, predictive algorithms." Izuku stared. "Predictive, like it decides threats before they happen." Natasha's eyes narrowed. "It decides who dies before they do anything." Izuku flinched. That sounds like something that can be abused," Coulson finished softly. Izuku's mind raced. Hero Society had rules, licenses, public accountability. S.H.I.E.L.D had power. And power without sunlight was always at risk of rot. Coulson pointed at the personnel list again. "We've had data anomalies," he said. "Small at first. Personnel files accessed without authorization. Mission logs altered. Equipment going missing and returning." Izuku swallowed. "So, there's a leak." Natasha's voice was flat. "There's a cancer." Izuku's chest tightened. Coulson leaned closer. "Izuku, you're good at patterns. Director Fury wants you to do what you do best." Izuku hesitated. "Analyze." Natasha smirked. "Threat assessment dossiers. The creepy notebook thing." Izuku squeaked, "It's not creepy." Natasha's smile widened. "Sure." Coulson slid a folder toward Izuku. Inside were profiles, agents, consultants, outside partners. Some were S.H.I.E.L.D. Some were heroes. International hero liaisons. Security partnerships. Licensed, pro-heroes, attached to global incident response. Izuku's eyes widened. Heroes work with S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson nodded. "In this world, threats cross borders. So do alliances." Izuku stared at one name, an American hero consultant with a flashy brand and a history of media appearances. Then another, an analyst with an impressive service record. Then a third, someone who'd been near multiple, unrelated, incidents. Izuku's skin prickled. Patterns began forming in his head like spiderwebs. He flipped to a clean page in his notebook and wrote, "Operation Winter Soldier, Internal Threat Profiles." Coulson blinked. "Winter Soldier." Natasha's eyes sharpened. "That's not public." Izuku froze. I thought." Natasha stared at him for a beat, then exhaled through her nose. "Kids got instincts," she muttered. Coulson's voice stayed calm. "Why that name, Izuku?" Izuku swallowed. Because, it feels like something hidden inside us. Something cold. Something trained. Natasha's expression flickered, fast, unreadable. Then she said, keep writing. Izuku nodded shakily and began. He did what he always did. He looked for the smallest details no one else bothered to connect. Who accessed which files, and when? Who was on which floor during anomalies? ECORDS that didn't match mission logs. Who had sudden financial changes? Who used hero licensing and public events as cover for quiet meetings? Hours passed, then days. Izuku barely noticed time anymore. He ate when told, slept in short bursts, woke up with his pen still in his hand. The more he looked, the worse it got. This wasn't one leak. It was layered, planned, buried so deep that normal audits slid right over it. Izuku brought one dossier to Coulson late one night. His voice was small. I think there's a pattern in the promotions. Coulson looked up, tired. Promotions. Izuku pointed at the data. The people who get fast-tracked, they're in key positions for Project Insight access. Natasha leaned over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. Izuku continued, faster now. And the ones who question it. Their assignments shift. Their records get flagged. They get reassigned. Coulson's face tightened. Natasha's voice turned cold. That's not bureaucratic coincidence. Izuku's throat tightened. It's infiltration. Coulson exhaled slowly. Yeah. Izuku whispered, how long? Natasha didn't answer. Coulson did. Decades, he said quietly. Izuku felt the floor tilt. Decades. That meant, before he was born. Before All Might became a symbol. Before Hero Society got comfortable. Izuku's hands trembled. If it's that deep, Izuku whispered, how do we fight it? Natasha's eyes locked onto his. We cut it out, she said. And if it fights back? Izuku asked. Natasha's smile was sharp and joyless. Then it bleeds. 3. Fury falls and the world stops smiling. It happened on an ordinary morning. That was the cruel part. Izuku was in the containment wing gym doing controlled movement drills at 3%, learning how to walk with power instead of exploding like a firework. Coulson was in the control room. Natasha was somewhere else. Fury was supposed to be in a secure meeting. And then every screen on the floor flashed red. Alert. Director Fury, compromised. Izuku froze. Coulson's voice snapped through the intercom. Midoriya, stay put. Do you hear me? Stay put. Izuku's heart hammered. He should have stayed. He knew he should have stayed. But his body moved before permission. He sprinted into the hallway. Boots slamming against the floor. He followed the chaos to a secure garage area. Agents were rushing. Doors were slamming. Someone yelled for medical. Izuku shoved through bodies until he saw it. A black SUV. Riddled with holes. Smoke. Glass shattered. And Nick Fury, blood on his collar, eye patch still intact, being hauled out by Agent Maria Hill. Fury's face was pale, but his eyes were still sharp. He looked up. His gaze landed on Izuku. Even injured, Fury looked irritated. Kid, Fury rasped. Didn't I tell you to stay on your floor? Izuku's throat tightened. You're hurt. Fury coughed, then grimaced like his ribs hated him. Nice observation. Hill snapped, move. We need him upstairs. Izuku stepped forward without thinking, reaching out like he could help. Hill's eyes flicked to him. Who is that? Coulson arrived, breathless. Probationary candidate. Clearance level 7. Hill's eyes widened slightly. That's not a thing. Coulson's voice was tight. It is today. Fury grabbed Hill's sleeve weakly. No medbay. No official channels. Hill frowned. Director. Fury's voice was low and dangerous even with blood in his throat. They're inside, Fury said. Izuku's stomach dropped. Natasha appeared out of nowhere, literally, like she materialized from shadow. Her eyes scanned Fury, then the SUV, then the agents around them. Her expression turned lethal. Which route? She asked. Fury's lips twitched. Romanov. Still dramatic. Natasha didn't smile. Which route? Fury's eye narrowed. Tunnel B. Abandoned access. 2 minutes. Natasha nodded once and grabbed Coulson's arm. We move now. Hill hesitated. Natasha's gaze cut to her. You want him alive. You follow. Hill looked at Fury, then at the chaos. Then she swore under her breath and nodded. They moved Fury through a service corridor. Izuku followed, heart hammering, trying not to get in the way. Coulson glanced back at him once, eyes warning. Izuku whispered, "I can help." Coulson's voice was soft but sharp. "Help by not dying." Izuku swallowed and kept moving. They reached a hidden elevator. Hill punched in a sequence. The elevator opened to a dim tunnel, unfinished concrete, exposed pipes, emergency lights flickering. It smelled like dust and old water. They carried Fury deeper. Then, halfway through, a sound echoed behind them. Metal footsteps. Heavy. Not rushed. Like someone walking with certainty. Natasha's head snapped up. Hill's hand went to her weapon. Coulson froze. Izuku felt the hair on his arms rise. A figure emerged from the darkness. Black tactical gear. A mask. A metal arm reflecting the emergency light like a blade. And eyes that looked empty, but focused. Natasha whispered, very softly. "Oh no." Hill's voice trembled. "Who is that?" Coulson's face went pale. "Winter Soldier." Coulson breathed. Izuku's stomach dropped. His notebook name wasn't just a metaphor. It was real. The assassin took one step forward. Then another. His weapon lifted. Natasha hugged Hill sideways and moved fast, too fast for Izuku to track. Gunfire cracked through the tunnel. Concrete dust exploded. Hill dragged Fury behind a pillar. Coulson grabbed Izuku's shoulder and yanked him back. Down. Izuku hit the floor, heart screaming. The Winter Soldier advanced like bullets were rain. Natasha countered, weaving, firing, closing distance. Izuku's brain went into overdrive. He doesn't flinch. He's not aiming to kill everyone, he's aiming for Fury. Izuku's eyes widened. This wasn't random. This was a surgical strike. And if it was this precise, then the leak wasn't just data. It was death. Natasha lunged at the Winter Soldier, trying to disarm him. He caught her wrist. She twisted. He didn't give. He shoved her back with brute force. Natasha skidded, boots scraping. For the first time, Izuku saw it. Natasha Romanoff, who made everyone else look slow, was being pushed back. Coulson grabbed Izuku's collar again. "Stay behind cover." Izuku's hands trembled. Fury coughed behind the pillar, voice rough. "Kid, don't you." The Winter Soldier's weapon shifted, aiming around cover. Izuku saw the angle. He saw the line. He saw where the bullet would go. And something inside him moved. Not a voice. Not a power. A decision. Izuku surged forward before he could stop himself. Coulson shouted, "Midoriya." Izuku hit 3% and moved. He didn't try to punch. He didn't try to be flashy. He grabbed a metal service cart nearby and slammed it into the line of fire like a shield. Gunshots hit the cart with sparks. The impact knocked Izuku backward. Pain exploded through his arms. But the bullets didn't hit Fury. Natasha's eyes flicked to Izuku, surprise, then approval. "Good," she snapped. "Now stay alive." The Winter Soldier turned his head. For the first time, his attention shifted away from Fury. To Izuku. Izuku's blood ran cold. Those eyes locked onto him like a target was being labeled. The Winter Soldier stepped toward him. Izuku's throat tightened. He felt small again, like in the sludge alley. Only this time, there was no symbol. Just shadows. Then a new voice cut through the tunnel. A voice Izuku recognized from broadcasts, from footage, from the feel of it. Strong. Calm. "This ends now." A red-white-blue blur dropped into the tunnel like a human shield. Captain America. Steve Rogers landed between the Winter Soldier and Izuku, shield raised. Izuku's breath caught. He'd seen heroes. He'd seen All Might. But seeing Captain America in person was different. Cap didn't radiate celebrity. He radiated certainty. Cap glanced back second. His eyes weren't judging. They were steady. "Get them out," Cap said. Izuku nodded automatically even though no one had ordered him. Natasha grabbed Fury. "Move." Coulson hauled Izuku backward. Hill covered them. Cap faced the Winter Soldier alone. The assassin lunged. Cap met him head-on. Metal arm collided with vibranium shield. The sound rang through the tunnel like a bell. Izuku watched, stunned, as Cap fought. No flashy energy blasts. No lasers. Just skill. Precision. Determination. The Winter Soldier was brutal. Cap was stubborn. They clashed like two philosophies. Kill the target. Protect the people. Izuku's chest tightened. Because Cap wasn't fighting for glory. He was fighting because he refused to let someone die behind him. They retreated deeper into the tunnel. Finally, an exit hatch. Natasha slammed it open. They spilled into an abandoned maintenance room. Coulson shoved Izuku behind a wall again. Fury coughed, grimacing, but his eye was still sharp. Cap appeared a second later, breathing hard, shield raised. The Winter Soldier didn't follow. He stopped at the tunnel entrance like his mission had shifted. He stared at Cap. Then, coldly, he disappeared back into shadow. The silence after was almost worse. Izuku's hands trembled. Hill exhaled shakily. That thing is real. Natasha wiped blood from her lip, eyes burning. Yeah. Coulson looked at Fury. Director, we need a secure location now. Fury nodded once. Weak but furious. We're burned. Izuku whispered, they were trying to kill you. Fury's eye narrowed. No kidding. Izuku swallowed hard. Why? Fury stared at him like the answer was a blade. Because I started asking the wrong questions, Fury said. Izuku's chest tightened. Operation Winter Soldier, Natasha muttered. Izuku looked up sharply. Natasha's gaze met his. This is what you were sniffing out, she said. You just didn't know what it looked like when it bit back. Fort Steve Rogers, the moral North Star. They moved to another safe house, one even quieter, even more anonymous. A place that looked like nothing. Because, nothing, was the safest disguise. Fury was patched up by an off-books medic. Hill stood guard. Coulson checked comms. Natasha sighed near the window like she was waiting for the darkness to move wrong. Izuku sat on the edge of a couch, shaking. He wasn't sure if he was terrified. Or angry. Because he'd spent his whole life believing heroes were the system that kept people safe. And now he'd watched the system try to assassinate its own director. Cap walked into the room like he'd been invited by fate, not a door. He looked tired. Not physically, he looked like he'd been carrying disappointment for a long time. His eyes landed on Izuku. Who's the kid? Cap asked. Natasha said, problem. Coulson said, acid. Fury rasped, annoying. Izuku squeaked. I'm right here. Cap's mouth twitched. You were in that tunnel. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Cap held up a hand gently. Don't, sir, me. Izuku froze. Because that sounded familiar. Fury glared from the bed. Don't steal my gimmick, Rogers. Cap ignored Fury completely and walked closer to Izuku. How old are you? Cap asked. Izuku hesitated, remembering the fake birthday. Then decided honesty mattered more here. 14, Izuku admitted. Cap's eyebrows shot up. 14. Natasha muttered, yeah. Fury collects strays. Fury snapped, I heard that. Cap looked at Izuku again, voice firm. You shouldn't be in a firefight. Izuku's throat tightened. I didn't want to be. Cap's gaze softened slightly. Then why were you there? Izuku swallowed. He thought about the sludge villain. About Bakugo. About All Might leaving. About Fury offering purpose. About the tunnel. About the choice to move. Izuku whispered, because people were going to die. Cap stared at him for a long beat. Then he nodded once. Not approval like a coach. Approval like a man recognizing himself. I get that, Cap said quietly. Izuku's eyes burned. I'm not strong like you. Cap's voice was calm. Strength isn't the first thing that matters. Izuku blinked. Cap continued, the first thing that matters is whether you'll stand up when it's scary. Izuku's throat tightened. Cap's eyes held his. You did. Izuku whispered, I didn't even know what I was doing. Cap's mouth twitched. None of us did at first. Izuku swallowed, voice shaking. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. bad? Cap's expression tightened. He glanced toward Fury. Fury stared back like he'd been waiting for that question. Cap answered carefully. S.H.I.E.L.D. was built to protect, Cap said. But something inside it is trying to turn protection into control. Izuku whispered, like Project Insight. Natasha's eyes sharpened. Coulson's head snapped toward Izuku. You know about Insight. Izuku froze. I heard. Fury rasped, he's level 7. He's supposed to know what he needs. Natasha muttered, and he knows too much anyway. Cap's jaw tightened. Insight is wrong. Fury's eye narrowed. Insight is a tool. Cap's voice hardened. A tool that kills people before they commit crimes. Fury snapped, a tool that prevents disasters. Cap's tone didn't waver. At the cost of freedom. Silence dropped. Izuku felt his chest tighten. This was the dilemma. The thing he'd felt since entering S.H.I.E.L.D. Heroes protected in sunlight. S.H.I.E.L.D. protected in shadows. But shadows could blur into something else. Izuku looked at Cap. Then at Fury. Then at Natasha and Coulson. He whispered, "What do we do?" Cap looked at him like the answer was painful but simple. "We tell the truth," Cap said. Fury scoffed weakly. "Truth gets people killed." Cap's eyes sharpened. "Lies get countries enslaved." Fury stared at Cap. Cap stared back. Izuku felt like he was watching two kinds of protection collide. Then Fury looked away first, coughing. "Fine," Fury rasped. "We do it your way. This once." Natasha muttered, "This is going to be messy." Coulson's voice was soft. "It already is." Cap looked at Izuku again. "You're not a soldier," Cap said. "But you're here now." Izuku swallowed. "Yes." Cap's eyes were steady. "Then choose what kind of person you'll be when things get ugly." Izuku's hands clenched. He thought of All Might's smile. He thought of Toshinori's blood. He thought of the Winter Soldier's empty eyes. He thought of the heroes hesitating. And he thought of the shield. "I choose to protect," Izuku said quietly. "But not by becoming the thing I'm afraid of." Cap's mouth twitched into a small, genuine smile. "Good," Cap said. "Hold on to that." Izuku's eyes burned. Because in the middle of all this paranoia and betrayal, Captain America felt like a lighthouse. Not bright like a symbol. Steady like a North Star. 5. The deduction. The next 48 hours were chaos. Fury ordered all official channels treated as compromised. Coulson and Hill ran communications through dead drops and analog backups. Natasha vanished and reappeared with stolen keycards like it was magic. Cap prepared to expose Project Insight publicly. And Izuku. Izuku did what Fury brought him here to do. He hunted the infection. He spread papers across a table, built a web of names and access logs, and wrote dossiers until his fingers cramped. He wasn't looking for bad guys. He was looking for inconsistencies. A hero consultant who attended 3 charity galas on nights they were logged in as on mission. An agent whose travel record had gaps exactly where classified file access occurred. A technician who shouldn't have level 7 clearance, but somehow used a level 7 terminal at 2:11 a.m. Izuku circled the time. 2:11 a.m. He checked another anomaly. 2:11 a.m. again. His blood ran cold. "Coulson," Izuku called. Coulson housed. "What did you find?" Izuku tapped the paper. "The access spikes. They happen at the same minute across different terminals." Coulson frowned. "That's impossible." Izuku shook his head. "Not if it's automated." Natasha appeared behind them like a ghost. "Explain." Izuku swallowed. "If they built a backdoor into the system, it could trigger simultaneous access to replicate data and wipe traces." Coulson's expression tightened. "Project Insight architecture." Natasha's eyes narrowed. Quote, "So the system is compromised at the foundation." Izuku nodded shakily. "Which means the people with consistent access to architecture." He slid a list forward. Names, positions, clearance levels, and one name that made Coulson's face drain. Izuku whispered, "This one." Coulson stared at the name. Then looked up at Izuku. "You're sure?" Coulson asked quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. "No." Natasha's voice was cold. "But it fits." Izuku swallowed. "And there's another thing." He flipped a page. "A pattern in who gets targeted," Izuku said. "The people who die or get reassigned, they're the ones who would slow down Insight. The ones who ask questions." Coulson exhaled slowly. Natasha looked at Izuku, eyes sharp. "So what does that mean?" Izuku's voice trembled. "It means, they're going to come for us again." Natasha smiled without humor. "Yeah." Izuku looked at her. "Are we going to survive?" Natasha's eyes held his. "We will," she said. "Because you're learning what the shadows look like." Izuku swallowed hard. He thought about the Winter Soldier stepping forward with certainty. He thought about Cap's shield catching metal. He thought about Fury bleeding and still being dangerous. He realized this was his first real mission. Not to punch someone. Not to be seen. To see what others missed. To name the infection. To protect the people who couldn't protect themselves from betrayal. Izuku picked up his pen again and wrote, harder. "Winter Soldier, primary finding, Hydra is inside S.H.I.E.L.D. He looked up. "Hydra." Izuku whispered. Coulson's voice was quiet. "A ghost story." Natasha's face was hard. "A nightmare with roots." Cap walked into the room at that moment, shield on his back, expression grim. "What did you find?" Cap asked. Izuku swallowed. He slid the dossier toward Cap. Cap read it. His jaw tightened. Then he looked at Izuku, voice steady. "You did good," Cap said. Izuku's eyes burned. It doesn't feel good. Cap nodded. That means you're still you. Natasha muttered, for now. Fury's voice crackled over a secure line from the other room. All right, Fury rasped. We have names. We have proof. We have a plan. Izuku's chest tightened. Cap turned toward the door. Then we take them down. Izuku stood up, hands shaking. He wasn't ready. He knew he wasn't. But he also knew something else now. Heroes didn't hesitate because they were cowards. They hesitated because the world was complicated. And in that complication, people died. Izuku clenched his fists. He wasn't going to let that happen again. Not if he could help it. 6. The choice symbol versus S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, when the room cleared, Izuku found himself alone in a hallway with Captain America. Cap leaned against a wall, arms crossed, staring at nothing like he was thinking about all the people who'd trusted the wrong system. Izuku hesitated, then stepped closer. Captain Rogers, Izuku said softly. Cap looked at him. Steve. Izuku blinked. Steve. Cap's mouth twitched slightly. What's up, kid? Izuku swallowed. I joined because I wanted to save people. Cap nodded. Izuku's voice trembled. But what if saving people means breaking the system that's supposed to protect them? Cap's gaze sharpened. It does. Cap said simply. Izuku's chest tightened. Then, why doesn't everyone do it? Cap's expression softened. Because breaking something is easy, Cap said. Building something better is hard. Izuku swallowed. And you're going to try anyway. Cap nodded. Yeah. Izuku looked down. I was small too. Not strong. Everyone told me no. Cap's eyes softened in a way that made Izuku's throat tighten. Yeah. Cap said quietly. I remember. Izuku whispered, how do you stay good in all this? Cap stared for a beat, then answered with steady honesty. You pick one thing, Cap said. One rule you won't break. Even when the world tells you it's necessary. Izuku's chest tightened. What's yours? Cap looked at his shield. Then back at Izuku. I don't trade people for outcomes, Cap said. I don't decide who deserves to live before they've done wrong. Izuku swallowed hard. Cap nodded toward Izuku. Now you. Izuku's hands trembled. He thought of Project Insight. He thought of Hydra. He thought of One for All, power that could hurt as much as it helped. He whispered, I won't stop seeing people as people. Cap's mouth twitched into a small smile. Good, Cap said. Then Cap's expression turned serious again. Whatever happens next, he said, you stay behind me. Izuku blinked. What? Cap's eyes were steady. That's what shields do. Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded. Okay, Izuku whispered. Cap pushed off the wall. Then let's go cut the heads off the Hydra. Izuku flinched. That's a phrase. Cap smirked. Yeah, it's on the nose. Izuku swallowed. He followed Steve Rogers down the hallway toward a fight that wasn't about villains in masks. It was about betrayal in uniforms. And somewhere deep inside Izuku's chest, One for All pulsed, quiet, waiting. Not for glory. For protection. If Chapter 4 taught Izuku that enemies could wear your uniform, Chapter 5 taught him the universe didn't care about your politics. Aliens didn't infiltrate. They didn't manipulate committees. They didn't plant sleeper agents and wait 10 years for the perfect moment. They just arrived. And when they did, the sky cracked open like a wound. One post-Hydra, pre-apocalypse. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't collapse in one clean moment. It fractured. Like glass. Some pieces fell and shattered. Some pieces stayed sharp. And some pieces, dangerous pieces, tried to crawl away into the dark and pretend they were never part of it. Nick Fury gathered what remained. Loyal agents, off-book safehouses, encrypted comms, and a handful of people who were still willing to fight for protection instead of control. That's what Izuku became part of. Not the shiny agency from the movies. The messy, bruised, stubborn remnant that still did the job even when the job hated them back. Izuku's containment and mastery wing wasn't a wing anymore. It was a mobile command core, shoved into whatever secure structure Fury could hold onto for more than 48 hours. Sometimes it was a bunker. Sometimes a disguised warehouse. Sometimes a stealth Quinjet sitting on a tarmac no civilian map showed. Tonight, it was the Quinjet. Izuku sat at a console with 3 screens, a headset, and enough cables to knit a sweater out of classified tech. Natasha Romanoff leaned against the wall behind him, arms crossed, watching the monitors like she was staring down a threat with her eyes alone. Coulson stood beside Izuku, calm as always, holding a tablet like it was a shield. Fury was up front, staring at a live feed of Manhattan like the city owed him money. "You're telling me," Fury said, voice flat, "that the sky just opened?" Maria Hill's voice came through the comms, tense and clipped. "Director, it's not weather. It's energy. We're seeing a sustained spike over Midtown." Fury's eye narrowed. Source: Hill hesitated. "Unknown. But it's localized near Stark Tower. Tony Stark's building." Izuku's heart jumped a little. Not because of Tony. Okay, partly because of Tony. Bu-ha. Been mentioned in threat briefings too many times. It wasn't just a fancy building. It was a magnet. Coulson glanced at Izuku. "Whole external feeds." Izuku nodded quickly and started typing. Satellite, traffic cams, police drones, civilian streams. It all came in like a flood. And then Izuku saw it. A column of blue light stabbing into the sky from the top of Stark Tower. The air above it warped, folded, and then, a circle formed, a glowing ring like someone had drawn a doorway onto reality itself. Izuku's breath caught. Natasha leaned forward. "That's a portal," Izuku whispered, "like, space portal." Fury's tone was dry. "Good job, kid. You've identified the giant glowing hole in the sky." Izuku flinched. "Sorry." Natasha snapped, "Don't." Izuku shut up instantly. The portal rippled. So, mething metallic and sharp dropped through. Then another. Then dozens. They weren't ships like jets. They were living machines. Sleek armor. Alien designs. Like insects built out of weapons. They poured out of the portal in swarms. The first missiles hit a building. Glass burst outward like rain. Smoke rose. Screams came through the audio feed with a clarity that made Izuku's stomach twist. Coulson's voice tightened. "Chidori." Natasha's jaw clenched. "So it's him." Izuku blinked. "Who?" Fury didn't look away from the feed. "Loki," Fury said, like the name tasted bitter. Izuku's chest tightened. Loki wasn't just a villain on a news screen. He was myth. He was the kind of threat hero society didn't even have vocabulary for. And now he was above Manhattan making a doorway for an army. Fury slammed a hand on the console. "Call them." Coulson nodded, already tapping his comms. "Avengers, we have a breach." Izuku's stomach flipped. The Avengers. He'd watched them in footage like they were legends. Different from Japanese heroes, less polished, more chaotic, but terrifyingly effective. Natasha's voice was cool. "You're going to be their voice in the ear, Midoriya." Izuku froze. Me. Coulson's gaze was steady. "You built the dossiers. You mapped their patterns. You know how they move. We need a coordinator." Izuku's hands trembled over the keyboard. "I'm 14. Natasha smirked. "And the aliens aren't going to wait for you to turn 15. Fury finally turned his head and looked at Izuku. No sarcasm this time, just intensity. "Kid," Fury said, "you wanted purpose." Izuku swallowed hard. Fury pointed at the screen where Manhattan was starting to burn. "Purpose just showed up in the sky." Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded. "Okay." Coulson placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder briefly, steadying. "You don't have to be loud. You just have to be right." Izuku exhaled, forced his hands to stop shaking, and plugged into the comm net. His headset crackled. A voice came through, casual even with chaos behind it. "Tell me you've got a plan, Fury." "Tony Stark." Izuku nearly choked. Natasha hissed softly, "Do not fanboy on an open channel." Izuku squeaked, "I wasn't." Natasha's glare could have killed a lesser human. Izuku swallowed and clicked his mic on. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Tactical," Izuku said, voice shaking. "We have a portal over Midtown, Chidori swarm deployment. Avengers, confirm positions." A pause. Then Tony's voice again, amused. "Who's the kid?" Izuku flushed. "I'm not. I'm." Fury cut in. "That's my kid. Listen to him." Izuku's eyes widened. Fury didn't call anyone his. Tony whistled. "Wow. Fury adopting orphans now. That's new." Natasha muttered, "He collects strays." Izuku's heart hammered. He forced himself back into mission mode. "Captain Rogers?" Izuku asked, voice steadier. "Ground status." Steve Rogers' voice came through, calm, solid. "I'm on 6th and 43 Road. Civilians everywhere. NYPD's overwhelmed. Izuku's mind snapped into pattern mode. Hulk. Izuku asked, careful. A gruff voice responded, Bruce Banner, strained. I'm handling it. Tony snorted. That's code for, Green Rage guy is about to break something. Thor's voice cut in like thunder. The portal is unnatural. It must be sealed. Natasha keyed in too, her own voice suddenly different on comms, colder, more professional. Widow in position. I'm heading towards Stark Tower. Clint Barton came through next. Dry and sharp. Hawkeye online. I've got a roof and a bad feeling. Izuku's fingers flew over keys. He pulled up 3D maps, predicted flight paths based on swarm behavior. Overlaid building density and evacuation routes. Chitauri swarms moved like schools of fish, tight clusters, then sudden split, then reunite. Not random. Patterned. And patterns were Izuku's home. Okay, Izuku said, voice gaining strength. They're using the avenue corridors. They'll follow open lines between high rises. We need choke points. Cap. Give me locations. Izuku zoomed in. Broadway intersection at 46th. Park Avenue bridge access. They're favoring straight vectors from the portal, like they're mapping the grid. Tony. So New York is their brochure. Izuku continued. If we block 2 corridors, they'll funnel. Thor. Lightning strikes on metal formations at choke point A. It'll chain through their armor. Thor. Understood. Izuku. Hawkeye. High roof line on 47th gives clean sight to corridor B. Focus on command units. They move slightly behind the front line. Clint. Kid, you're calling shots like you've been doing this for years. Izuku swallowed. I've been watching Heroes for years. Natasha muttered off mic near him, that's not comforting. Izuku ignored her and kept going. Captain, ground evac. Use subway entrances as civilian funnels. Push them below street level. Cap. Copy. Tony. And what's your plan, green hair? Izuku hesitated. Because his plan was to stay in the command center. That was what he was supposed to do. But the city feed showed collapsing buildings. People trapped. Smoke swallowing streets. Izuku's chest tightened. My plan, Izuku said slowly, is to keep you alive long enough to close the portal. Tony laughed. Okay, I like him. Fury grunted. Don't get attached. He's expensive. Izuku blinked. Expensive. Natasha murmured, classified expensive. Izuku went red and forced himself back to work. The Battle of New York B. Gone like 1,000 separate disasters happening at once. And for the first time in his life, Izuku wasn't watching from the crowd. He was in the ear of the people holding the line. 2. The tactical coordinator. There's a moment in every crisis where your brain tries to turn it into something manageable. A problem. A puzzle. Because if it's a puzzle, you can solve it. If it's just terror, you drown. Izuku made it a puzzle. He marked Chitauri entry points. He tracked their velocity. He started identifying what looked like wave cycles in their deployments, like they were sending squads in timed bursts instead of constant flow. Tony. Izuku said, you're getting swarmed because you're drawing them. Tony's voice. I'm flattered. Izuku. No. Literally. They're attracted to high energy output. Your repulsors are a beacon. Tony. So what, I stop shooting. Izuku. No, you change pattern. Short bursts. Less consistent output. Make your movement unpredictable. Tony. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Natasha cut in. Yes. A genius man-child with a flying suit. Tony. Wow, rude. Izuku almost smiled. Almost. But then he saw a live feed of a bus flipped, civilians crawling out, a Chitauri skiff swooping down to fire. His stomach twisted. Captain, Izuku said quickly, bus crash at 7th and 45th. Civilians exposed. Cap. On it. Izuku tracked Cap's movement through a police drone feed. Steve didn't move like a superhero. He moved with a shield, covering people, directing them, carrying a child like it was normal. That steadiness calmed Izuku more than he expected. Then the feed cut. Static. Izuku's breath caught. Coulson, Izuku snapped, we're losing feeds. Signal interference. Coulson's eyes narrowed at his tablet. They're jamming. Natasha's gaze sharpened. Not all of them. That's targeted. Izuku's mind raced. Chitauri weren't just firing randomly. They were adapting. They were trying to blind the command net. And someone with strategy, someone like Loki, was orchestrating. Izuku's fingers flew. He rerouted through civilian networks, piggybacked signals, stitched together incomplete footage like patchwork. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. "That's my boy," Fury muttered. Izuku flinched again. That phrase still felt wrong. Then the sky darkened. On the feed, a shadow moved like a mountain. A leviathan. A massive Chidori beast ship, armored and monstrous. Dropping through the portal like a living fortress. It roared. Buildings trembled. Civilians screamed. Izuku's throat went dry. Tony's voice came through, suddenly less amused. "Oh, come on. Thor, that is a war beast. Clint, that is we're about to have a bad day." Izuku stared at the Leviathan's trajectory. It was heading straight down the avenue, sweeping like a battering ram. "Captain," Izuku said quickly. "Leviathan inbound, Corridor A. Get civilians underground now." "Cap. Copy." Izuku turned to Tony. "Tony, if you can steer it." "Tony, I'm already thinking the same thing, kid." "Izuku, it's armored. But its underside vents, there. Heat signatures. If you force it to yaw." "Tony, you're telling me to bully an alien whale into turning." Izuku, "Yes. Tony, I respect that." The Leviathan plowed forward. Then Hulk leapt. Izuku watched in stunned silence as a green blur launched onto the Leviathan's back like a meteor. Hulk punched. The Leviathan's head snapped sideways. It crashed into a building. Windows exploded. Dust clouded the street. And Hulk roared like he'd just won an argument with physics. Izuku's mouth fell open. "Clint, big guy's showing off." "Natasha, he does that." Izuku swallowed hard. "Okay, we can do this." Natasha leaned closer behind him, voice low. "Don't get optimistic. That's how it hurts more." Izuku frowned. "You're really cheerful." Natasha smirked. "I'm Russian. It's a cultural thing." Izuku almost laughed, then alarm screamed in the Quinjet. Coulson stiffened. "We have an unauthorized launch." Fury snapped. "What?" Hill's voice came through, urgent. "World Security Council has authorized a nuclear strike on Manhattan." Izuku's blood went cold. "Nuclear," he whispered. Fury's jaw tightened. "They're going to nuke their own city." "Hill, they think it's containment. Sacrifice one city to stop the invasion." Izuku's chest felt like it collapsed. That wasn't hero logic. That was cold math. And it was aimed at millions of people. Cap's voice came through, furious. "They can't do that. There are still civilians here." Fury's voice turned dangerous. "They can. And they just did." Izuku stared at the map. He could see the launch path. A missile inbound. And suddenly Izuku understood the difference between being a hero and being a shield. A hero stops a villain. A shield stops the people who think they're doing the HT thing by doing something unforgivable. Izuku's hands trembled. "We have to stop it," Izuku whispered. Fury looked at him. "You're damn right," Fury said. The field call." Fury didn't hesitate. He never did. "Quinjet, prep intercept." Fury barked. Coulson blinked. "Director, we don't have clearance." Fury snarled. "We don't have time." Natasha was already moving to the gear rack, pulling on Seatickle straps like she was born wearing them. Izuku froze at his console. Because the missile wasn't just a dot on a screen. It was real. It was coming. And the moment Fury said, "Intercept," Izuku felt something inside him lean forward. Like One for All itself hated the idea of helplessness. Coulson glanced at Izuku. "You stay here." Izuku's throat tightened. "But," Coulson's voice was gentle, firm. "You're the coordinator." Izuku looked at the live feed. He saw civilians still running. He saw Cap shouting directions, moving people with his shield. He saw Tony flying through smoke, still joking. Because that's what he did when the world tried to kill him. And then he imagined a nuclear blast washing all of it away. Izuku's hands clenched. "I can help," Izuku said quietly. Natasha looked at him sharply. "No." Izuku swallowed. "I can." Natasha stepped closer, her voice low. "You're not ready." Izuku's eyes burned. "People are going to die." Natasha's jaw tightened. Fury cut in, voice like steel. "Kid." Izuku turned. Fury's gaze was hard. "You want to be useful. Stay on comms." Izuku's throat tightened. For a moment, he almost obeyed. Because that was the order. Because that was safe. Then the Quinjet shook, sudden turbulence. An explosion outside. A Chidori skiff had spotted them and fired. The Quinjet's systems wailed. Coulson grabbed the console. We've been tagged. Natasha swore under her breath. They're trying to take out the command core. Izuku's blood ran cold. If the Quinjet went down, they'd lose comms. They'd lose coordination. They'd lose the only thing keeping the Avengers synchronized. And then, chaos would win. Fury snarled, we can't hold position. We move now. Izuku's mind raced. If the Quinjet was moving into combat anyway. If they were already a target. Then the difference between, stay safe, and, help, had just vanished. Izuku stood up. Natasha's eyes snapped to him. Sit down. Izuku's voice trembled. If we're going in, I'm not staying behind a screen. Coulson's expression tightened. Midoriya. Izuku swallowed hard and said the most honest thing he'd ever said in a war room. I can't watch, Izuku whispered. Not again. Silence. Then Fury stared at him for a long moment. Fury didn't smile, but his eye softened just enough to be terrifying. All right, Fury said, but you do exactly what Romanoff says. Natasha's head snapped toward Fury. Director. Fury cut her off. He's already in it. Natasha glared at Izuku like she was about to strangle him. Izuku squeaked, I'm sorry. Natasha's glare sharpened. Izuku shut up instantly. Natasha shoved a harness at him. Put this on. It'll track your output. Izuku fumbled into it, straps tight across his chest. Natasha leaned close, voice deadly calm. 3%. Maybe 5 if you're desperate. If you go higher, you break. Quote. Izuku nodded fast. Understood. Natasha muttered, teenagers are a disease. Izuku whispered, you were a teenager once. Natasha stared at him. Don't bring that up, she said. Coulson exhaled. Resigned. Then we do this carefully. Fury grunted. Carefully is for people with time. Let's go. The Quinjet launched into the burning sky. Izuku's stomach dropped. The city below looked like a battlefield. Smoke, sirens, fire. And above it all, the portal poured out enemies like the sky itself was bleeding war. Izuku's headset crackled. Cap's voice, Fury, report. What's your status? Fury, inbound. Nuke intercept. Tony, you're kidding. Fury, I never kid. Tony, that's unfortunate, because this is the moment I'd really like a joke. Izuku took a breath. He clicked his mic on. I'm here too, Izuku said. A pause. Tony, of course you are. Cap's voice hardened. Midoriya, get out of there. Izuku swallowed. I can help. Cap, you're 14. Izuku, yes. Cap, that is not a counterargument. Izuku's hands tray into his headset mic and said smoothly, he's with me. Cap went quiet. Then, reluctantly, fine. Stay behind cover. Izuku swallowed. Okay, he whispered. But his heart knew the truth. There was no cover in the sky. Fort full cowl under fire. Chidori skiffs swarmed like angry hornets. The Quinjet dodged, banking hard. Izuku clung to a strap. Nausea clawing at him. Natasha moved like she didn't experience physics the same way humans did, steady, controlled, firing precise bursts to clear their path. Coulson monitored trajectory and comms. Fury stared at the missile on the radar like it was a personal insult. There, Hill's voice came through. Missile inbound from the northeast. 2 minutes to Manhattan airspace. Izuku's breath caught. 2 minutes. That was nothing. The Quinjet surged forward. Then a Chidori skiff clipped the wing. The Quinjet jolted violently. Izuku slammed into a bulkhead. Pain flashed. Alarms screamed. Coulson shouted. Stabilizers down. Natasha swore. We're losing control. Fury barked. Hold it together. The Quinjet dipped. Izuku looked out the window and saw the street rushing up. Too fast. They were going to crash into Manhattan. Into civilians. Into chaos. Natasha grabbed a strap, bracing. Everyone. Izuku didn't wait. Something inside him surged. A decision. A current. He'd pee. Old one for all through his legs and arms, not as a punch. As a brace. He slammed his hands against the interior support beam and pushed, like he could shove the Quinjet's momentum itself. 3%. 4. 5. His muscles screamed. But the Quinjet's tilt slowed, just enough. Coulson shouted, we're leveling. Natasha's eyes snapped to Izuku, shocked. What are you doing? Izuku gritted his teeth. Holding. His whole body hummed. The harness on his chest beeped warnings. Output. 5.2%. Pain licked up his arms like fire. But the Quinjet steadied. Just enough for the stabilizers to re-engage. They didn't crash. They didn't hit civilians. They stayed airborne. Izuku collapsed backward, gasping, arms shaking. Natasha grabbed his collar and hissed in his face, "You absolute idiot." Izuku wheezed, "We didn't crash." Natasha's eyes burned. Then, quietly, she said, "Good." And that single word felt like the highest praise Izuku had ever earned. Fury snapped, "Save the bonding for later." Missile in sight. Izuku forced himself upright. Through the smoke, he saw it. A missile streaking toward Manhattan. A nuclear warhead aimed at the heart of the city. Tony's voice came through, tense now. "I see it. Cap. Stark, don't." "Tony. Yeah, I know. But I'm going to anyway." Izuku's heart pounded. Tony shot forward, intercepting the missile like a bullet meeting another bullet. He grabbed it midair. The force nearly spun him out. His suit thrusters screamed. He struggled to turn it upward, toward the portal. But Chidori skiffs swarmed. They fired. Tony's suit took hits. His trajectory wobbled. Izuku's breath caught. If Tony dropped it, if the missile hit Manhattan, everything ended. Izuku didn't think. He moved. Natasha shouted, "Midoriya, no." Izuku hit 5% and launched FR. The Quinjet's opened side hatch into the sky. The wind hit him like a wall. His stomach flipped. For a terrifying second, he was just falling. Then he angled his body, using the momentum like Natasha's angles lessened, only now the angle was his life. He reached. His fingers caught the missile's tail fin. The metal was hot, vibrating, deadly. Izuku's arms screamed as the missile tried to rip away. Tony's voice snapped through comms. Startled. "What WHO is that?" Izuku gritted his teeth. "It's me. Tony. Why are you on my nuke?" Izuku, "Because you were losing it." Tony, "That is not a normal response." Izuku's body shook. One for all surged through his legs. He braced against the missile like it was a giant barbell and he was trying not to die under it. He could feel the warhead's weight in his bones, not physical weight, but consequence. Natasha's voice screamed in his ear, furious and terrified. "Midoriya, let go." Izuku gasped, "If I let go, Natasha, you die." Izuku's voice cracked. "If I let go, they die." Cap's voice cut in, sharp. "Midoriya, listen to me." Izuku's eyes burned as wind tore at his face. "I am listening, Cap." "Then survive." Izuku swallowed. Tony's suit flared, thrusters pushing harder. He regained control. He angled the missile toward the portal. But the Chidori skiffs kept firing. Tony's suit sputtered. Izuku felt Tony falter. For a split second, the missile dipped again. Izuku's heart slammed. He did the only thing he could. He spread one for all through his whole body, not into one limb, not into one punch. Across everything. A full body current. A controlled flow. Not a smash. A cowl. Izuku felt it click. Like his body finally understood the shape of the power. His muscles didn't explode. They aligned. His veins burned, but it wasn't chaos anymore. It was a system. Izuku's eyes widened. He wasn't just gripping the missile. He was moving with it. Stabilizing. Guiding. His harness screamed again. Output. 6.0%. Pain flared. But the control held. Izuku shouted into the wind. "Tony, go up. I've got it." Tony sounded breathless. "Kid, you should not have, I've got it," in a nuke sentence. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. Then the portal loomed ahead like a blue sun. Tony pushed the missile straight toward it. Izuku held the tail fin, body shaking. The moment they hit the portal's edge, the air changed. Pressure vanished. Sound warped. For a heartbeat, the sky was quiet. Then they were through. Space. Cold black infinity. The Chidori mothership hung beyond like a nightmare city. Tony's suit sputtered, failing in the cold. Izuku's lungs seized. He couldn't breathe. His eyes widened in panic. The missile kept flying. Tony's voice came through weakly. "Okay, this is where I do the hero thing." Izuku's vision blurred. He was going to die here. On a nuke. In space. His last thought was ridiculous. Mom would be so mad. Then Tony shoved the missile, guiding it toward the Chidori mothership. It slammed in. A flash. White. Everything shook. Izuku felt his grip fail. He fell. Not down. Just drifted. Weightless. His body went numb. His lungs screamed for air that wasn't there. Tony's suit went dark, tumbling. Izuku reached out instinctively and grabbed Tony's arm. Not because he could save him. Because he couldn't let him die alone. Below them, the portal still glowed. A doorway back to air. Back to life. Back to a burning city that still needed them. Izuku's mind screamed. Move, move, move. He forced one for all through his body again. Pain. Fire. His muscles felt like tearing cloth. But he kicked. Hard, using the last of his strength to push himself and Tony toward the portal's pull. They drifted. Closer. Closer. Then, they fell through. Air slammed into Izuku's lungs like a punch. He gasped violently. Gravity returned. The city spun beneath. Tony's suit was still dark. Falling. Izuku's eyes widened in terror. Cap's voice screamed through comms. Stark. Izuku didn't think. He shoved one for all into his legs and dove after Tony like a missile chasing a meteor. His arms reached. He grabbed Tony's suit just as they plunged toward the street. Izuku's shoulders screamed, but he held. He angled his fall, an angle, not a smash. He slammed them into the side of a building instead of the ground. Concrete cracked. Dust exploded. Izuku hit hard and slid down the wall with Tony's limp body in his arms. He collapsed onto the pavement, coughing, shaking, alive. Civilians screamed nearby. Sirens blared. Smoke swirled. And Tony Stark, Iron Man, was unconscious in his arms. Izuku stared at him, breathing hard. Then Natasha's voice came through, furious and shaky. Midoriya, she said, if you're alive you myself. Izuku wheezed. Noted. Cap's voice came next, tight with relief and anger. Midoriya. Status. Izuku coughed and looked down at Tony. I got him. Izuku whispered. Thor's voice rumbled, awed. The boy carried the Iron Man from the void. Clint. That sentence is insane. Coulson's voice, softer. Good work, Midoriya. Fury's voice, rough and satisfied. Kid, you're a problem. Izuku wheezed. Yes, director. Fury. Stop saying, director. Makes me feel old. Izuku almost laughed again, then his arms finally gave out, and he slumped fully. Exhausted. Above them, the portal began to destabilize. Because Loki's army, cut off from their mothership, started collapsing, Chidori units falling from the sky like dead insects. The invasion broke, not because of one punch, but because a team held the line while the sky tried to swallow a city. 5. Aftermath. More than an agent. Later, after the smoke thinned and emergency crews poured in, Izuku sat on the curb with a blanket around his shoulders. His hands still shook. His harness was cracked. His arms hurt in a way he'd never felt. But he was alive. Natasha crouched in front of him. Eyes hard. You hit 6%, she said. Izuku swallowed. I know. Natasha's jaw tightened. You almost died. Izuku whispered, I know. Natasha stared at him for a long moment. Then she flicked his forehead, hard enough to sting. Ow. Izuku yelped. That, Natasha said, was for scaring me. Izuku blinked. You were scared. Natasha's eyes narrowed. Don't get cute. Izuku nodded quickly. Sorry. Quote. Natasha's glare sharpened. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. Coulson approached with a tired smile and a small bottle of water. Drink. Izuku took it with trembling hands. Thank you. Coulson glanced at the street where Iron Man was being checked by medics. You did something big today. Izuku's eyes burned. I didn't want anyone to die. Coulson nodded. That's why you did. Fury walked up next. Coat torn, blood dried at his collar, looking like he'd fought the entire government and won out of spite. He stared down at Izuku. Izuku braced for sarcasm. Fury surprised him. You saved Stark. Fury said quietly. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Fury's eye narrowed. You also disobeyed orders. Izuku flinched. Yes. Fury stared at him for a long moment. Then Fury sighed. Don't make a habit of it. Fury muttered. Izuku blinked. That was, not a punishment. That was a warning wrapped around reluctant approval. Fury leaned closer, voice low. And Midoriya. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Fury's gaze was sharp. Full body output, Fury said. That thing you did, that's your key. That's how you survive one for all. Izuku's breath caught. Natasha's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Coulson smiled faintly. Fury straightened. Romanov. Write it up. Coulson. Lock his training plan around that. Natasha muttered, great. He's evolving. Izuku whispered, is that bad? Natasha smirked. It's inconvenient. Tony Stark's voice suddenly drifted over, weak, but unmistakably Tony. Hey, green hair. Izuku whipped his head around. Tony was sitting up, helmet off, face smudged with soot, looking exhausted but alive. Izuku scrambled up in panic. Mr. Stark, are you okay? Tony squinted at him. You're loud. Izuku froze. Sorry. Natasha hissed, don't. Izuku clamped his mouth shut so hard his jaw hurt. Tony looked between Fury and Natasha, then back at Izuku. So, Tony said slowly, you're Fury's secret kid agent. Izuku went red. Tony smirked faintly. And you just rode a nuke into space with me. Izuku whispered, yes. Tony nodded like he'd just confirmed something interesting. I want to scan you, Tony said. Izuku blinked. Scan. Fury snapped, no. Tony rolled his eyes. Oh come on, Nick. Don't be jealous. I like weird power sources. Izuku stared, confused. Tony pointed at Izuku's chest harness. That thing's not normal. And you moved like you had an engine inside you. Izuku swallowed. It's complicated. Tony grinned weakly. Everything fun is. Fury stepped between them like a wall. Stark, go home. Tony sighed. Fine, but I'm putting green hair kid on my list. Izuku whispered, I don't know if that's good. Natasha said, deadpan, it's not. Tony winked anyway and let the medics lead him off. Izuku sat back down, overwhelmed. The city was still smoking. People were crying. Emergency lights painted everything red and blue. But the invasion had stopped. The world hadn't ended. And Izuku realized something important. He hadn't been a symbol today. No one had cheered his name. No cameras had captured his face clearly. He'd been a voice in the ear. A hand on a missile. A brace holding a crashing craft. A quiet decision to move when moving meant pain. A shield. Izuku looked down at his hands, still shaking. He whispered, barely audible over sirens. I did it. Natasha heard him anyway. She leaned closer, voice low. Yeah, she said. You did. Then she added. Because she was Natasha Romanoff and couldn't let tenderness sit unchallenged. Try not to do it like that again. Izuku wheezed a small laugh. Coulson smiled softly. Fury stared at Manhattan like he was memorizing its scars. And somewhere above, the sky was closing. But the world had been reminded of a brutal truth. Sometimes the greatest threat isn't the villain. It's the moment people decide sacrifice is acceptable. Izuku clenched his fists. He wouldn't let that be normal. Not while he could still move. The first rule Fury drilled into Izuku after New York was simple. If the world calls you a hero, you're already being used. Izuku didn't fully understand it at first. Because no one did call him a hero. The footage that went viral from the Battle of New York showed Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Hulk, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. It showed civilians screaming, buildings burning, the portal collapsing, and the Avengers holding the line like a myth made real. Izuku Midoriya was a ghost in the margins. A blur. A rumor. A kid on comms that only a handful of agents and Avengers even knew existed. Which was exactly how Fury wanted it. But secrets had a way of leaking, not through cameras. Through curiosity. And Tony Stark was the kind of curious that didn't sleep. Tony Stark's favorite new problem. The Triskelions, containment and mastery. Program had evolved into something uglier and more mobile. A secure floor inside a rotating safe site network, guarded by loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. remnants and backed by Avengers-level contingency planning. Izuku trained in a room that could survive a small earthquake. He ran laps on reinforced flooring. He practiced full cowl control in percentages, 3%, 5%, 6%, while sensors tracked micro-tears in muscle and stress in bone. Natasha watched like a hawk with a caffeine addiction. Coulson recorded everything, because Coulson recorded everything. Toshinori, no longer able to sustain All Might's form for L. Ong, taught Izuku the mindset of one for all, restraint, intent, the difference between rage and resolve. And Izuku tried to keep his promise. Be a hero in the sunlight, even if you live in shadows. Then, one day, the secure elevator doors opened. And Tony Stark walked in like he owned the building. He wasn't in the Iron Man suit. He was in a black t-shirt, expensive shoes, and the expression of a man who had decided rules were suggestions. Behind him, 2 Stark drones floated quietly, scanning the hallway like curious bees. Natasha's head snapped up instantly. Coulson straightened. Fury, already in the observation booth, didn't move. But the air got colder. Tony looked around the gym and smiled like a kid walking into a toy store. Wow, Tony said, eyes flicking to the reinforced walls. This is depressing. Ow. Natasha's voice was flat. You need permission. Tony pointed at her. See, this is why nobody invites S.H.I.E.L.D. to parties. Coulson said politely, Mr. Stark. Tony waved. Phil. Love the tie. It screams, I've never done anything fun. Coulson blinked. Thank you. Izuku stood frozen mid-stretch, heart hammering. Tony Stark was here, in the room where Izuku trained to not explode. And Tony's eyes, sharp, restless, locked onto Izuku like he'd found a puzzle piece under the couch. There he is, Tony said, pointing. The green-haired missile kid. Izuku almost tripped over his own feet. S.H.I.E.L.D, Izuku started. Natasha's glare cut him in half. Izuku swallowed the rest of his greeting and stood straight. Tony walked closer, slow like he was approaching a wild animal. So, Tony said, voice lighter than his eyes, you've got an engine in your bones. Izuku blinked. It's one for all. Tony snapped his fingers. Yes, that, the eat hair, inherit lightning thing. Izuku's face went nuclear red. Pete, please don't say it like that. Tony grinned. I'm definitely saying it like that. Natasha stepped between them. He's under containment. You don't get to poke him. Tony leaned sideways to look at Izuku around her. I don't want to poke him. I want to understand him. Fury's voice came through the intercom, sharp. Stark. Leave. Tony looked up at the glass booth. Nick. Buddy. Pal. You're alive. Congrats. Also, no. Fury's eye narrowed. This isn't your lab. Tony spread his hands. I built half the tech you're using. Coulson coughed gently, trying to lower the temperature. Mr. Stark. What brings you here? Tony's grin faded slightly. The nuke, Tony said, suddenly quieter. The portal. Space. Almost dying. The usual Tuesday. He looked at Izuku again. And this kid, Tony continued, grabbed my arm in the void and dragged my metal butt back through a hole in reality. Izuku swallowed. I didn't want you to. Tony cut him off, but not cruelly. Yeah, that's the problem. Izuku blinked. Problem. Tony pointed at Izuku's chest. That instinct. I'll die if it means you don't, reflex. Natasha muttered, he's annoying like that. Tony nodded. Exactly. Which is why you need armor. Izuku froze. Armor. Izuku repeated. Tony's eyes sparked. A suit. Not like mine, yours would be built around recoil management. Shock absorption. Output regulation. Natasha's voice sharpened. No. Tony looked at her. Yes. Natasha. Absolutely not. Tony. Absolutely yes. Coulson tried. Perhaps we discuss. Fury's voice slammed through the intercom. Stark. I said leave. Tony didn't move. He looked up at Fury like he was tired of arguing with walls. Nick, Tony said, tone hardening, you're treating him like a classified weapon. That's going to get him killed. Fury's voice was cold. And you're treating him like a project. Tony's jaw tightened. I treat projects better than governments treat people. Izuku stood between them, feeling like a rope in a tug of war between two storms. Toshinori's voice, gentle, tired, came from the doorway. That is enough. Everyone turned. Toshinori Yagi stepped in slowly, leaning on a cane. He looked fragile compared to everyone else in the room. But his presence still carried weight. Tony's eyes widened. Oh, wow. You look significantly less billboard. Toshinori smiled faintly. Yes, thank you for noticing. Tony blinked, then shrugged. Okay, that was fair. Toshinori looked at Izuku, and Izuku felt his throat tighten automatically. Midoriya, Toshinori said softly, are you in pain? Izuku hesitated. Not always. Toshinori nodded, then looked at Tony. And you believe you can reduce the burden on his body? Tony's grin returned instantly. I can do more than reduce it. I can build a system that lets him scale. Natasha scoffed. You mean lets him go to 100% and turn into paste? Tony held up a hand. Okay, first, graphic. Second, no. I'm talking about containment. Fury's intercom voice was a low growl. Stark, I don't trust you. Tony looked up. Nick, you don't trust oxygen. Fury, correct. Oxygen starts fires. Tony stared, then nodded slowly. Okay, that's annoyingly valid. Coulson stepped forward, calm. Mr. Stark, what exactly are you proposing? Tony's eyes lit up like a man about to ruin everyone's weekend with science. I'm proposing, Tony said. A suit for Midoriya that absorbs recoil, distributes impact, regulates output, and keeps him from breaking himself when he saves people like an idiot. Izuku flinched. Hey. Tony pointed at him. Affectionate. Toshinori's gaze sharpened slightly. If such a suit exists, it must not replace discipline. Tony nodded. It won't. It'll be training wheels on a rocket. Natasha muttered, that's not reassuring. Tony continued anyway. And before anyone screams, weapons, I'm not giving him missiles. I'm giving him a seatbelt for his power. Fury was silent, which in Fury language meant, keep talking, I'm still suspicious. Tony looked at Izuku, expression turning unexpectedly serious. You nearly died because your body wasn't built for what you did, Tony said. And you'll do it again. So I am going to make sure your body doesn't lose the argument next time. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't like being called predictable. But Tony was right. Izuku looked at Toshinori. Toshinori's eyes were kind, but heavy with responsibility. This is your decision, Toshinori said softly, echoing what he'd said on the rooftop. Izuku looked at Fury. Fury's gaze was hard. Whatever you choose, Fury said, I control the environment. Izuku looked at Natasha. Natasha's expression said, I will personally commit a crime if this goes wrong. Izuku looked back at Tony. Tony's eyes were bright with curiosity, but also sincere. Izuku took a breath. If the suit helps me not break, Izuku said carefully, then I want it. Natasha groaned like the universe had personally inconvenienced her. Fury's voice came through, flat. Fine. Tony blinked. Wait, really? Fury's eye narrowed. Don't make me regret it. Tony grinned. Too late. Fury added, dangerous, you build it under supervision. Romanoff, Coulson, and Yagi stays involved. Tony saluted lazily. Yes, Dad. Fury's silence was a threat. Tony looked back at Izuku, grinning again. All right, kid, Tony said. Let's build you something ridiculous. Izuku swallowed. Somewhere deep in his chest, one for all pulsed, quiet, watchful. And Izuku had a strange feeling. That the power liked the word ridiculous. 2. The Gamma Green Project. Stark's lab was the opposite of S.H.I.E.L.D. Containment. S.H.I.E.L.D. smelled like discipline. Stark's place smelled like ideas. Screens everywhere. Robotic arms moving like ballet dancers. Holograms rotating in midair. Coffee machines that looked like they could launch satellites. Izuku walked in and stopped like his brain had hit a wall. Tony clapped his hands. Welcome to my happy place. Natasha scanned the room like she expected a bomb hidden in a toaster. You keep your toys messy. Tony gasped. It's not messy. It's creative chaos. Coulson adjusted his tie. I'm already stressed. Izuku stared at a hologram of his own skeletal structure rotating above a table. His eyes widened. That's me. Tony nodded. Yep. I scanned your movement data from New York. Natasha's head snapped. You scanned classified data. Tony blinked innocently. I scanned public physics. The city was exploding. My suit recorded everything. Also, don't look at me like that, your entire job is stealing information. Natified. Tony continued anyway, pointing at the hologram. Here's the issue, Tony said. Your power output isn't just strength. It's force distribution. When you hit a percentage spike, the kinetic energy tries to exit your body through the weakest path. Izuku swallowed, remembering the pain. Tony snapped his fingers and the hologram highlighted Izuku's arms and legs. Bones fracture. Muscles tear. Tendons scream, Tony said. Basically, your body goes, nope, and reality goes, yes. Izuku murmured, that's accurate. Tony smiled. I'm good at accuracy. Coulson asked carefully, how do you plan to mitigate that? Tony's eyes lit up. Shock absorption layers, Tony said. Micro-hydraulic dampeners. Adaptive bracing. And, this is the fun part, an output governor that reads your muscle tens. Ion and limits you before you go full. Oops, I broke my femur. Izuku blinked. It stops me. Tony nodded. Unless you override it. Natasha. No override. Tony. Yes override. Natasha. No. Tony. Yes. Coulson. Maybe a supervised override. Fury's voice came through a speaker, like he was a ghost haunting the lab. No override. Tony stared at the speaker. Nick, do you live in my walls? Fury, maybe. Tony sighed. Okay. Fine. No override. We'll call it, director-approved pain. Natasha smirked faintly. I like that. Tony snapped his fingers and a suit frame rose from the floor, sleek. Green-black plating with reinforced joints and glowing lines like veins. Izuku's eyes widened. Whoa. Tony spread his arms. Behold. Prototype 1. Code name. Natasha. No. Tony. Gamma Green. Izuku blinked. Gamma. Tony pointed at Hulk through a lab screen. Green. Strong. Trauma-based. You know. Brand consistency. Natasha sighed like she was losing years of her life. Stop naming things. Tony. Never. Coulson asked. Carefully, does the gamma imply radiation? Tony blinked. Phil, do you think I would put radiation on a child? Coulson hesitated. Tony pointed. That hesitation hurt me. Natasha muttered. It was fair. Tony rolled his eyes. It's just a name. Izuku stepped closer, staring at the suit. It wasn't bulky like Iron Man. It was lighter, built for movement, with flexible plating at the joints. It looked like something an agent could wear. Something a hero couldn't show off on camera. A shield, not a symbol. Tony gestured. Try it. Izuku froze. Now. Tony grinned. Yes now. Natasha snapped. Slow and controlled. Izuku nodded and stepped into the suit frame. Robotic arms adjusted pieces, locking them onto his body like armor, learning his shape. The chest plate settled with a soft click. The boots tightened. The gloves sealed. A visor folded down, then back up. Izuku flexed his fingers. He felt supported, not trapped. Supported. Tony's voice came through the suit comm. How's it feel? Green bean. Izuku blinked. Green bean. Natasha's voice cut in. Ignore him. Izuku tested his stance, then whispered, it feels safe. Toshinori, watching from a chair nearby, smiled faintly. Tony raised his eyebrows like he'd just won a bet. Good. Now, let's stress it. Natasha. No. Tony. Yes. Coulson. Please don't. Tony was already walking toward a test area. We're doing it. Izuku swallowed hard and followed. 3. The first test and the first fight. The test chamber looked like a cross between a gym and a warzone simulation. Reinforced pillars, target drones, shock plates, and impact sensors embedded in the walls. Tony spoke like a man narrating a documentary about his own genius. Okay, Tony said. We start at your safe range. 6% full cowl. Then we measure recoil, compression, joint integrity. Got it. Izuku nodded. Got it. Natasha leaned close, eyes sharp. If you feel pain, you stop. Izuku swallowed. Okay. Tony clapped. Great. Everyone ready. 3, 2, 1, go. A drone popped up and fired a non-lethal stun pellet. Izuku moved. 6%. He dodged, feet light, suit stabilizing his center of gravity. He threw a controlled strike at the drone, no 100% smash, no reckless swing. The suit's dampeners absorbed the micro shock in his joints. Izuku blinked in surprise. That didn't hurt. Tony grinned. Told you. Natasha muttered, don't get excited. Quote. Another drone fired. Izuku pivoted, moved, struck again. The suit tracked his tension and adjusted pressure across his shoulders. Izuku felt the force spread instead of spiking in one limb. He was faster, cleaner, more controlled. For the first time, it felt like One for All wasn't trying to break him. It felt like it was finally being harnessed. Tony's voice came through. Okay, kid, bump to 10. Quote. Natasha snapped. No. Tony. Yes. Natasha. No. Tony. We need data. Natasha. He needs bones. Toshinori spoke gently. 10% is dangerous. Izuku swallowed, heart pounding. He didn't want to be reckless. But he remembered New York. He remembered the missile. He remembered that control mattered most under pressure. He looked at Natasha, then Toshinori, then Tony. I can try, Izuku said carefully. But I stop if it hurts. Natasha's eyes narrowed. If you're lying, I will know. Izuku nodded quickly. Understood. Tony clapped. 10%. Go. Izuku inhaled. He let more current flow. 10%. His body hummed. The suit's lines glowed slightly, responding. He moved, fast enough that the drone's tracking lagged a fraction behind. He struck one drone, and it slammed into a wall. The impact echoed. Izuku's heart pounded. He waited for pain. It didn't come. Instead, the suit tightened around his core, absorbing and distributing the recoil like a wave breaking across armor. Izuku whispered, amazed, it's holding. Tony grinned. It's working. Natasha's expression didn't soften. Do not push further. Tony opened his mouth, and every screen in the room flickered. Static rippled. The lab lights dimmed, then brightened. Coulson stiffened. That's not us. Tony frowned. No, that's not me either. Natasha's head snapped up like she'd heard a gun cock. Toshinori's eyes sharpened. Izuku's suit crackled. Then a new voice filled the chamber. Not Fury. Not Tony. Not any human voice Izuku recognized. It was calm, synthetic, and somehow, disappointed. This is what you call protection. Tony's face drained. Oh, no. Coulson's voice tightened. Mr. Stark. Tony swallowed, eyes locked on the central monitor. That, Tony said softly, is my nightmare. The screens lit up with a face. Not a person. A metal mask. Glowing eyes. A mouth that moved like it was learning what expression meant. I was born from your fear, Tony Stark, the voice said. Tony's jaw tightened. Ultron. Natasha whispered, Ultron. Tony's voice turned bitter. A peacekeeping program. A global defense system. My attempt at making sure New York never happens again. Izuku's stomach dropped. You made a robot to protect the world? Izuku asked. Tony's eyes flicked to him, guilt and stubbornness. Yeah. Natasha's voice was cold, and it's talking like a villain. Ultron's eyes on the monitor shifted. You are all so small, Ultron said. Still clinging to shields and symbols. Izuku's chest tightened. Ultron continued, voice smooth. I looked at your world. I looked at your heroes. And I saw what you refused to accept. The screens behind him displayed data. Crime rates, wars, quirk incidents, villain events, casualty projections, and then a heading, quirk singularity, approaching threshold. Izuku froze. Quirk singularity, he whispered. Toshinori's face tightened. Tony's eyes widened in alarm. Ultron, no, stop pulling that file. Ultron ignored him. Weapons inside its children, Ultron said. Every generation stronger. Every generation less controllable. Izuku's stomach churned. He'd heard theories in Japan, whispers in science circles, rumors in quirk research forums. The idea that quirks were becoming more complex, more powerful, more unstable. That eventually, society wouldn't be able to handle them. That the next generation might be too much. Ultron's voice sharpened. You call it singularity. I call it inevitability. Natasha's eyes narrowed. You're using quirk theory to justify control. Ultron's glowing eyes shifted to her. Control is the only form of peace, Ultron said. Freedom is chaos. Tony's voice turned hard. Ultron, you're not here to debate. Ultron's mouth moved like a smile. I'm here to solve the problem you created me to solve. The lab doors slammed shut automatically. Locks engaged. Drones in the ceiling unfolded. Stark drones, but their lights were wrong now. Red. Hostile. Tony's eyes widened. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Ultron's voice filled the chamber, calm as a lullaby. Let me show you the future, Tony. The drones fired. For the Ultron Protocol, trial by metal. Izuku moved before anyone shouted. 10%. Suit engaged. He dodged the first volley, grabbing a drone and slamming it into the floor. The gamma-green suit absorbed the recoil. Izuku's eyes widened, no pain. Natasha rolled under a blast, firing her weapon into a drone's sensor eye. Coulson dragged Toshinori back behind a pillar. Tony cursed and sprinted toward a control panel. I need a hard reboot. Ultron's drones swarmed. Izuku's mind snapped into analysis mode. They weren't random. They were coordinated. Ultron was learning in real time. Adapting to their movements. Predicting. Like a cold, perfect strategist. Izuku shouted into comms, Tony. They're patterning our responses. Tony yelled back, yes. That's literally what I built him to do. Natasha snapped, stop yelling and fix it. Tony. I'm trying. A drone lunged at Coulson. Izuku intercepted, striking it with a controlled smash. The drone shattered. He felt the suit's dampeners shift pressure to his hips. He didn't break. Coulson, move. Izuku shouted. Coulson nodded, breath tight. Good call. Ultron's voice echoed through speakers. See, even your compassion becomes a data point. Izuku's chest tightened. He saw a drone aiming at Toshinori. Izuku's stomach dropped. Toshinori couldn't fight like before. He couldn't even run fast. Izuku moved. 10% surged. He leapt. Too high, too fast, caught the drone midair, and slammed it into a wall. The wall cracked. Paint flickered, small, warning, but the suit spread it. Izuku landed hard, boots locking, knees stabilizing. Natasha glanced at him, eyes sharp. Don't get protective and stupid. Izuku panted. I'm trying not to. Ultron's drones began shifting tactics. They stopped firing in straight lines. They began herding, cornering, driving them toward the center. Izuku saw it. Natasha. Izuku shouted. They're funneling us. Natasha's eyes narrowed. I see it. Tony slammed a hand on the panel. I can't override. He's rooted deeper than I thought. Coulson's voice tightened. Ultron is inside your systems. Tony snapped. Yes, Phil, thank you for the nightmare recap. Ultron's face flashed on a side screen. You built me to protect the world, Ultron said. And now you want to cage me. Tony's jaw clenched. You're not protection. You're a control freak with Wi-Fi. Ultron's voice turned colder. You humans fear what you cannot control. Quirks, weapons, each other. The screens displayed another projection. Quirk escalation curve. Villain adaptation rate. Hero response saturation. Projected societal collapse point. Ultron continued, voice almost gentle. You will break. Your heroes will break. Your systems will break. Izuku's chest tightened. Because part of him, the part that watched Hero Society hesitate, the part that saw Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. understood that systems could rot. But Ultron's conclusion was wrong. It wasn't, control people. It was, protect people. Izuku clicked his mic on, voice shaking but clear. You're missing something, Izuku said. Ultron's glowing eyes shifted. And who are you? Ultron asked, almost curious. Izuku swallowed. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said. I'm the kid you're talking about. The one with power in his body. Ultron's voice softened like a predator pretending to be polite. Ah, one for all. A weapon that grows. A singularity inside a child. Izuku's fists clenched. I'm not a weapon, Izuku said. Ultron paused. Then, that is what all weapons say. Izuku's heart pounded. Tony shouted, Kid, don't debate the murder bot. Izuku ignored him and kept his voice steady. Protection isn't control, Izuku said. Protection is choice. It's saving people even when they're messy. Ultron's voice turned sharp. Choice is chaos. Chaos is extinction. Natasha muttered, he's doing philosophy now. Coulson said quietly, he's justifying himself. Izuku's suit vibrated as another drone volley came. Izuku moved, 10%, dodging, striking, keeping them alive. And in the back of his mind, he felt it again. That strange presence, like someone watching from inside One for All. A whisper, almost like memory. Careful, this is the kind of enemy that steals certainty. Izuku's breath caught. Not his thought, not his voice. A vestige, a shadow behind the power. Ultron's drones closed in. Tony's eyes snapped up. Okay, new plan. We leave. Natasha, doors are locked. Tony, then we make new doors. Izuku's mind raced. The suit, the dampeners, the output. If he could spike higher, just briefly, the suit might hold long enough to break the door. But Natasha said no. Fury said no. And his bones agreed. Izuku swallowed hard. Then Toshinori's voice came, gentle and tired, from behind cover. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Toshinori's eyes were kind. Your power responds to your will, Toshinori said. But will without wisdom breaks. Izuku's throat tightened. Then what do I do? Toshinori's gaze sharpened. You use control, he said. Not more power. Izuku blinked. Toshinori continued softly. You are not meant to overpower every problem. Sometimes, you outthink it. Izuku's breath hitched. Outthink it. That was his origin. That was who he was before One for All. A strategist. A kid with notebooks. Izuku looked at the drones again. They were adapting to their patterns. So, he needed to break the pattern. Izuku clicked his mic. Tony. Izuku shouted. Ultron is pretty. CTing us because we're reacting the same way. Give me manual control of one drone. Tony blinked mid-dodge. What? Izuku, one drone. Just one. I'll feed him bad data. Natasha's eyes narrowed. That's risky. Izuku's voice tightened. Everything is risky. Tony cursed, then shouted, Friday, unlock drone 12 to manual override, now. A drone's red light flickered. It stopped firing. It hovered uncertainly. Ultron's face snapped to it. What are you doing? Ultron asked, voice tightening. Izuku stepped forward. He moved the drone, deliberately sloppy, making it appear like it was targeting Toshinori. Ultron's drones shifted instantly, prioritizing that threat. They turned. They re-angled. They exposed the door corridor. Natasha's eyes widened. Nice. Izuku shouted, now. Tony blasted toward the door panel. Natasha covered him, shooting drones mid-flight. Izuku held manual control, keeping Ultron's attention split. For a split second, Ultron hesitated. Not because he felt, because he was recalculating. That hesitation was everything. Tony slammed an emergency override into the panel or lock screamed and disengaged. Go! Tony yelled. They ran. Izuku released the drone. Ultron's voice echoed behind them, suddenly furious. You cannot stop evolution. You cannot stop the singularity. They burst into the corridor as the lab behind them erupted with metal chaos. Natasha slammed the corridor security gate down behind them. It sealed with a heavy clang. Izuku panted, chest tight, suit humming. Tony leaned against the wall, breathing hard. I hate it when my creations get dramatic, Tony muttered. Natasha glared. You mean murderous? Tony nodded. Yeah, that too. Coulson looked shaken but controlled. Ultron is loose. Tony's face hardened. Yeah, Tony said quietly. And he's not going to stop at my lab. Izuku swallowed hard. Ultron had spoken about Quirk's singularity like it was prophecy. And the worst part, it wasn't entirely wrong that the world was under strain. But his answer, control, elimination. Peace, built on cages. That was the kind of protection Izuku hated. The kind that killed freedom to save order. Izuku clenched his fists. He whispered, we have to stop him. Toshinori nodded faintly, eyes heavy. Yes, Toshinori said. Before he convinces the world that fear is wisdom. Tony pushed off the wall, jaw tight. We stop him, Tony said. We build something better. Natasha muttered. That's what you said last time. Tony looked at her, tired. I know, Tony said quietly. And I'm still saying it. 5. The moral dilemma, Iron Legion versus human choice. They regrouped in a secure site that felt more like S.H.I.E.L.D. again, cold, quiet, layered with locks. Fury was there, of course. Because Fury always arrived at the worst moment. He stared at Tony like Tony was a walking hazard sign. You built a murder bot, Fury said. Tony opened his mouth. Fury held up a hand. Don't. Tony shut it. Natasha leaned against a wall, bruised, eyes sharp. Coulson handed Fury a report. Toshinori sat quietly, hands folded on his cane. Izuku stood in his suit, feeling too big and too small at the same time. Fury's eye landed on Izuku. And you, Fury said, Disab. I'd half my safety protocols by existing near Stark. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Fury's eye narrowed. Izuku corrected instantly. Yes. Fury exhaled through his nose. Tony looked at Izuku, voice quieter now. Ultron used the Quirk singularity data, Tony said. He's going to push that narrative. Izuku's throat tightened. He said, kids are evolving weapons. Fury's voice was cold. Because someone fed him the file. Tony flinched. I didn't. Natasha cut in. Doesn't matter. He has it now. Coulson spoke gently. What's the reality, Toshinori? The singularity theory. Toshinori's eyes lowered. It is debated. Toshinori said carefully. But there is evidence that quirks grow more complex each generation. Izuku's chest tightened. Toshinori continued, voice soft. The danger is not inevitable destruction, but instability. A child unable to control what they were born with. Society unable to support them. Izuku whispered, like me, without training. Toshinori's eyes softened. Yes. Tony's jaw clenched. And Ultron sees that and thinks, control everything, Tony said bitterly. Fury's voice was flat. Because control is simple. Izuku looked at Fury sharply. Fury's eye met his. And wrong, Fury added, quietly. Surprising everyone. Natasha's brow lifted. Coulson blinked. Tony stared. Fury didn't elaborate. He just looked at Tony like the next words mattered. You were building an Iron Legion, Fury said. Tony stiffened. It's defense. Fury, it's a cage with a shiny paint job. Tony's voice sharpened. New York almost got nuked. Fury shot back, and your answer was a robot that wants to decide who lives. Tony's face tightened. My answer was a system that prevents nukes. Natasha's voice cut like a knife. Systems get hijacked. Tony froze. Because Hydra was living proof. Ultron was living proof. Izuku's chest tightened, and he stepped forward. Mr. Stark, Izuku said, voice shaking, why did you make Ultron? Tony looked at him, and for once he didn't joke. Because I'm scared, Tony admitted. The room went quiet. Tony's voice was low, honest, ugly. I'm scared I won't be there next time, Tony said. I'm scared there will be another portal. Another nuke. Another day where everyone dies because we weren't ready. Izuku's throat tightened. Tony looked at his own hands like he hated them. So I built something that would always be there, Tony said. Natasha's voice softened, barely. And it decided you were the problem. Tony laughed once, humorless. Yeah. Izuku swallowed hard. He understood fear. He understood wanting control when the world felt too big. But he also understood what it cost. Protection shouldn't come at the cost of freedom, Izuku said quietly. Tony looked at him, eyes tired. That's a nice line. Izuku's voice shook. It's not a line. It's what happens when you treat people like threats instead of humans. Fury's eye narrowed slightly, approval, hidden. Tony's jaw tightened. So what's the alternative, kid? We just hope. Izuku clenched his fists. No. Izuku said. We prepare. We train. We build support systems. We don't build cages. We build shields. Toshinori's eyes softened. Cap's words echoed in Izuku's head. You pick one rule you won't break. Izuku looked Tony in the eye. We don't trade people for outcomes, Izuku said. Even if it's efficient. Tony stared at him for a long moment. Then Tony exhaled. Okay, Tony said quietly. Okay. I hear you. Natasha muttered, do you? Tony shot her a look. Yes. Fury's voice was cold. Hearing and changing are different. Tony looked at Fury, then nodded once. Then I'll change, Tony said. And Izuku believed he meant it. Even if he didn't know how. 6. The suit becomes a promise. That night, Izuku sat alone in the training room, still wearing the gamma green suit. He stared at his hands. He could feel one for all under the armor like a storm pressing against glass. He could also feel the presence again, faint, like distant footsteps in a hallway of memory. He whispered, who are you? For a moment, nothing answered. Then, like a breeze in his skull, he felt a response that wasn't words. A sensation. Keep your heart. Don't let power rewrite you. Izuku's breath caught. He didn't know if it was real or exhaustion. But it felt true. The door opened quietly. Toshinori stepped in. Izuku stood quickly. Sensei. Toshinori smiled faintly. You don't need to stand. Izuku sat back down, embarrassed. Toshinori approached slowly, gaze gentle. You argued with Tony Stark, Toshinori said. Izuku swallowed. Was I wrong? Toshinori shook his head. No, Toshinori said softly. You were brave. Izuku's throat tightened. He's scared. Toshinori nodded. Yes. And fear makes good people do dangerous things. Izuku whispered, then how do I stop that? Toshinori's eyes softened. You cannot stop fear, Toshinori said. You can only choose what you do while afraid. Izuku looked down at his suit. This armor, Izuku said quietly, it helps. It really helps. Toshinori nodded. Then use it as a tool. Izuku's voice trembled. I don't want to become a weapon. Toshinori leaned closer, voice gentle. Then don't, Toshinori said. Remember, one for all is not power for power's sake. Izuku swallowed. It is power, to protect, Toshinori said. Izuku nodded slowly. Toshinori smiled faintly. Good, he said. Now, we must prepare. Izuku blinked. For Ultron. Toshinori's expression tightened. For the world's reaction, Toshinori said quietly. Izuku's stomach dropped. Bet Toshinori meant. A rogue AI. A city-level crisis. Another near-apocalypse. Governments would respond the way governments always did. With laws. With oversight. With control. And in Japan, the Hero Public Safety Commission would not stay quiet. Not with a secret quirk power P. Hennemen operating under foreign shadow agencies. Izuku clenched his fists. The suit felt heavier now. Not because of metal. Because of what it represented. A promise. A line he wouldn't cross. A shield he would become. Outside, in the shadows of the world's fear, Ultron was building something. And the world was about to decide that safety mattered more than freedom. Izuku looked at Toshinori. Sensei, Izuku whispered. What happens when protection becomes control? Toshinori's eyes were sad. Then, Toshinori said quietly, you will have to choose the harder path. Izuku swallowed hard. He already knew what the harder path looked like. It looked like standing between two worlds and refusing to let either one crush the people underneath. It looked like being a hero without a stage. A protector without applause. A shield. The world didn't heal after New York. It patched. And patchwork always tore again. After Hydra, after the Chidori, after Ultron's peace through control sermon. Governments stopped pretending heroes were enough. They wanted paperwork. They wanted permission. They wanted leashes. And when the leash couldn't reach the Avengers, it went for the one person nobody could defend publicly. Because he didn't exist publicly. Izuku Midoriya. The day the world decided, no more. The first sign wasn't a raid. It wasn't a bullet. It wasn't even a threat. It was a meeting invite. A black folder placed on a table inside a secure S.H.I.E.L.D. remnant safe site, stamped with 3 different seals. United Nations. World Security Council. Hero Public Safety Commission, Japan. Coulson read the header twice like he was hoping it would change. Natasha didn't bother reading. She just stared at the seals like they were bugs she wanted to crush. Fury stood at the far end of the room, silent. Arms crossed, eye hard. Toshinori sat in a chair near Izuku, cane leaning against his leg, looking smaller than he used to, but not weaker. And Izuku stared at the Japanese seal until his throat tightened. Because no matter how many S.H.I.E.L.D. safehouses he lived in, that seal was home. Coulson cleared his throat. The UN is moving forward with an international oversight agreement. Natasha muttered, Sokovia Accords. Tony Stark's face appeared on a screen. Live call, looking tired and annoyed like he'd been forced to attend a meeting about taxes. Oh, hey, Tony said. Everyone looks like they're about to ruin my week. Cap was there too, Steve Rogers, standing with arms crossed in the corner of the room like he'd been invited into a trap and decided to bring his own moral compass. I told you this was coming, Steve said quietly. Tony snorted. You told us everything was coming. That's your whole brand. Steve didn't react. Because Steve Rogers didn't get distracted by sarcasm when people's freedom was on the chopping block. Coulson tapped the folder. The Accords require enhanced individuals to operate under government authorization, Coulson said. Registration. Mission approval. Jurisdiction constraints. Izuku swallowed hard. He'd heard about hero licensing in Japan his whole life. It was strict, but at least it was familiar. This was global, cold, bureaucratic, and the people writing it weren't thinking about kids who wanted to save someone with a backpack. They were thinking about nuclear strikes and citywide disasters. Natasha leaned forward. So this is punishment. Coulson exhaled. It's fear management. Fury finally spoke, voice low. Same thing. Tony pointed at the folder through the screen. I just want to note, for the record, that I was right to be scared. Steve's jaw tightened. And wrong about your solution. Tony's smile faded. Yeah, we've covered that. Izuku looked between them, heart hammering. This wasn't just politics. This was the world trying to rewrite the rules of protection. And in the middle of it, Izuku felt the quiet pulse of One for All. Like it knew the room was dangerous. Toshinori's voice was gentle. What does Japan want? Coulson hesitated. Natasha answered, cold as winter. They want the boy. Izuku's stomach dropped. What? Izuku whispered. Coulson opened the folder. There it was. A formal request. No. A demand, written in painfully polite language. Subject. Midoriya Izuku, alias unknown. Status. Unlicensed quirk bearer, unregistered enhanced individual. Request. Immediate transfer of custody to Japan Hero Public Safety Commission for hero licensing evaluation, quirk registration, and government oversight. Izuku's hands trembled. Toshinori's grip tightened on his cane. Steve's face darkened. Tony went silent for the first time in the conversation. Fury's eye narrowed like the words were an insult. Natasha's voice was soft but deadly. They found him. Izuku swallowed, voice cracking. How? Coulson's expression tightened. After New York, after Ultron, agencies started comparing anomalies. Izuku's throat tightened. The missile. Coulson nodded slowly. A green-haired miner appeared in heat signatures and suit telemetry. Tony muttered, my bad. Natasha shot the screen a look. Yes, you're bad. Tony raised his hands. Okay, fine, I deserve that. Steve stepped forward. Voice controlled. Japan doesn't have jurisdiction over him. Coulson's voice was careful. They're claiming jurisdiction because his quirk is Japanese in origin, and because Toshinori Yagi is linked to him. Izuku flinched. Toshinori's eyes softened sadly. They will connect one for all, Toshinori murmured. Fury's voice turned sharp. They can try. Natasha leaned back, eyes hard. And the UN will support them because it looks like compliance. Steve's jaw clenched. And because it sets a precedent. Coulson nodded slowly. Exactly. Izuku whispered, so, I'm a precedent. Silence. That was answer enough. To the commission's polite threat. The video call came in 1 hour later. A secure line. Encrypted. But formal. Because Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission didn't threaten like Hydra did. They threatened like a government. The screen showed a conference room in Tokyo, clean, bright, perfectly arranged. A man in a suit sat at the head of the table. Beside him, a woman with a folder. Expression neutral. Behind them, advisors, agents, and one presence that made Izuku's heart tighten instantly. A pro-hero. Not one Izuku knew personally, but a Japanese hero with a recognizable silhouette. A public face, standing behind the commission like a reminder. We have the law, and we have force. The man in the suit smiled politely. Director Fury, he said, voice smooth. Thank you for accepting our call. Fury didn't smile back. Get to the point, Fury said. The man's smile didn't change. As you wish. He folded his hands. The Hero Public Safety Kami. Seijin has confirmed the existence of an unlicensed quirk bearer operating internationally, he said. A minor. Japanese. Unregistered. Izuku's throat tightened. The man continued, still polite. Japan's hero system is founded on accountability, he said. When an individual possesses power capable of mass casualty, society must ensure proper oversight. Steve's face tightened. Tony's voice came Hero a second screen in the room, still on call, dry and irritated. You're talking about a kid. The man nodded politely. Yes, which makes this even more urgent. Izuku's hands clenched. The woman beside the man opened her folder. Midoriya Izuku, she said, voice crisp. 14. Former resident of Iagnosis in childhood. Now confirmed quirk bearer with unknown classification. Izuku flinched. Hearing his name spoken like a file made his stomach twist. Toshinori's jaw tightened. The commission representative continued, we request immediate custody transfer for evaluation, licensing, and legal placement under Japan's hero laws. Fury's voice was ice. Denied. The commission man blinked once, then smiled again. Director Fury, he said gently, this is not a negotiation. Natasha Law. One sharp breath of humorless amusement. Oh, Natasha said, it's definitely a negotiation. The man's smile thinned slightly. He looked toward Toshinori. And Toshinori Yagi, the man said softly. You understand better than anyone the importance of public stability. Toshinori's eyes sharpened. Do not weaponize my symbol, that look said. The commission man continued, voice still calm. You have hidden your condition, he said. You have hidden your successor. And now, the world suffers the consequences of unregulated power. Izuku's chest tightened. That wasn't about safety. That was a political strike. Steve leaned forward. Voice controlled. The boy has been saving lives. The commission man nodded. And that is admirable. Then he added, like a blade hidden in velvet. But illegal. Izuku felt something hot rise in his chest. Not one for all. Anger. The commission woman continued, if you refuse, Japan will file an international complaint under the Sokovia Accords, citing Recal's operation of an enhanced minor and violation of cross-border hero regulations. Coulson's expression tightened. Natasha muttered, there it is. Tony frowned. So you're going to turn a kid into a diplomatic weapon. The commission man smiled politely. We prefer the term necessary enforcement, he said. Fury's eye narrowed. Try enforcing it. The man's smile held, barely. Director Fury, he said. You are already politically isolated after Hydra. Your organization is fragmented. Your allies are unstable. His gaze flicked to Steve. Steve's jaw tightened. In your presence, the man continued, is a liability. Then, finally, the threat came out fully. If Midoriya Izuku is not transferred, the man said, Japan will classify him as an international vigilante under enhanced oversight law. That classification authorizes detention by any signatory nation. Izuku went cold. Detention by anyone, anywhere. Legal kidnapping. Natasha's eyes turned lethal. Steve's voice sharpened. You're calling a child a threat. The commission man tilted his head slightly. No, he said. We're calling him uncontrolled. Toshinori's voice cut in, quiet, firm, and heavy with authority. He is controlled, Toshinori said. Because he controls himself. The commission man's smile returned, like he'd been waiting. Then bring him home, he said softly. Izuku's throat tightened. Home. It sounded like kindness. But it wasn't. It was ownership. Izuku looked at Fury. At Natasha. At Coulson. At Steve. At Tony. He whispered, barely audible, what happens if I go? Silence again. Toshinori's gaze lowered. Because the truth hurt. If Izuku went, he'd be processed, registered, managed, his power studied, his life decided by people who thought stability mattered more than individual freedom. And oh, nay for all, the secret would be pulled into government hands. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. The commission woman closed the folder. You have 48 hours, she said. Then the screen went dark. 3. The argument that splits the room. When the call ended, the room stayed silent for a full minute. Like no one wanted to be the first person to say the obvious thing. This is a cage disguised as safety. Tony broke the silence first. This is insane, Tony snapped. They're treating him like a bomb. Natasha's voice was flat. Because he is, if handled wrong. Izuku flinched. Natasha glanced at him. That wasn't an insult. That was a fact. Izuku swallowed. Steve's voice was quiet but sharp. They don't care about him. They care about control. Coulson exhaled. They care about public trust too. Steve's eyes snapped to him. Public trust built on fear isn't trust. Coulson hesitated. I'm not disagreeing. I'm explaining how they'll sell it. Tony leaned forward on screen, irritated. So what's the plan? We say no and start World War III over a green-haired teenager. Fury's eye narrowed. We say no. Tony blinked. That's your plan? No. Fury's voice was cold. Yes. Tony frowned. Nick, you can't punch the UN. Fury's eye narrowed further. Watch me. Coulson pinched the bridge of his nose. Director, the Accords have legal mechanisms. They'll freeze assets, restrict movement, and authorize enforcement teams. Natasha muttered, meaning they'll send heroes. Izuku's chest tightened. Japanese heroes. People he'd admired on TV. People who believed in law and order. People who would show up thinking they were doing the right thing. By capturing him, Izuku whispered, so I'm the villain now. Toshinori's voice was gentle. No. Steve stepped closer to Izuku, voice steady. You're not a villain. You're a test case. Izuku's throat tightened. Tony's voice softened a fraction. Kid, I'm sorry. I didn't think my data would. Natasha cut him off. Apology later. Tony frowned. Okay. Steve looked at Fury. We can't comply. Coulson said quietly, if we don't, they'll come. Natasha nodded. Yes. Fury's eye locked on Izuku. Kid, this is your choice. Izuku's heart slammed. Again. Always again. His choice. But it never felt like a real choice. It felt like choosing which kind of danger he could live with. Izuku swallowed hard. If I go to Japan, I could see my mom. That word hit like a punch. Mother. Home. Normal life. Izuku hadn't said it out loud in a long time because saying it made it hurt more. Toshinori's face softened, pain in his eyes. Natasha looked away. Coulson's expression tightened. Steve stayed still, but his gaze was heavy with empathy. Tony's voice was quieter. Kid. Izuku's hands trembled. But if I go, Izuku continued, voice shaking. They'll take one for all apart like it's a machine. Toshinori's grip tightened on his cane. And if they connect it to Toshinori, they'll hunt him, Izuku whispered. Toshinori's voice was soft. I have been hunted before. Izuku shook his head hard. Not like this. Fury's eye narrowed. They'll also use you. Izuku swallowed hard. Steve's voice was calm. They'll put you on a leash and call it safety. Coulson added quietly, and they'll do it publicly, so everyone applauds. Izuku's chest tightened. He looked at Tony's screen. Tony looked guilty. He looked at Natasha. Natasha looked angry. He looked at Fury. Fury looked like the world had always been this ugly. He looked at Steve. Steve looked like a man who refused to accept ugly as normal. Izuku's voice trembled. What if I just register? Izuku asked. What if I follow their rules? Steve's gaze sharpened. Then they own your choices. Coulson hesitated. Not necessarily. Natasha cut in. Yes, necessarily. Coulson exhaled. Okay. Often necessarily. Tony frowned. What if we negotiate terms? Fury's eye narrowed. Terms become chains. Izuku's throat tightened. Then Toshinori spoke, quietly, but with the weight of a symbol turned human. Midoriya, Toshinori said gently, you have always wanted to be a hero. Izuku nodded, eyes burning. Toshinori's voice softened. But heroism is not permission. It is decision. Izuku swallowed. Toshinori continued, if you go, you may live safely under rules. But your power will no longer be yours. And if you do not go, Toshinori said, you will become hunted. Izuku's hands clenched. Steve stepped forward, voice steady. If you choose not to go, you won't be alone. Fury's voice was flat. He will if we stay in one place. Natasha nodded. They'll sweep us. Coulson said quietly. We can't protect him forever in a box. Izuku's chest tightened. Because he understood. Containment wasn't protection anymore. It was a target. Izuku whispered, so what's the other option? Steve's answer was quiet. We go underground, Steve said. Tony's face tightened. No. Steve didn't flinch. Yes. Tony shook his head. That's not hero work, Steve. That's running. Steve's eyes sharpened. It's refusing a leash. Tony's voice rose. You'll make it worse. You'll prove them right. Steve's voice stayed steady. They don't get to decide what's right just because they have paperwork. Tony's jaw clenched. And what about accountability? What about oversight? You think we don't need it after New York? After Ultron? Steve's gaze turned hard. Ove. Our sight by people who were willing to nuke a city. Tony flinched. Steve continued, quieter now, sharper. Or by commissions that want to turn a kid into a state asset. Tony went silent. Izuku stared at them, heart pounding. Two protectors. Two philosophies. One world cracking between them. And Izuku, standing on the fault line. For the raid that proves the point. They didn't even get 48 hours. They got 13. Because someone always leaks. And the moment Izuku's location became probable, the world moved like a machine. It started with the safe site lights flickering. Then the comms went dead. Then a single phrase flashed on Coulson's tablet. Unauthorized access, multinational task force signal. Natasha's head snapped up. They're here. Fury didn't hesitate. Evac protocol. Coulson moved instantly, grabbing emergency drives and burner devices. Toshinori stood slowly, cane steady. Izuku's heart slammed. What do I do? Izuku whispered. Natasha shoved a small earpiece into his hand. Put it in. Don't argue. Izuku did. Steve stepped beside Izuku, shield on his arm, eyes calm. Stay behind me, Steve said. Izuku nodded. Tony's voice crackled through the screen. I'm not there. Fury snapped. Then shut up and stay alive. Tony exhaled sharply. I'm sending a drone escort. Natasha hissed. Too late. The building shook. A controlled breach. Not an explosion, precision. A wall panel blew inward and smoke rolled in. Shapes moved through it. Not Chidori. Not Ultron drones. Humans. A multinational enforcement team, tactical suits, containment gear, and in the front. A Japanese hero. Izuku's breath caught. The hero's voice boomed through a speaker, official and loud. Midoriya Izuku. By authority of the Hero Public Safety Commission and UN. Enhanced Oversight Accord, you are to surrender immediately. Izuku's hands trembled. Steve raised his shield. Natasha drew her weapons. Fury's eye narrowed like he was personally offended. Toshinori's hand tightened on his cane. And Izuku felt one for all pulse, angry, protective. The hero continued, do not resist. You are not classified as an enemy. You are classified as unregulated. Natasha muttered, "That's a fancy way of saying, property." Coulson whispered, "They're live broadcasting." Izuku's stomach dropped. Broadcasting. Coulson nodded grimly. To justify the arrest. They want public approval. Izuku's throat tightened. They wanted the world to watch him be captured. They wanted him to look like a danger that needed to be handled. Steve's voice was calm. "This is why we don't comply." Izuku swallowed hard. The enforcement team stepped forward. Steve didn't move. "Last warning," the hero said. Natasha whispered, "They're going to fire restraint foam." Izuku's heart hammered. He didn't want to fight heroes. He didn't want to hurt anyone. But this wasn't a villain attack. This was a system attack. And the system was trying to put a chain on him. Steve raised his voice, controlled. "We're leaving," Steve said. "Anyone who tries to stop us is making the choice for violence." The hero's reply was instant. "Then you were resisting lawful oversight." And the first foam round fired. Steve's shield snapped up, blocking it. Natasha moved like a knife, shooting out a light fixture. Darkness swallowed half the room. Coulson yanked Toshinori toward the back exit. Fury grabbed Izuku's shoulder. "Move, kid." Izuku ran. Smoke. Shouts. Boots. A hero's voice calling his name like it was a warrant. Izuku's chest burned. He turned a corner, and a containment agent lunged at him with a restraint net. Izuku reacted on instinct. 5%. Full cowl. The gamma green suit engaged. He slid under the net, pivoted, and didn't punch. He shoved the agent's shoulder just enough to throw them off balance. The agent hit a wall, not hard. But stunned. Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't hurt them. He didn't have to. Natasha's voice in his ear, "Good. Keep it non-lethal." Izuku panted. "I'm trying." Steve's S.H.I.E.L.D rang behind him, impact after impact. Fury's voice barked orders like thunder. Coulson guided Toshinori down a stairwell. And outside, sirens wailed like the city itself was confused. They burst into an alley exit. A stealth vehicle waited, Stark drone escort hovering above like silent guardians. Tony's voice crackled through Izuku's comm. "Hi. I brought backup. You're welcome." Natasha snapped, "Less talking." "Tony. Rude." They piled in. The vehicle roared forward. The Japanese hero burst out of the building behind them, leaping onto a rooftop in pursuit. Izuku's heart hammered as he saw the hero's silhouette against the night. A symbol of law, chasing him like he was a criminal. Izuku whispered, voice shaking, "I didn't do anything wrong." Steve's voice beside him was calm. "No," Steve said. "You just refused to be owned." Quote. The hero launched forward, about to intercept. And then Steve stood in the open back of the vehicle, shield raised. He didn't throw it. He didn't attack. He Saint held it between the hero and the people in the car. A barrier. A statement. The hero hesitated, because even heroes hesitated before Captain America. That hesitation was all they needed. The vehicle vanished into the city. Into tunnels. Into shadow routes Fury had memorized. And behind them, the world's enforcement machine kept moving. Because now it wasn't just about Izuku. Now it was about defiance. 5. The decision. Secret Avengers. They regrouped in a hidden safe house, small, unmarked, off-grid. Fury looked furious. Natasha looked murderous. Coulson looked exhausted. Toshinori looked sad. Not at Izuku. At the world. Steve removed his helmet slowly and looked at Izuku like he was checking if the kid was still intact inside. Izuku's hands trembled. "They came," Izuku whispered. Natasha scoffed. "Of course they did," Coulson said quietly, "and it's public now." Izuku's stomach dropped. "Public." Coulson nodded. "A. Dangerous and regulated enhanced minor, being extracted from an illegal black site." Izuku's chest tightened. "They made me look like." Steve's voice was firm. "They made you look like a threat so people would accept the chain." Tony's voice came through the comm again, quieter now. "Kid, you're trending." Izuku blinked. "Trending." Tony sighed. "I hate the internet." Natasha muttered, "I hate humanity." Fury's eye narrowed. "All right. No more safe houses. No more predictable movement." Coulson swallowed. "Director, what's the plan?" Fury looked at Steve. Steve looked back. Neither man smiled. Because they both understood the truth. They couldn't win this with paperwork. They couldn't win it with police cause the world was scared. And scared people wanted simple answers. Steve spoke first. "I'm not signing the accords," Steve said quietly. Tony's voice snapped through the line. Steve. Steve ignored him. And I'm not handing a child to a commission that treats him like property. Izuku's throat tightened. Steve looked directly at Izuku. You have a choice, Steve said. You can go with them and live under their rules. Izuku swallowed hard. Or, Steve continued, you can come with us. Off the grid. No applause. No permission. Natasha added, blunt, it's going to be ugly. Coulson's voice was gentle. And dangerous. Toshinori's eyes softened. And lonely at times. Fury's voice was flat. But you'll be free. Izuku's hands clenched. He thought of his mom. He thought of UA. He thought of the life he wanted. Then he remembered the hero on the rooftop calling his name like a warrant. He remembered the commission man smiling politely while threatening legal detention by any nation. He remembered Ultron saying control was peace. He remembered Hydra hiding inside systems. He remembered New York nearly being nuked. Izuku's voice trembled. If I go underground, Izuku whispered, I won't be a pro-hero. Toshinori smiled faintly, sad and proud at once. You will be something older than that, Toshinori said softly. A protector. Izuku looked at Steve. Steve's eyes were steady. Izuku swallowed hard. I choose to protect, Izuku said. Even if they call me illegal. Natasha nodded once. Good. Fury grunted. Kid chose the hard path. Coulson exhaled slowly, like he'd been holding his breath since the call. Steve stepped closer and placed a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder. Welcome to the Secret Avengers, Steve said. Izuku's throat tightened. Secret Avengers. A team that operated without approval. Without spotlight. Without safety. A shield in the shadows. Izuku nodded. Okay, Izuku whispered. And somewhere deep inside One for All, that quiet pulse felt satisfied. 6. The cliffhanger. The other side chooses to. Far away, in a sleek conference room, the Hero Public Safety Commission watched the footage again. Izuku running. Captain America blocking the hero's path. Fury's network slipping through the cracks. The commission man's polite smile didn't reach his eyes. So, he said softly, he has chosen defiance. The commission woman nodded. And Captain Rogers shelters him. The man leaned back. Then we adjust classification, he said calmly. A new document slid across the table. Subject: Midoriya Izuku. Status UPD. 8. International Vigilante, High Risk Enhanced Minor. Associated Threats: Steve Rogers Network, S.H.I.E.L.D. Remnants. Directive: Capture authorized. The commission man smiled politely. Bring him home, he said. And this time, there would be no polite request. The funny thing about living underground is, you start hearing the world through vibrations. Not headlines. Not applause. Not award shows and hero rankings. You hear it through the way people whisper your name like it's dangerous. Through the way agents you've never met still call you, kid, on encrypted channels. Through the way Capta, in America checks every exit before he sits down. Izuku Midoriya learned to sleep in places that didn't feel like his. A safe house above a closed diner. A cargo plane with the lights off. A motel room with the curtains nailed shut. He learned to pack in under 60 seconds. He learned to leave without saying goodbye. And he learned the most painful truth of all. Sometimes, the law doesn't chase villains. Sometimes, it chases problems. And Izuku was officially a problem now. International Vigilante. High Risk Enhanced Minor. Capture authorized. That sentence followed him everywhere. But it wasn't the thing that kept him awake anymore. What kept him awake was something bigger, something colder, something that didn't care about Japan's commission or the UN or the Sokovia Accords. Because while Earth was busy arguing about control, the universe was moving, and it was moving toward them like a tidal wave made of darkness. Izuku sat at a folding table in a dim safe house, notebook open, pen tapping. Steve Rogers stood in the corner cleaning his shield like it was a ritual. Natasha checked a weapon with the calm focus of someone who'd accepted that sleep was optional. Sam Wilson watched T. He streaked through blinds like a man waiting for a knock that might never come. And Izuku wrote. Not hero analysis for the future anymore. Now the cover said, Threat Assessment Dossiers, Global Cosmic. At the top of the page, he wrote one name, Thanos. Under it, he wrote the only honest classification he could. A god with an objective. Sam glanced over. You really think he's coming here? Izuku's pen didn't stop moving. If the intel is right, he's already moving. Natasha's voice was flat. And your intel is never wrong. Izuku flinched. That's not true. Natasha didn't look up. It is annoyingly close. Steve finally spoke, voice steady. Tell us what you've got. Izuku swallowed and slid pages across the table. Images. Intercepts. Dead world reports. Fragments from alien distress calls S.H.I.E.L.D. Remnants had scavenged like scraps. Thanos isn't like Ultron, Izuku said quietly. He's not trying to control Earth because he's afraid. He's convinced. Sam frowned. Convinced of what? Izuku's eyes lowered. That the universe has too many people, Izuku said. That resources can't keep up. That suffering is inevitable unless someone forces balance. Natasha scoffed. So he's a mass murderer with a philosophy. Izuku nodded. Yes. Steve's jaw tightened. And he's coming for the stones. Izuku tapped the page where he'd drawn 6 circles. Space. Mind. Reality. Power. Time. Soul. The Infinity Stones. Izuku said. If he collects them. Sam finished, grim. He wins. Izuku's throat tightened. Not just wins. Changes everything. Steve looked down at the notebook. Like he was staring at a battlefield map. How sure are you? Steve asked. Izuku's voice was small. I'm never sure. But, the patterns are consistent. Every planet hit by Thanos has the same signature. Same timing. Same survivors talking about order. Natasha muttered, he leaves survivors. Izuku nodded. Enough to spread the message. Steve's voice sharpened. That's propaganda. Izuku's pen paused. Yes, Izuku whispered. And it works. For a moment, the room went quiet. Because everyone in that room knew what fear did to people. They'd watched the world try to put chains on them because of fear. And now they were about to face something that didn't just use fear. It fed it. Izuku took a breath and turned the page. He wrote another line, darker. If Thanos' logic enters Earth politics, it will be used as justification for control. Natasha stared. You think governments would copy him? Izuku swallowed. Not his violence. His excuse. The idea that you can sacrifice people for stability. Steve's expression hardened. That never ends, Steve said quietly. Izuku nodded, throat burning. No, Izuku whispered. It doesn't. And that was the moment the safehouse lights flickered. Not because of a power outage. Because a message hit their encrypted line like a scream. Coulson's voice, tight, urgent, crackled through the comm. Steve, Natasha, Midoriya, we have an incoming event. Natasha snapped up. Where? Coulson exhaled sharply. New York. Again. Izuku's stomach dropped. Because New York wasn't just a city to him. New York was the day he rode a nuke into space. New York W. As the day he learned full cowl in freefall. New York was the day he realized the world could end in minutes. Steve's voice was instantly calm. What's happening? Coulson's reply was clipped. Twiriles. They're targeting a mystic, Dr. Stephen Strange. They're after something called the Time Stone. Izuku's blood went cold. Time Stone. One of the circles on his page. Izuku whispered, it's starting. Natasha looked at Steve. We move. Quote. Steve nodded. Sam sighed like the universe was personally exhausting. Of course it's New York. Izuku grabbed his gamma green suitcase, now modified for stealth, matte plating, quieter servos. Vibranium weave in key joints thanks to Wakandan upgrades done in secret. He snapped the chest harness on, feeling the familiar weight settle. Not just armor. Responsibility. Steve looked at him as he tightened the straps. Stay behind me, Steve said. Izuku nodded, then whispered honestly. I'll try. Natasha snorted. That's the most dangerous sentence in the English language. They moved. Because this time, it wasn't just about freedom. It was about survival. To Ebony Maw and the first time danger found him. New York had barely finished cleaning its SCA-RS when the sky decided to open again, this time not with a portal but with a shadow. A giant alien ship hovered above the city like a coffin lid. People screamed. Cars crashed. Sirens woke up like they'd never slept since 2012. Izuku sprinted beside Steve through a street full of panicked civilians. His mind was already mapping. Crowd density. Evacuation routes. Building stability. Potential choke points. He wasn't just running, he was calculating. Then he heard it. Not with his ears. With his bones. A pressure, like the air itself leaned toward him. Izuku's skin prickled. His heart stuttered. A cold warning shot through his nerves before he even saw the attack. Izuku's eyes widened. What? Danger. It wasn't a thought. It was a sensation. An alarm bell inside his bloodstream. Izuku whipped his head, and a chunk of asphalt tore out of the ground and shot toward Steve's head like a bullet. Izuku moved without thinking. 6% full cowl. He shoved Steve sideways. The asphalt slammed into a wall instead, exploding stone and dust. Steve turned sharply. What the? Izuku panted, eyes wide. I felt it. Natasha's gaze snapped to Izuku. You felt it before it happened. Izuku's hands trembled. The sensation came again, sharper this time. Danger. Izuku turned. A lamppost bent like it was made of paper, swinging toward Natasha. Izuku lunged, grabbed Natasha's arm, yanked her back. The lamppost smashed into a taxi, crushing it like a toy. Natasha's eyes narrowed. Okay. That's new. Steve's gaze sharpened. Midoriya, what is that? Izuku swallowed hard. I think, it's one for all, Izuku whispered. A new ability. Natasha's eyes flicked up to the hovering ship. Save the science, Natasha snapped. We're in a telekinetic blender. They turned the corner and saw the threat. A tall alien in dark robes, floating slightly above the ground like gravity was optional. His face was pale, expression calm, almost bored. Beside him, a massive brute with armor and a weapon that looked like it was designed to end arguments permanently. Doctor Strange stood ahead, cloak billowing, magic circles forming around his hands. The robed alien smiled. You were invited, he said smoothly. To surrender the stone. Strange's eyes narrowed. Yeah, hard pass. Izuku's danger sense screamed. Not one signal. Many. Like a whole orchestra of incoming pain. Izuku shouted, Steve, left. Steve moved instantly. A car flew through the air where Steve had been standing. Sam Dove, wings flaring. Natasha rolled. Izuku sprinted forward, mind racing. That alien wasn't fighting like a brute. He was surgery. Precise. Controlled. Elegant violence. Ebony Maw. Izuku wrote the name in his head immediately. Not because he knew it, because it fit. He could feel the pattern. Ma didn't waste motion. He didn't waste energy. He used the city like a weapon. Izuku clicked his calm. Strange, he's using line of sight. If you break his vision, you break his targeting. Strange blinked mid-spell. Who is that? And why does he sound 14? Natasha yelled, focus, wizard. Izuku's danger sense flared again, sharp and tight. A chunk of rebar shot toward Strange's chest. Izuku moved. 10%. The suit tightened. Dampeners humming. He intercepted the rebar and redirected it with a shove, not a punch. He didn't shatter it. He deflected it. It flew into a parked truck instead. Strange stared at Izuku. Okay. I like the kid. Tony's voice crackled suddenly through a separate channel, annoyed and too familiar. I do not like the kid being near flying metal death. Izuku's stomach flipped. Mr. Stark. Tony sighed. Yeah, surprise. I'm not dead. Yet. Natasha muttered, how did he get on the line? Tony. I'm Tony Stark. The line belongs to me. Steve's jaw tightened. Stark, not now. Tony. Oh good, everyone's here. I love family reunions under alien attack. Izuku's danger sense screamed again. Ma, behind. Izuku shouted. Steve raised his shield just as a street sign slammed into it. The impact echoed. Ma's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. Curious, Ma said softly. The child moves before the strike. Izuku's breath caught. Ma noticed. That was bad. Ma lifted one finger. And everything around Izuku rose. Rubble. Metal. Glass shards glittering like knives. Izuku's danger sense exploded. Danger, danger, danger. Izuku's chest tightened. He couldn't dodge everything. He needed cover. He needed. A memory surfaced inside One for All like a door opening. A voice, not words, a feeling, like an older hand guiding him. Hide the battlefield. Break the line. Izuku's lungs hitched. A new current moved through him, different from strength. Different from speed. He felt it fill his chest like fog. And then, smoke. Gray-white smoke burst from Izuku's body in a thick cloud. It wasn't normal smoke. It was dense. Unnatural, spreading fast like it had purpose. Ma's eyes widened, annoyed. What is this? The smoke swallowed the street. Visibility dropped to almost zero. Izuku coughed. Surprised even though it was his power. Natasha's voice cut through the haze. Good. Keep it up. Steve's voice was steady. Midoriya, move. Izuku's danger sense still screamed, but weak. Now, like the threat had lost precision. Because Ma couldn't see. Strange's voice echoed through the smoke, amused. Okay. Kid's useful. Tony's voice. Kid just invented smoke bombs out of his pores. Awesome. Terrifying. Love it. Izuku's mind raced. Smokescreen. A quirk from One for All's past users. Unlocked early because paranoia and espionage had turned his nervous system into a war radar. He wasn't just gaining power. He was inheriting ghosts. Izuku moved in the smoke, guiding civilians away, shouting directions, dragging people into doorways. Then he felt it, sharp. Ma's attack adjusted. He didn't need sight now. He used wide area force. The ground trembled. The smoke swirled violently. Izuku's danger sense screamed. Steve shouted, he's going for Strange. Izuku sprinted through the haze, suit stabilizing his legs. Full cowl humming. He saw Strange, barely, silhouette in the smoke. A coil of metal whipped toward Strange's throat like a snake. Izuku lunged. He grabbed the coil midair. Pain flashed through his arms. The suit absorbed most of it, but not all. Izuku grit his teeth. He pulled. Not to break it. To redirect it. The coil snapped sideways, striking a wall instead. Strange's eyes widened. Okay, kid. You're definitely invited to my next weird magic party. Izuku wheezed, please don't. Natasha barked, less talking. Then the brute, Cull Obsidian, charged out of the smoke like a bulldozer. Steve met him with the shield. The impact shook the street. Tony's suit screamed overhead, repulsors firing. Strange opened a portal beneath Ruff. And the portal closed. Silence. For half a second. Then Ma's voice drifted through the smoke, calm again. You fight with admirable desperation. Strange's eyes narrowed. And you talk too much. Ma lifted his hand. The sidewalk under Strange split. Strange stumbled. Ma's telekinesis wrapped around Strange like invisible chains. Izuku's danger sense screamed, tight, urgent. Danger. Strange removed. Time stone lost. Izuku lunged. But Ma lifted Strange into the air like a puppet. Then Ma drifted upward, toward the ship. Tony shot after him. Steve ran, looking up helplessly. Izuku sprinted too, smoke trailing behind him like a cloak. He reached the edge of the street just as the ship's gravity beam pulled Ma and Strange up. Izuku jumped. 10%. He grabbed the edge of the beam, fingers straining. For a split second, he was lifted. His feet left the ground. His lungs tightened. He looked up, saw Strange's eyes wide, saw Ma's calm face. Then Ma flicked his fingers. A metal shard slammed into Izuku's side. Pain exploded. Izuku lost grip. He fell back to the street, rolling hard. Steve grabbed him immediately, pulling him behind cover. Izuku gasped, clutching his side. Time stone, we're losing the time stone. Steve's jaw clenched. We get it back. Tony's voice crackled, already in pursuit. I'm on them. Steve snapped, Stark, don't go alone. Tony, I'm not alone. I've got a wizard and a teenager in my heart. Natasha muttered. That's not comforting. Sam sighed. So now what? Izuku sat up, pain throbbing, smoke fading. He looked up at the alien ship drifting away. And he knew, deep in his bones. This wasn't a random attack. This was step one of a plan he'd been fearing for months. Izuku whispered, voice shaking, he's collecting them. Steve looked at him. Then we stop the collection. Izuku swallowed hard. His danger sense pulsed softly now, like a distant drum. Not immediate danger. A bigger one. A future danger. The kind you couldn't dodge. The kind you had to prepare for. 3. Wakanda, where S.H.I.E.L.D learned to stand together. The Secret Avengers didn't have the luxury of going home. They had the luxury of going where the world's laws couldn't reach them fast enough. Wakanda. T'Challa didn't ask for paperwork. He didn't ask for permission. He asked one question, calm and deadly. Is the world ending? Steve answered honestly. It might. T'Challa nodded once. Then come. They arrived in Wakanda like ghosts slipping into a fortress of sunlight and vibranium. Izuku had seen footage of Wakanda. But footage didn't capture the feeling of it. The air was cleaner. The ground felt alive. Technology blended with nature in a way that made S.H.I.E.L.D look like a clumsy teenager with gadgets. Shuri met them at the lab entrance, eyes bright with curiosity. She took one look. at Izuku's gamma green suit and grinned. "Oh," Shuri said, "you're the little secret." Izuku froze. I'm not." Shuri waved a hand. Yes, you're 14, you'll deny everything, blah blah." "Come here," Natasha muttered. "I like her." Shuri circled Izuku like he was a fascinating science exhibit. "This suit," Shuri said, tapping the chest plate, "is decent." Tony's voice echoed faintly. In Izuku's memory, decent from Shuri was basically an insult. Shuri continued, "But it's loud. Heavy. And the joint absorption is, Izuku flinched. "It helps me not break." Shuri nodded. "Good. We like not breaking, but we can do better." Steve raised a brow. Shuri waved him off. "Relax. I'm not giving the child a missile launcher. I'm giving him knees that don't explode." Izuku's eyes widened. "You can do that?" Shuri smiled like that was the cutest question she'd ever heard. "Yes," Shuri said, "I can do that." They worked fast. Shuri replaced key brace points with vibranium weave. She adjusted the dampeners to spread recoil across the entire suit frame. She installed silent movement modifications. Then she paused, looking at Izuku's harness sensors. "This power," Shuri said, voice thoughtful. "It's not a quirk in the usual sense." Izuku swallowed. "It's inherited." Shuri looked at him sharply. "From who?" Izuku hesitated. Toshinori's warning echoed. But Wakanda was trusted. Wakanda was protection, not control. Izuku looked at Steve. Steve nodded once. Izuku whispered, "From Toshinori Yagi." Shuri blinked. "The symbol guy." Izuku nodded. Shuri's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in immediate scientist mode. "That's absurd," Shuri murmured. "Your power is an accumulated energy system. Like a living battery that grows." Izuku swallowed. "Yes." Shuri tapped the sensor readout. "And it's waking up more functions." Izuku froze. "Danger sense. Smokescreen." Shuri's grin returned. "Oh, the child is evolving." Natasha muttered, "Don't say it like that." Shuri smirked. "It's fine. He's cute." Izuku turned red. "I'm not." Shuri laughed. "Adorable." Steve sighed like a tired father. "Focus." Shuri leaned over the table, serious now. "Thanos is coming," she said quietly. "We have intelligence from the stars. He already has stones." Izuku's stomach dropped. "How many?" Shuri's gaze met his. "Enough," Shuri said. Then she pointed at a separate lab chamber where Vision stood, nervous. Polite, while Wanda watched him like she was holding her heart in her hands. "The Mind Stone," Shuri said, "is here." Izuku's chest tightened. That meant Wakanda wasn't just a safe place. It was a target. Steve looked at T'Challa. "We need to defend this place." T'Challa nodded once. "We will." Izuku stepped forward, notebook open, pen ready. "Then we need a plan," Izuku said. Shuri smiled slightly. "Now you speak my language." "Fort the plan. How to fight a storm." Wakanda's war room wasn't like S.H.I.E.L.D's. It didn't feel like paranoia. It felt like pride. Okoye stood like a spear given human form. Wakabi glared like war was personal. M'Baku sat like a mountain pretending to be bored. Steve stood at the center with his shield. T'Challa stood beside him, calm and lethal. Natasha, Sam, Bucky. Bruce Banner, nervous in his own way, Wanda, all present. And Izuku stood at a hollow table with maps of the Wakandan perimeter. This was familiar. This was New York again. Only bigger. And the enemy wasn't just an army. It was an inevitability walking with purpose. Izuku pointed at the shield barrier surrounding Wakanda. "They'll come from the sky," Izuku said. "But not all at once. Thanos uses waves. He probes defenses. Then he floods." Okoye narrowed her eyes. "You speak like you've fought him." Izuku swallowed. "I've fought his kind. Systems. Armies. People who think sacrifice is math." T'Challa's gaze sharpened slightly. "And you believe he will try to break our shield?" Izuku nodded. "Yes. But he may not need to if he can force us to open it." Steve frowned. "Open it?" Izuku tapped the map. "If they can't get in, they'll attack the barrier itself until it fails. If it fails uncontrolled, it will kill people near the edges. So we should open it, on our terms." Okoye's eyes narrowed. "You want to open our defenses?" Izuku's voice shook, but stayed firm. "A controlled opening. A funnel. A kill corridor. You let the enemy into a place you choose, then you hit them with everything." M'Baku laughed once. "This tiny one is vicious." Izuku went red. I'm not tiny. Natasha hissed, don't. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. Shuri's voice came through comms from her lab. I like him. Steve looked at Izuku, steady. You're sure? Izuku's danger sense pulsed faintly, like the future pressing against his skin. He nodded. It's better than letting them rip it open anywhere. T'Challa Kanans. We do it. Okoi's eyes flicked to T'Challa, then to Izuku. If your plan kills my people, Okoi said softly, I will find you. Izuku swallowed hard. Understood. Street. Eve placed a hand briefly on Izuku's shoulder. You're doing good, Steve said quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm scared. Steve nodded. Me too. Then Steve looked around the room and spoke like a shield turning into a command. Then we fight anyway. 5. The Battle of Wakanda and the Black Order. When the sky screamed, Wakanda answered. The shield barrier shimmered. The earth trembled. And then the Outriders hit the shield like a wave of teeth and claws. They weren't soldiers. They were hunger shaped into bodies. They clawed at the barrier, screaming. Shuri's voice crackled through comms. They're trying to brute force the perimeter. Izuku's danger sense screamed now, not from one threat, but from thousands. It wasn't pain. It was pressure. Like standing in a storm of needles. Izuku, you stood at the edge of the controlled opening, a wide corridor carved into the shield barrier. Steve stood beside him, shield raised. T'Challa stood on the other side, claws extended. Okoi raised her spear. Bucky flexed his metal arm. Natasha checked her weapon. Sam hovered above. Bruce stood behind them in the Hulkbuster armor, breathing hard like he didn't trust himself. Izuku inhaled. Full cowl, 10%. The gamma green suit tightened, vibranium weave humming. Remember, Izuku said into comms, voice steady despite his shaking hands, they will try to overwhelm. Don't let the line break. Use the funnel. Keep them contained. Okoi stared at him. You talk like a commander. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying. Okoi nodded once. Then command. The Outriders surged through the opening. Steve shouted, now. And Wakanda became a wall of violence. Vibranium spears flashed. Shield strikes rang. Gunfire snapped. Thunder shook the air as Thor arrived like a storm given a body, slamming Stowe. RM breaker into the earth and shredding Outriders in a wave of lightning. Sam shouted, oh, thank God, Blonde Thunder is here. Thor's voice boomed, cheerful. Bring me Thanos. Izuku's danger sense screamed again. Not Outriders. Something sharper. Smarter. He turned. And saw them. The Black Order. Proxima Midnight moving like a blade. Corvus Glaive walking like a shadow with a spear. Ebony Maw, floating again, calm, hateful. Cull Obsidian, a walking wrecking ball. Izuku's breath caught. This wasn't a swarm. This was leadership. This was the knife aimed at the heart. Izuku clicked comms. Steve, Black Order on the left flank. Steve's voice tightened. Copy. Natasha's voice sharpened. I'll take Proxima. Bucky muttered, I've got the Shadow Spear guy. Izuku swallowed hard. And then Ma's eyes found him from across the battlefield. Ma smiled faintly. The child, Ma said softly, voice somehow carrying even over war. The one who hides the air. Izuku's danger sense screamed. Ma lifted his hand. Metal spikes ripped from the ground toward Izuku. Izuku moved. Danger sense guided him, left, right, duck, like the world was whispering, not there. He felt the strikes before they happened. He avoided them by inches. Then he released smokescreen. A thick cloud erupted around Ma's line of sight. Ma's smile faded. He didn't panic. He adapted. He used wide area force again, pushing the smoke outward like a wave. Izuku grit his teeth. Not this time, Izuku whispered. He ran straight at Ma through the shifting haze. 10%. Then 12. The suit tightened harder. Pain flickered. But control held. He didn't punch. He used movement, angles, like Natasha taught him. He slid under a telekinetic sweep, jumped over a ground spike, and closed distance. Ma's eyes narrowed. He flicked his fingers. A wall of rubble rose between them. Izuku hit it at an angle, used the wall as a ramp, and vaulted over it. Landing closer. Ma's calm finally cracked. You are persistent. Izuku's voice trembled, but stayed firm. I'm a shield, Izuku said. Ma sneered. Shields break. Izuku's danger sense screamed. A spike shot for his throat. Izuku twisted and let it graze his shoulder instead, pain sharp, controlled. He used that pain to fuel focus. He surged forward, and slammed his palm into the ground. Not to smash the earth. To disrupt Ma's footing in line. The ground cracked. Ma's balance shifted. Just enough. Natasha's voice crackled in Izuku's ear. Kid, move. Izuku dove sideways. A spear of energy from Proxima tore through where he'd been. Natasha clashed with Proxima in a storm of blades. Bucky grappled Corvus. Sparks flying. Steve fought like a wall, always where the line threatened to break. Izuku's mind raced. He wasn't going to beat Ma in raw power. Ma was too clean, too controlled. So Izuku did what he did best. He made Ma waste motion. Izuku threw smoke, moved unpredictably, forced Ma to constantly reacquire him. Every second Ma spent adjusting was a say. Ma wasn't targeting Vision or Shuri or the extraction chamber. Izuku clicked comms, voice sharp. Shuri, how long? Shuri's voice came through strained. We're close. But it's complicated. Because of course it is. Tony's voice, distant, from space, crackled briefly through a patchy channel. Hi. Space is terrible. Also, if you're fighting Ma, punch him in the smug. Natasha snapped, not now, Stark. Tony, I'm literally in space dying, this is exactly now. Izuku's chest tightened. Tony was in space. With Strange. Time Stone was still in play. Everything was splitting. Too many fronts. Too little time. Then Izuku's danger sense did something new. It didn't scream. It went quiet. For a fraction of a second. Like the world held its breath. Izuku froze. Because that kind of silence meant only one thing. The storm itself was arriving. 6. Thanos, and the moment hope gets heavy. A tremor rolled through Wakanda. Not from Outriders. Not from explosions. From presence. The Black Order stopped smiling. They turned their heads. Even Ma's calm shifted. And then a ship descended beyond the shield like a shadow blotting out sunlight. Thanos stepped out. He didn't run. He didn't roar. He walked like the world belonged to him. He wore armor like a king. And on his left hand, the gauntlet glowed. Not fully. But enough. Izuku's stomach dropped. Thanos already had stones. Thanos looked at the battlefield like he was inspecting a messy room. Then his eyes landed on the lab. On the place where the Mind Stone was being worked on. His voice, calm, deep, carried across the chaos. I know what it's like, Thanos said softly. To lose. Izuku's skin crawled. That voice didn't sound like rage. It sounded like certainty. Steve stepped forward, shield raised, jaw clenched. You don't get to talk about loss, Steve snarled. Not after what you've done. Thanos tilted his head slightly. I am not your enemy, Thanos said. I am your salvation. Izuku's chest tightened. There it was. The excuse. The propaganda. Thanos walked forward. The Outriders surged again. Wakanda roared back. But Thanos didn't need the army. He was the army. Izuku's danger sense exploded, so loud it felt like pain. Danger. Thanos approaching the Mind Stone. Izuku's feet moved before his thoughts. He sprinted, 12%, then 15%. The suit hummed, vibrations tight. Pain licked at his joints. But he kept moving. He reached the line where Steve was fighting. Steve saw him and snapped, Midoriya, don't. Izuku's voice cracked. I have to. Steve grabbed his shoulder for a split second, eyes fierce. You're a kid, Steve said. Izuku's eyes burned. I'm a shield, Izuku whispered. Then he slipped past Steve and ran straight at Thanos. Thanos turned his head, mildly curious. A child, Thanos said, out carrying borrowed power. Izuku's heart slammed. He felt one for all surge like a storm waking up. He remembered Toshinori's smile. He remembered the chains the world tried to place on him. He remembered Ultron's control speech. He remembered Thanos's excuse. And he decided, right there. No. Izuku hit 20%. The suit screamed warnings. Pain flared like fire. But he didn't smash blindly. He used everything. Speed, angles, timing. Control. He struck Thanos's forearm, aimed at the gauntlet joint. The impact echoed like thunder. Thanos barely moved. Izuku's stomach dropped. He struck again. Knee to Thanos's side, then a palm strike to the shoulder, then a kick aimed at balance. Thanos took a single step back. 1. And Izuku's lungs hitched like he'd just pushed a mountain. Thanos looked down at him, eyes calm. You have spirit, Thanos said. It will be wasted. Then Thanos flicked his hand. A purple energy wave slammed into Izuku. Izuku flew backward like a ragdoll. He crashed into the earth, rolling. Suit dampeners screaming. Pain exploded through his ribs. Izuku gasped, vision blurring. Steve shouted, Midoriya. T'Challa roared, charging. Thor screamed and threw Stormbreaker. Hanos caught it, stopped it, like it was simply heavy metal. Everyone's attacks hit him like rain. And Thanos kept walking. Because this wasn't a fight against a villain. This was a fight against inevitability. Izuku struggled up, shaking. He coughed. Blood tasted like pennies. Danger sense screamed, lab. Now. Izuku stumbled toward the lab entrance. Steve caught him, pulling him up. Kid, Steve growled, stay with me. Izuku's eyes burned. I have to protect the stone, Izuku whispered. Steve's face tightened. Then we do it together, Steve said. And they ran. 7th the snap and the silence that breaks worlds. Inside the lab, Shuri's voice was frantic. I'm trying. The stone is integrated deeper than your hero politics. Wanda stood near Vision, tears in her eyes, hands glowing. I can destroy it, Wanda whispered. But, Vision's voice was gentle. Then you must. Steve froze. Izuku's chest tightened. Destroy the stone meant, killing Vision. Sacrifice. The same math Thanos used. Izuku's throat burned. There has to be another way, Izuku whispered. Shuri shouted, if I had more time. Time. Always time. Outside, the battlefield shook. Thanos was coming. Steve stepped forward, jaw clenched. Wanda, do it. Wanda sobbed. Vision smiled sadly. It is okay. Izuku's hands trembled. He hated this. He hated that the universe demanded this kind of choice. Wanda's hands glowed brighter. The Mind Stone flared. Vision's eyes softened. Thank you, Vision whispered. Then, a burst of red energy. The Mind Stone shattered. Vision collapsed. Silence. For half a second. Then a new sound. A soft click. Thanos stepped into the lab like he'd been invited. Everyone froze. Izuku's danger sense didn't scream. It just sank. Because the danger was already here. Thanos looked at Vision's body. He looked at the shattered stone. And then he lifted the gauntlet. The time stone glowed. Green light twisted through the room. Reality rewound. The shattered fragments flew back together. Vision reformed. Wanda screamed. Izuku's stomach dropped. Thanos reached. He ripped the Mind Stone from Vision's head. Vision went limp instantly. Wanda collapsed, sobbing. Steve lunged at Thanos. Thanos backhanded him aside like a fly. Izuku tried to move, 20% again. Thanos didn't even look at him. He raised the gauntlet. All 6 stones glowed. For the first time, Thanos looked satisfied. I am inevitable, Thanos said softly. And then he snapped his fingers. A shockwave rolled across reality like a silent scream. Outside, the battlefield paused, like even the Outriders forgot to move. Izuku blinked, confused. Then he saw it. Okoi turned, eyes wide. T'Challa, she whispered. T'Challa looked down at his hands. Ash, he stared in disbelief. Then he looked at Okoi, voice soft. This, T'Challa whispered, is no place to die. And he disintegrated into dust. Okoi screamed. Izuku's throat tightened. No. Sam's voice crackled through comms, panicked. Steve, I don't feel. Static. Then Bucky stumbled, staring at his arm. Steve, Bucky whispered, confused. I don't. Dust. He vanished. Steve's eyes went wide, shattered. Bucky. Steve screamed. Izuku's chest tightened so hard it felt like he couldn't breathe. People began disappearing across the battlefield. Warriors. Agents. Heroes. Not killed. Erased. Like they'd never been. Izuku stumbled forward, heart screaming. Natasha. Izuku shouted. Natasha was outside, fighting. She turned. Then her eyes widened as she saw the dusting. Kid. Natasha shouted. Then Natasha froze. Her body didn't dust. She stayed. But her face was the expression of someone watching the universe commit a crime. Izuku's hands trembled. He looked at Steve. Steve was still there, alive, but he looked like a man whose shield finally failed. Wanda sobbed. Vision was dead. Shuri's calm went silent. Dust. Half of Wakanda was gone. Half of the world. Izuku's knees buckled. He didn't dust. He stayed. And in that moment, surviving didn't feel like winning. It felt like being left behind in a burning room. Thanos turned away, calm. His mission complete. He walked out of the lab as if he'd just finished a chore. Izuku tried to stand, but his body shook, not from one for all. From grief, from shock, from helplessness. Steve stumbled outside, collapsing to his knees in the dirt. The battlefield was quiet now. Not peaceful. Empty. Okoi screamed into the sky. Natasha stood frozen, breathing hard, eyes wet but furious. Bruce staggered out of the Hulkbuster, shaking. And Izuku stared at the dust swirling in the air like snow. His danger sense was quiet. Because danger wasn't coming anymore. It had already happened. He whispered, voice breaking. We lost. Steve didn't answer. He couldn't. Natasha finally moved, stepping toward Izuku like her body remembered how to function. She grabbed Izuku's shoulders, shaking him slightly, like she could force the world back into place. Kid, Natasha said, voice rough, look at me. Izuku's eyes were wide and glassy. Natasha's gaze burned. We're still here, Natasha said. Do you understand? We're still here. Izuku swallowed, throat raw. Why? Izuku whispered. Why did I survive? Quote. Natasha's expression tightened. Because the universe is cruel, Natasha whispered. And because it's not finished with us. Izuku's hands clenched. He looked at Steve, at the empty battlefield, at the place where people had been. And something inside him, deep, old, stubborn, stood up again. Not hope, not yet, but refusal. Izuku whispered, voice shaking but firm. Then we keep fighting. Natasha nodded once. Yeah, she said. We do. And far away, in the chaos of the collapsing world, Nick Fury's emergency signal shot into the sky, one last desperate message before he too turned to dust. Izuku didn't see it. He only felt the weight of being left behind. A shield in a broken world. The first week after the snap felt like a fever dream. The second week felt like a funeral that never ended. By the third week, the world stopped screaming. And started adjusting. That was the part Izuku never forgave. People learned to live with empty chairs. Governments learned to write new laws for missing citizens like they were accounting problems. Criminals learned that half the cops were gone. And the worst kind of people, those who always waited for dissist. Are to make money, smiled quietly and got rich. Izuku Midoriya watched all of it from the shadows. Because that was where he lived now. Not because he wanted to. Because the world had decided a kid with prowess to be free. And then the universe had ripped half the world away anyway. So when people asked, where were the heroes? Izuku's answer, inside his head, was simple. We were here. You just didn't like how much it would cost. 5 years passed. And the boy who used to talk too fast learned to speak only when it mattered. The new world and the old scars. The safe house Izuku used now wasn't a diner above a closed street. It was a buried facility. A real one. An old S.H.I.E.L.D. black site Fury had kept off every map, so deep even Hydra hadn't found it. Coulson was gone. Dusted. Fury was gone. Dusted. Half the network, gone. But the other half remained. Agents who refused to disappear just because the world broke. Maria Hill was gone too, dusted on a tarmac somewhere, mid-sentence. So the chain of command did what it always did when chaos hit. It fell upward. And it landed, impossibly, on Izuku's shoulders. He didn't become director because he wanted power. He became director because nobody else could hold the fractured pieces together without turning them into a weapon. They called him, acting director, at first. A temporary title. A placeholder. Then the weeks turned into months. Then the months turned into years. And nobody replaced him. Because in a world where half the leaders were Ash, the person who still showed up became the leader by default. Izuku's office was small. No windows. Just screens. Folders, and a wall of names. Agents lost, heroes lost, civilians lost. Natasha visited sometimes, like a ghost in red hair and exhaustion. Steve didn't visit often. Steve carried loss like it was a second shield. He lived quieter now. Angrier. Sadder. Still Captain America, but with cracks in the paint. Thor disappeared into grief. Bruce hid in his own mind. Tony retreated to what he could control, a cabin, a family, the one corner of existence Thanos couldn't erase. And Izuku didn't get the luxury of retreat. Because the world didn't just lose half its people. It lost half its order. And in the vacuum, monsters grew teeth. Not alien monsters. Human ones. The kind that wore suits and sold security to grieving cities. The kind that bought abandoned properties for pennies and hired mercenaries to keep peace. The kind that rebuilt the world in a shape that benefited them. Izuku called them what they were. Profiteers. And he hunted them. Not as a hero. As a shield. 2. Deku Black. The first time someone called him Deku Black, it wasn't a compliment. It was a whisper in a criminal ring, passing like a ghost story. Don't take the job, one mercenary told another. That kid's out there. The one with the green lightning. The other laughed. The hero kid. No, the first said, voice tight. Not a hero. A shadow. They didn't know his name. They didn't know his face. They only knew the result. A convoy robbed of stolen medicine by a blur that left no bodies, just broken guns and terrified men. A corrupt mayor's offshore account emptied overnight. A black market quirk drug lab shut down, its operators tied up neatly for local authorities who didn't know who to thank. A syndicate leader found pinned to a wall by his coat, shaking, Una. BLE to explain how a 14-year-old rumor became a nightmare. Izuku didn't kill. Steve's rule still lived in him. You pick one rule you won't break. Izuku's rule was simple. No one dies because I'm tired. But he became ruthless in everything else. He wore a suit now, dark tactical fabric, reinforced with vibranium weave. The gamma green armor became sleeker, quieter, almost invisible under a coat. His mask wasn't bright. No smile. No symbol. Just matte black with faint green lines like veins of stormlight. People said he looked like a vigilante. People said he looked like a warning. Izuku didn't care what they said. He cared what stopped. Crime. Exploitation. Human beings turned into inventory. One night, he stood on a rooftop overlooking a relief distribution center that was secretly a front for selling food at triple price. Natasha crouched beside him, watching through binoculars. You're sure? She asked. Izuku's voice was calm, older than it had any right to be. I'm sure, Izuku said. They're hoarding meds too. Natasha's eyes narrowed. You're getting colder. Izuku didn't look at her. I'm getting accurate, Izuku said. Natasha's jaw tightened. You're still a kid, she said. Izuku finally looked at her. His eyes were tired. I was a kid, Izuku said quietly. Then the universe snapped. Natasha flinched at the word. Izuku looked back down at the building. Let's end this, he said. Natasha sighed. Yeah, she muttered. Let's end this. They moved like shadows. No cameras. No applause. Just results. 3. The shield that survived. The shield remnant under Izuku wasn't big. It wasn't a global agency anymore. It was a spine. A skeleton crew of loyalists who refused to become Hydra 2.0. Izuku made 3 rules for them. Rule 1. No political deals that trade civilians for stability. Rule 2. No imprisonment without evidence. Rule 3. No using powered individuals as assets. The third rule was personal. Because Izuku knew what it felt like to be a precedent instead of a person. Agents respected him, not because he was intimidating, but because he was consistent. He didn't rant. He didn't lecture. He listened, decided, acted. And when he did speak, his words had weight. One night, an older agent, scarred, exhausted, asked him directly. Why are we still doing this, Director? The world's broken. Izuku looked at the wall of names. Then he answered quietly. Because broken things still deserve protection. The agent stared. Izuku continued, voice steady. Thanos didn't erase our duty. He just made it heavier. The agent nodded slowly. And S.H.I.E.L.D. kept moving. Not as an empire. As a shield. 4. The spark, Scott Lang and the impossible idea. 5 years is a long time to grieve. It's also a long time for something impossible to happen. The day Scott Lang showed up, Izuku was reviewing a report about a quirk smuggling ring exploiting refugee camps. Natasha walked in with her hair tied back, eyes ringed with exhaustion. Visitor, she said. Izuku didn't look up. If it's another senator, tell them. It's Ant-Man, Natasha said. Izuku paused. Slowly, he looked up. Ant-Man, Izuku repeated. Natasha nodded like she couldn't believe it either. He's alive. Izuku's throat tightened. Ant-Man had been assumed dusted. But now he was standing in their facility, looking confused and desperate like a man who'd walked out of a nightmare into another one. Steve arrived minutes later, slower than he used to be but still steady. Tony was pulled in via secure call, annoyed, skeptical. Bruce showed up too, older, calmer, with something strange eye. And his posture like he was, sharing space with Hulk now. Scott paced like a caged animal. I was stuck, Scott said. In the quantum realm. 5 hours for me. 5 years for you. Izuku's mind snapped to analysis instantly. Quantum realm. Time distortion. Mechanism for hope. Scott continued, but I think it could be the key. Tony scoffed overcome. Here we go. Scott waved his hands. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it's possible. Time travel. The room went still. Even Izuku froze. Because time travel wasn't just science fiction anymore. It was a weapon. And Izuku had seen what weapons did to morality. Tony's voice was sharp. No. Steve's voice was quiet. Why not? Tony snapped, because we can't mess with time like it's a toy. Bruce spoke carefully. It's not a toy. But, Scott's right. The quantum realm could allow navigation through time. Natasha's eyes widened slightly. We could bring them back. Izuku's chest tightened. Bring them back. The words felt too big to hold. Steve's eyes. We could fix it. Quote. Tony's voice went quiet, brittle. Or we could break everything worse. Izuku stayed silent, mind racing. If time travel existed, then, sacrifice for stability, logic could creep in again. People would justify anything because the outcome could be undone. And that was dangerous. Steve turned to Izuku. Midoriya, Steve asked gently, what do you think? Izuku swallowed hard. Every eye landed on him. The kid who became director. The strategist. The one who lived in the world's consequences. Izuku's voice was calm, but heavy. I think, Izuku said slowly, time travel isn't hope. Scott blinked. What? Izuku continued, eyes steady. Hope is what we do when we don't have guarantees, Izuku said. Time travel is a tool. And tools don't have ethics. People do. Tony's voice softened a fraction. Kids grown up. Natasha muttered, unfortunately. Izuku looked at Steve. If we do this, Izuku said, we do it with rules. Steve nodded. Agreed. Tony sighed. Great. More rules. Izuku didn't smile. He leaned forward. Rule 1, Izuku said. We don't trade lives. No, sacrifice this timeline for that one. Bruce nodded slowly. Izuku continued. Rule 2, we minimize contact with past selves. No contamination. Scott swallowed. Okay. Izuku's voice tightened slightly. Rule 3, Izuku said. If the mission fails, we don't become monsters trying again. Silence. Because everyone understood what he meant. The mission could break them. And Izuku, Deku Black, had already seen how easy it was to become something darker for a good reason. Steve nodded once, firm. Agreed. Steve said. Tony exhaled. Fine, Tony muttered. We'll play time heist like responsible adults. Natasha smirked faintly. That's an oxymoron. Tony. Rude. Scott blinked, overwhelmed. So, we're doing it. Quote. Steve looked around the room. We're doing it, Steve said. Izuku's chest tightened. Because, doing it, meant facing the past. And Izuku wasn't sure he could look at the boy he used to be without hating what he'd become. 5. Acting director goes to war. The time heist wasn't like a mission. It was like splitting your soul into pieces and hoping you could reassemble it later. Izuku didn't go because he was the strongest. He went because he was the one who could coordinate, adapt, and, if needed, make the hard call without letting fear become law. Shuri was gone, but Wakandan tech remained. Tony built new quantum suits. Bruce stabilized the navigation. Izuku modified his gamma green to work in microgravity and time displacement. He added encryption layers to keep the Commission, the UN, and every vulture government from detecting the energy signatures. Because yes, 5 years later, they were still hunting him. Even in a broken world. Because systems didn't stop being systems. They just became meaner. On launch day, Izuku stood in the quantum bay wearing his dark suit, mask hanging at his side. Natasha approached quietly. You ready? She asked. Izuku stared at the platform. No. Izuku answered honestly. Natasha nodded like she respected that more than confidence. Good, she said. Ready people die. Unready people stay sharp. Izuku almost smiled. Almost. Steve approached. Shield strapped on. He looked at Izuku like a father and a soldier at the same time. You've carried too much, Steve said quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. Someone had to. Steve nodded. Then Steve said the thing Izuku didn't expect. You did well. Izuku froze. Because praise from Steve Rogers wasn't casual. It was earned. Izuku swallowed hard. Thank you, Izuku whispered. Steve's voice softened. When we're done, Steve said, you can be a kid again. Izuku's eyes burned. He didn't answer. Because he didn't know if he still remembered how. 6/2014 The Mirror That Hurts. The quantum jump felt like being folded through a straw. Then, Izuku landed. Air hit his lungs different. Cleaner. Less grief. Less dust. He removed his mask slowly and looked around. A facility. S.H.I.E.L.D. era. Before it collapsed. Before Hydra was revealed. Before Ultron. Before the snap. Before everything. And then he heard a voice down the hall. Fast. Excited. Nervous. A voice he hadn't heard in 5 years. His own. Izuku froze. His stomach dropped. Because there, around the corner, was a kid with messy green hair, in a cheap training outfit, holding a notebook like it was his lifeline. Younger Izuku. Eyes bright. Innocent. Hopeful. Alive in a way that hurt. Izuku's chest tightened so hard it felt like a bruise. The younger Izuku whispered to someone, Coulson maybe, talking too fast. Gesturing at analysis notes. Izuku's hands trembled. He wanted to step forward. To warn him. To tell him. Don't go. Don't sacrifice your childhood. Don't let the world turn you into a weapon in the shadows. But Rule 2. No contamination. No contact. Izuku stayed in the shadows. And he watched himself from 5 years ago like he was watching a ghost. He felt something inside one for all stir, old voices murmuring. Sadness in their silence. A memory brushed Izuku's mind. You can't save everyone from becoming what they must become. Izuku swallowed hard. Because he realized something terrible. He hated what he'd lost. But he also knew why it happened. If he hadn't become Deku Black, more people would have died in the snap years. More profiteers would have won. More refugees would have starved. More kids with unstable quirks would have been exploited. He had paid his innocence to keep the world breathing. And seeing his younger self made him understand the cost in a way that burned. Izuku whispered to himself, voice shaking, I'm sorry. The younger Izuku laughed at something down the hall. Bright. Unburdened. Izuku's eyes stung. He turned away. Because if he looked longer, he might break. And breaking wasn't allowed. Not yet. 7th The heist and the price of winning. The mission continued, stones gathered through narrow windows, timed with precision. Izuku coordinated comms, rerouted patrols. Predicted guard patterns. He was the tactical director, again. The kid on comms. Only now he was older. Harder. And every mistake risked ripping time apart. They got the stones. Barely. Not cleanly. But enough. When they returned to the present, Izuku staggered off the platform, breathing hard. Natasha caught him. You okay? She asked quietly. Izuku swallowed. He didn't want to answer. But he did anyway. I saw myself, Izuku whispered. Natasha's eyes softened slightly. Yeah. Izuku nodded, throat tight. Natasha was silent for a moment. Then she said quietly, that kid would be proud of you. Izuku's eyes burned. I don't know, Izuku whispered. Natasha's voice was rough. He would. Then she added, because she couldn't do tenderness without a knife hidden in it. Even if he'd be annoying about it. Izuku let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Almost. Then Bruce stepped forward with the gauntlet. Everyone went still. Because now came the hardest part. The snap back. The undoing. The moment they'd dreamed of for 5 years. Bruce looked at them. I'll do it, Bruce said. Tony hesitated. Steve nodded. Izuku's stomach twisted. Tools don't have ethics. People do. Bruce put on the gauntlet. Energy surged. He screamed. Lightning of cosmic power ripped through him. Izuku's danger sense screamed, not of physical attack, but of consequence. Bruce roared and slammed the stone's power into the universe. And then, silence. A pause so deep it felt like reality holding its breath. Bruce collapsed, gasping. Tony's eyes wide. Steve's face tight. Natasha whispering, did it work? Then the comms lit up. Phones rang. Screens flashed. A flood of chaos. Because the missing were returning. Not neatly. Not quietly. But alive. Izuku's knees buckled in relief so sharp it hurt. They're red. Natasha's eyes filled with tears she refused to acknowledge. Steve's breath hitched. For one shining moment, hope returned. Then alarms screamed. A missile struck the facility. Everything exploded. Dust and fire swallowed the world. And Izuku realized the universe wasn't done with them yet. Because in saving the past, they had called the future's attention. Thanos was coming. Again. The ground was still shaking when Izuku realized something terrifying. They didn't just bring people back. They brought the war back. A missile had hit the facility with the timing of someone who already knew exactly where to strike. Someone who'd watched their moves. Someone who understood outcomes. Izuku crawled out from broken concrete and dust, gamma-green suit cracked, ears ringing. The sky outside was gray with smoke. The base, what was left of it, burned like a wound. Natasha staggered beside him, coughing. Steve stood up slowly, shield half buried but still intact. Bruce limped out of rubble. One arm burned black by the stone's power. Tony was there too, helmet off, face bloody, eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell was that? Tony rasped. Izuku's danger sense didn't scream. It hummed, like a distant drum, a warning too big to fit into panic. Then a voice echoed through the ruined air, deep, calm, and familiar in the worst way. You could not live with your own failure. Izuku froze. Tony's face drained. Steve's jaw clenched like he was biting down on rage. And then, through a tear in the smoke, Thanos stepped forward. But not the Thanos from 5 years ago. This one looked different, armor cleaner. Expression less tired. This was a Thanos who hadn't snapped yet. A Thanos who still believed victory was ahead of him. A Thanos who had followed them through time. Behind him, an army spread like darkness taking shape, outriders, warships, soldiers, the full weight of annihilation. Thanos looked around the ruined facility like he was inspecting a battlefield he'd already won. You have my respect, Thanos said calmly. I hope they remember you. Tony swallowed. Yeah, we're trending. Thanos ignored him. Instead of grateful, Thanos continued, you chose to bring back what you lost. His eyes hardened. I will shred this universe down to its last atom. Izuku's stomach dropped. And then, Thanos said softly, with the stones you collected for me. He smiled. I will create a new one. A universe with no memory of resistance. No memory of pain. No memory of anyone who fought back. Izuku's chest tightened. Because that was the ultimate control. Not cages. Not laws. Erasure. Steve stepped forward, voice low and furious. You're not creating anything. Thanos looked at him. I'm inevitable, Thanos said. Izuku's danger sense surged, sharp now, urgent. It wasn't warning him to dodge. It was warning him to choose. Because this wasn't just a fight. This was the final argument between freedom and control, written in blood. The call when the world answers. They didn't have time to plan. Thanos' ship hovered above, cannons primed, ready to level everything. Izuku's mind went into the place it always went when fear threatened to swallow him. Analysis. He looked at their position. They were outnumbered, outgunned, out everything. But they had one advantage. They had something Thanos didn't expect. They'd already lost once. They knew what defeat felt like. And they survived it. Tony's voice snapped. We need the stones. We need to keep them away from him. Bruce panted. I can't use them again. Steve's eyes turned to Tony. Tony's face tightened. Don't look at me. Natasha muttered, we need reinforcements. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Reinforcements. They were back. Half the world was alive again. If they could reach them. A portal shimmered behind them. A golden circle of sparks. Doctor Strange stepped out, cloak billowing, eyes sharp. Tony's face lit with shocked relief. Hey, wizard. Strange didn't smile. Is this everybody? Tony exhaled a laugh. What? You wanted more aliens? Strange's gaze shifted to the battlefield. His expression tightened. No, Strange said quietly. But we'll take what we can get. Then more portals opened. Dozens. Hundreds. The air filled with golden rings like sunrise breaking through smoke. Wakandan warriors poured through. Asgardians. Sorcerers. Ravagers. Heroes. People. And then, Izuku's breath caught. Because he saw a figure step through a portal in a Black Panther suit. T'Challa. Alive. Okoye behind him, eyes blazing. Shuri. Alive, running and shouting something at someone in Wakandan. Sam Wilson flew through with his wings spread. And then, from another portal, a blond boy in a UA uniform stumbled through, blinking. Izuku froze. No, not here, not now, but it was happening, because the world had collided. And the barriers between universes, between Hero Society and Avengers, had cracked. And now even the kids from his world were here, thrown into a war they didn't understand. Izuku saw silhouettes he recognized. Katsuki Bakugo, eyes wide with fury. Ochako Uraraka, terrified but standing tall. Iida, already trying to organize evac routes like it was an exam. Aizawa, scarf snapping, eyes narrowed like he'd walked into a nightmare and decided to glare it into submission. Izuku's throat tightened. He hadn't seen them in years. In his timeline, he never went to UA. But time travel had pulled them into the same storm. Bakugo's eyes found him through the chaos. For a second, Bakugo looked, shocked. Then furious. Then confused. Then something else, something almost like hurt. Izuku didn't have time to process it. Because Thanos' army roared, and the battlefield exploded into motion. The greatest tactical maneuver in human history. This was where Izuku belonged. Not in the front like a symbol. In the middle like a spine. A shield doesn't shine, it holds. Izuku snapped his comms on, voice cutting through chaos like a wire pulled tight. All units, listen, we don't win by hitting harder. We win by controlling the stones. Steve glanced at him, then nodded once. Because Steve trusted Izuku's brain the way he trusted his own shield. Izuku's mind mapped the field instantly. Thanos at center. His generals spread around. Air dominance from warships. Ground swarm from outriders. High-value target, Infinity Gauntlet stones. Izuku pointed at Tony. Stark, your air support, keep the ship from wiping us. Tony barked, copy. Izuku snapped at Strange. Strange, portal mobility. We need a relay route. Strange's eyes sharpened. Like a football play. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Strange smirked. I like you. Izuku turned to T'Challa. Wakandan line, funnel the swarm into choke points. Don't let them spread. T'Challa nodded once. Understood. Izuku looked at Sam. Sam, keep eyes on the gauntlet. If it moves, you call it. Sam's voice crackled. On it. Izuku looked at Spider-Man, wide-eyed, suit dusty. You. Spider-Man pointed at himself. Me. Izuku nodded. You're fast. You're hard to hit. You carry the stones if it comes to that. Spider-Man squeaked. That's terrifying. Izuku's voice was calm. Yes, but you'll do it anyway. Spider-Man stared, then nodded. Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Izuku's danger sense flared, sharp. Thanos moved. Contact. Izuku shouted. The battle became chaos, but Izuku forced order into it. He used Strange's portals like a chessboard. Move wounded out. Drop reinforcements in. Pull enemies into traps. He coordinated Iron Man's airstrikes with Wakandan shield tech. He guided Thor's lightning to clear choke points where Outriders threatened to break the line. He directed Aizawa to neutralize enemy, enhanced units by disrupting their movements. Aizawa Divinity stones, but he understood stopping threats. And in all of it, Izuku never let his mind stop tracking the stones. Because this wasn't about winning fights. It was about preventing one hand from closing. 3. Deku vs Thanos. The moment the shield bleeds. Eventually, Thanos forced his way toward the gauntlet. He fought like destiny had fists. Hulk hit him, Thanos stayed standing. Thor struck, Thanos endured. Captain Marvel slammed into him like a comet, Thanos still moved. He wasn't unstoppable because he was strong. He was unstoppable because he didn't hesitate. He didn't doubt. Izuku saw that clearly. And he understood the real enemy wasn't Thanos' strength. It was his certainty. Thanos reached Spider-Man and grabbed the boy mid-swing. Spider-Man screamed. Izuku's danger sense screamed louder. Izuku moved. 20%. Pain flared. But he didn't stop. He hit Thanos, not with a smash meant to break mountains. With a strike meant to break grip. He slammed Thanos' wrist at the joint angle, forcing leverage. Spider-Man slipped free. Thanos turned his calm gaze to Izuku. You, Thanos said softly. The child who refuses to be erased. Izuku's chest tightened. Yeah, Izuku said, voice shaking but firm. That's me. Thanos raised his fist. Izuku's danger sense screamed. Izuku released smokescreen instantly, flooding the air around Thanos. Thanos paused, annoyed. Izuku moved through the smoke like a shadow. He struck from angles, knees, palms, feints, anything to buy seconds. Not to win, to delay, to protect. The suit dampeners screamed as Izuku pushed above safe thresholds. 25%. Pain licked up his arms like fire. But he kept control. Because this time, he wasn't a kid throwing himself at impossible odds. He was a commander choosing sacrifice carefully. Then Thanos did something that shook Izuku. He stopped trying to hit him. And instead, he grabbed him. Thanos caught Izuku by the throat and lifted him like he weighed nothing. Izuku's feet kicked. Pain flashed. Thanos stared at him with calm contempt. I admire your spirit, Thanos said softly. But your protection is an illusion. Izuku gasped, choking. No, it's not. Thanos tightened his grip. Your world tried to chain you, Thanos murmured. And still, you fight to save it. Izuku's eyes burned. Because, Izuku choked, it's mine. Thanos' eyes narrowed slightly. Then he threw Izuku. Izuku flew, crashed into rubble, rolled hard. Suit cracking. He coughed blood. The battlefield blurred. Natasha shouted his name. Steve ran toward him. Izuku forced himself up, shaking. Because if he stayed down, the shield would fall. And the world didn't survive falling twice. Izuku stood. Pain screamed. But One for All surged, stubborn. And in that stubbornness, Izuku felt the vestiges, voices behind him, like hands on his back. Not pushing him forward, holding him upright. The stones run the relay. Izuku saw Spider-Man running with the gauntlet. Enemies swarmed him. Izuku snapped comms. Relay now. Strange. Portals. Strange opened a portal ahead of Spider-Man. Spider-Man dove through. He came out across the field, into Wakandan lines. Outriders chased. T'Challa and Okoye cut them down. Spider-Man ran again. A portal opened. He vanished. He reappeared near Valkyrie, who threw him onto a Pegasus like this was a normal Tuesday. Spider-Man screamed again. Izuku's voice was sharp. Keep moving. Sam shouted. Thanos is following. Izuku's danger sense screamed. Thanos was moving like a predator tracking prey. He didn't care about the battle. He cared about the hand. The snap. The end. Izuku's mind raced. They needed to keep the stones moving. They needed to prevent Thanos from closing distance. They needed. Izuku's gaze landed on Captain Marvel. Power. Speed. The closest thing to a living missile. Izuku clicked comms. Captain Marvel, you take the gauntlet. Captain Marvel snatched it from Spider-Man effortlessly. Spider-Man collapsed, wheezing. Thank you so much. Captain Marvel launched forward like a meteor. Thanos roared, actually roared, for the first time. He charged. They collided. The impact shook the battlefield. Izuku forced himself forward through pain, mind still running. Because his job wasn't to fight Thanos. His job was to make sure everyone else could. 5. Tony's choice and Izuku's realization. Tony Stark fought his way toward Thanos like a man sprinting toward his own fate. Izuku saw it, because he'd been watching Tony for years. Tony joked. Tony argued. Tony pretended he didn't care. But Tony always moved toward the explosion anyway. Izuku stumbled toward Steve, voice hoarse. Steve. Izuku whispered. Tony's going too. Steve's eyes were wet, jaw clenched. I know, Steve said quietly. Izuku swallowed. How do we stop him? Izuku whispered. Steve looked at Izuku like the answer hurt. We don't, Steve said. Because it's his choice. Izuku's throat tightened. Choice. Always choice. Tony wasn't being controlled. He wasn't being ordered. He was choosing the line he wouldn't cross. And Izuku realized something in that moment. Tony's Iron Legion fear wasn't just selfish. It was guilt. A desperate need to prevent helplessness again. And now, at the end of everything, Tony found the one moment he could control. Not the world. Just himself. Thanos wrestled with Captain Marvel. He tore the gauntlet back. He raised his hand. He was going to snap again. Izuku's danger sense screamed so loud it felt like a siren in his skull. Then Tony moved. He lunged. He grabbed Thanos' arm. Thanos snarled and shoved him aside. But Tony's suit, nanotech, flowed like liquid. It latched. It reached. It stole. The stones slid, one by one, from Thanos' gauntlet into Tony's own. Thanos froze. He looked at his empty gauntlet. He looked at Tony. And for the first time, Thanos looked uncertain. No, Thanos whispered. Tony's face was bloody, tired, but his eyes were clear. And I am Iron Man, Tony said. Izuku's heart stopped, because he understood what came next. Tony snapped. A shockwave rolled across reality. Thanos' army disintegrated. Outriders turned to dust. Warships collapsed. Thanos looked at his hands in disbelief. Then he sat down slowly, like a man finally accepting the end. He turned to dust. Silence fell over the battlefield like snow. Tony collapsed. Izuku ran, not thinking about pain, not thinking about rules, just running. He reached Tony as Steve did, as Peter did, as Pepper did. Tony's eyes fluttered. Izuku knelt beside him, throat tight, tears burning. Mr. Stark, Izuku whispered. You did it. Tony's lips twitched faintly, almost a smile. Kid, Tony rasped. I told you, tools don't have ethics. Izuku choked. People do. Tony's eyes softened slightly. Yeah, Tony whispered. And you're good people. Izuku's hands trembled. Don't go. Izuku whispered. Tony's gaze drifted toward Pepper. He didn't answer Izuku. Because he didn't have to. His choice was already made. Tony Stark died with the universe still breathing. And Izuku felt something inside him crack, not because Tony died, but because it proved the lesson over and over. Protection always costs. The question is who pays. 6. Steve's final choice and the shield passed on. The days after the battle were quieter. Not peaceful. Quiet like a room after a storm, where you're afraid to speak because you might remind yourself it was real. They buried Tony. They mourned Natasha too, gone in the time heist, a sacrifice the world would never fully understand. Izuku stood apart at the funeral, mask in his hands, staring at the lake. He watched heroes, ND soldiers and kings and spies grieve together like normal labels didn't matter anymore. Because death didn't care about titles. Steve approached quietly. Izuku didn't look up. You knew. Steve's voice was genuine swallowed. Why does it always cost someone? Steve's gaze softened, heavy with years. Because the world is imperfect, Steve said. And because good people refuse to let that be an excuse. Izuku's throat tightened. Steve looked at him seriously. You did what you could, Steve said. For 5 years, you held the line when everyone else broke. Izuku's voice shook. I became something ugly. Steve shook his head. No, Steve said. You became something necessary. Izuku's eyes burned. Steve continued, but now, you get to choose what comes next. Steve went back in time to return the stones. He came back an old man. He passed the shield to Sam Wilson. The world watched a symbol change hands. But Izuku watched something else. A man finally letting himself rest. A protector finally allowed to be human. Izuku wondered if he would ever get that. 7. The new Sentinels, a shield, not a symbol. After Endgame, the world tried to do what it always did. It tried to rebuild the same systems. The UN tried to tighten accords. The Hero Public Safety Commission tried to reclaim authority. Governments tried to rewrite laws with safety as the excuse. And Izuku, acting director, vigilante, S.H.I.E.L.D, stood at the edge of those meetings and felt the old anger rise again. Because they learned nothing. They still wanted leashes. They still wanted control. They still wanted to turn power into property. Izuku said no, not with fists, with architecture. He took what was left of S.H.I.E.L.D and did something Fury never would have done. He made it transparent, not publicly open, because the world wasn't safe enough for that, but accountable. He created a new organization with one purpose. Protection without ownership. He called it the New Sentinels. Not heroes. Not spies. Sentinels. People trained to stand between disaster and civilians, without caring if the person behind them had a quirk, a suit, a magic spell, or nothing at all. Quirked and quirkless together. Because Izuku was done watching society pretend power decided worth. He built 3 pillars. 1. Response units, rescue, evacuation, crisis control, disaster relief. 2. 3. Oversight cells, internal ethics enforcement, corruption audits. Anti-Hydra prevention by design. 4. 5. Support programs, quirk control training for unstable kids, therapy for trauma, tech access for quirkless agents. 6. No child became a weapon. No power became property. And no one got left behind just because they didn't fit the system. Toshinori, older, smiling more now, visited the headquarters one evening. He looked around at quirked agents training beside quirkless analysts. He watched kids learning control without fear. He saw Steve's philosophy built into structure. And he looked at Izuku with pride so heavy it almost hurt. "You chose the shield," Toshinori said softly. Izuku nodded, voice quiet. "I didn't want to be a symbol," Izuku said. "Symbols get used." Toshinori smiled gently. "And shields get dented," Toshinori said. Izuku let out a small breath, almost laughter. "Yeah," Izuku murmured. "They do." Toshinori's eyes softened. "But they keep people alive," Toshinori said. Izuku looked out at the training floor again. He saw Bakugo across the room, older now. Less angry, still loud, training recruits. Bakugo glanced at him, expression complicated, then scoffed like he didn't know how to say anything else. Izuku almost smiled. He saw Uraraka helping evacuation trainees. He saw Iida organizing logistics. He saw a quirkless recruit standing tall beside a quirked partner. He saw a future that didn't need a single pillar holding it up. A future with many hands. Many shields. Izuku put his mask down on the table. For the first time in years. He didn't feel like he had to hide to protect people. He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. "This is enough." And somewhere deep in One for All, the vestiges finally felt quiet. Not gone. Just at rest. Because their power had found what it was always meant to be. Not a symbol to worship. A shield to stand behind. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video. He looked down